Vincent, how you feeling?
Oh man, I'm feeling good, Orbital. I'm so excited not only to be back here at NECC for another fantastic semester, but here with you. It's always fantastic working with you, and we're gonna get a chance to do that a whole bunch this season. But these two teams, this is gonna be an interesting series. I'm glad to start it off here because we have the way I want to set it up is we have a very established name here at the NECC coming up against the new blood. Queens, they finished 5th to 8th last season, made playoffs, did pretty darn well for themselves, and I recognize a couple of names on this roster as some potential ones to watch.
Yeah, and that'll be the big challenge again. This is the Champions Division, meaning these are teams that have sat at the top. They have the skill that should be able to play it out and see how far that they can get here. Again, it is the beginning of the season, though. There's plenty of weeks of play and plenty of opponents to try and trounce along the way. Now, we do want to let you know that a little bit of a change up since last season is we actually have two different broadcasts running here today. Right now, you are taking a look at the main broadcast that has, of course, started here at the hour of 5 p.m. EST. However, there will be another broadcast running here shortly at 6 p.m. EST, and that'll be at NECC 2. So that'll be another set of matches over there. I believe there is running of about 2 more series over on that channel. That'll be other casters as well, so make sure to tune into all of the glorious NECC action as we cover it all here today. But again, as you said, fresh blood coming in here versus the old guard that made it into playoffs, and most notably with some very standard map picks and bans. Of course, the maps that we'll be running today are Bind, Icebox, and Ascent. Pretty simple right there.
The logos are a little bit weird, but that's okay. Bind Bind was there for Houston. That was their pick. Icebox for Queens, and if I'm remembering correctly, I casted Queens on Icebox at least 3 or 4 times last semester. So I'm pretty sure that that's going to be a solid pick for them. And then Ascent is where we're ended, like you said up there, Orbital. Ones to watch. Talking of Queens, I mentioned Houston being new, so we really don't have a ton of info, but just a funny thing that I noticed with our information sheet, all of the Queens players, every single one of them are going for like a computer related degree, whether that be like engineering or computer science or something along those lines. So I just thought that was funny and interesting. Myself as a computer major, I appreciate it.
Yeah, and on the other side, if you're talking about University of Houston, pristine, I mean, you got a fresh set all over the place. To give you a little bit of an idea, we got some finance majors, a business major, computer science, biochemistry, and MIS, which unfortunately my small brain does not know what that is, and then biology rounding it out. So we have so many fantastic students as well coming out here, and I think that is the amazing part of NECC and their initiative here, bringing out so many amazing schools, having them all compete and giving students a chance to compete sometimes where they normally wouldn't have it.
Yeah. Well, let's talk players as we're into the agent selection here.
Oh yeah.
Tripwires is one to watch here for the Queen side of things. Remember this guy vividly last semester dominating the scoreboard quite often. It was very, very good to watch, especially the operator play coming out and being amazing. Already see them locked in on towards the Jet, and the other names that I recall, Zed and Fiery Striker. I remember Fiery Striker gameplay in general, but Tripwires who really stood out to me.
And I think that's always great, is to have reoccurring members come back. It means that you do build some synergy up with the team players, right? You're able to build that up, be able to start working forward into a cohesive unit, and having that already cemented foundation brings a lot to the table. So expecting Queen's Gales to come out with a solid boundary and a solid play here at the start. You can already see a bunch up, a 2-3 default setup here on Bind. Pretty standard, nothing crazy. It'll be up to UH Pristine to figure out how they want to play this first round.
Well, that it will, as we look to get underway. Compositionally, by the way, the big differentiation factor, it's going to be the Viper plus the, well, I think Viper mainly, big deal, just because having that extra controller on the cards here for Houston is going to be interesting. We'll see how they utilize that, as we're already looking potentially at one of these short A takes. You see, you have a guy over in showers about to engage, and in fact, disengage with Fiery's Stalker.
Gonna be the big eye-opener as, of course, the skywall goes up, but straight through with a shock bolt. Fiery Striker striking true with a double kill off of those bolts. That's something that you don't see every day, but it works out. That's gonna put it into a 4v3. Fiery Striker holding it down here on A as the A side is aggressed upon. Pristine, unfortunately, not being able to hold it down, even though that the plant is going down. Queen's Gales should be able to retake very, very efficiently up above the go, and Sprite is dead. 3 left alive on Queen's Gales, but Pristine are able to get the plants, give themselves a little extra boost.
Yeah, that extra little cash injection, nice to have, but unfortunately, well, probably going to see a save here. Or potentially the force buy. I have seen some teams go for that. It just kind of depends on what the strategy is going to hold. The other thing to note, early start for Fiery Striker. Really nicely done. The triple kill and able to fall back, right? Not committing too aggressively to those fights. Staying alive long enough in order to even help out with the retake is a really strong look for the Sova.
Not just that, it's a scary notion that shock bolts can come from any direction. And I have to say, I've been seeing some videos online, you know, watching those lineups, and Sovas, you know how to go 3 or 4 hours in practice, just throwing shock bolts everywhere, seeing where you can land them. So we'll see if we can see some crazier ones as well. A nice little default start once again for Queen's Gales, but this time around it is going to be a Pristine lining down the barrels, and it's very, very difficult in all stances here in the bonus round. So Queen's Gales just really looking to not drop a single member already in a 3v5. This should be a pretty flawless setup as Pristine now going to progress over on B.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, with the investment here for Houston, they shouldn't have too much to work with. That's a very well-placed paint shell. Does a bit of damage. Spike could even get planted here as it's Tripwire's trying to deny. Finally does deny. Not a singular loss here. Osco with a double on the back end. And it's a flawless victory for Queen's Gales, who are doing a really strong job at denying everything on that anti-eco. But now here is that bonus round that we like to talk about. And what does that mean? Well, that means that the Queen's side of things, they're not going to be fully purchasing into this. They're going to keep the weaponry that they had in the prior round and try to win out with it. That way they don't have to waste any cash and they get a little bit of a bonus, so to speak. That's where it comes from. Whereas Houston have purchased all in. They have the rifles to work with.
This should theoretically give them a very nice advantage, and you can see exactly that. They are going to pressure in. All 5 members are rotating over towards that B side. It's a little bit heavier than normal, especially with the wall that went up from the Viper on Pristine's side. So it is a little pump fake. Now they go up into the window. But immediately a very nice diversion by the Astra to kind of give a little bit, making sure that they can't aggress too quickly, and that's going to call for the rotate. Queen's Gale is going to put 3 on the defensive. 2 lurkers on the back end. No real aggression just yet. Minute left on the clock.
Well, here it comes. It's fast and quick. Osco with that SMG connects the shots, trying to find a follow-up there in the situation, but it's just nothing to find. Queen's Gale's falling apart. All 3 of those players that you mentioned rotated in, find nothing, and even the back-end rotation from Dex, the in-game leader, unable to pick up a singular thing. 1 versus 4. That's a nice little shot from Tripwires. Every little bit of damage counts. And, well, it's just going to be that 1 frag for the defense. It's not a nice little bonus round as I was setting up, but hey, that's what happens sometimes.
It does happen, and that's actually the normal, right? It feels like a very standard start from both of these squads, right? It's a 2-1 scoreline. This is where everyone gets to purchase up. We get to see the full buy rounds. However, there might be some issues. Orchid, unfortunately, I believe, is having some trouble actually buying up. So that's actually going to be 2 pistols coming out for Orchid and Sprite with 3 rifles. So weapon advantage to Queen's Gales as they prep for a massive A-side defense.
That's a little interesting. I mean, there certainly was some cash, maybe not quite enough to, you know, fully invest a rifle or whatnot, but enough to get something online. But here we are. Sitting inside this position, Osco. Trying to pick something up. At least find some information. This is the first bit of information. That's from the Koi. Is now the push comes through, and the Huntress Fury is going to answer back. Fiery Striker throwing these shots down the short A, though doesn't really find anything at all on that. But meanwhile, 2 frags do go the way of Queen's Gales, who are looking good.
Very, very solid, but the Koi, of course, takes out Fiery Striker. That's a great first shot. Now the Seekers are swarming in. Koi is trying their best to give a little suppression, but Osco is able to spare it down. 3v2 here. UH Pristine needs to get the spike down, needs to get back in position. Queen's Gales with the rotate far deep. Long range operator shot. Tripwire says no thank you. And that'll be the defender lockdown being in play, meaning, of course, the Koi is in a 1v3. Wolf goes out, is able to blaze a little bit of a trail. Now in a one-man defense. It's a little bit difficult. That's going to be a shot. Koi is able to get one. And you get a little bit more. Either way, the round is over. Koi just trying to pick up a few more kills. Can't find more than one. But, of course, Queen's Gales definitely didn't take it as nicely as they would like.
Couple crucial shots there from Tripwires. Talked about them at the beginning of this matchup. And, well, bad news, of course, for UH Pristine is that, well, winning a round and losing a round is never what you want to see. The good news, on the other hand, is that because they dominated that bonus round so well, they didn't really lose anything. And so they have enough cash to buy back in to this follow-up. This is the opportunity. But it's Tripwires with an operator, and it's going to be found out for now, but this is a dangerous thing to leave alone.
Extremely dangerous, as once again, UH Pristine fading over towards B. They are bouncing between A and B very concisely. That is going to be a shot over. Tripwires is able to hit that shot, and Pogi is going to go down. It's going to be the opener first blood. Queen's Gales going to enjoy that one, and with the call out, that does mean that B is now being aggressed on. That's going to be a good 2 to be picked up, and that gives full advantage over to UH Pristine. They get the plant down, and are now going to look for the retake defense.
3v3. Certainly is plausible, as we're seeing 2 players flank in from the backside at Tuca, but there's no one here. And elbow is the other position from which the retake is occurring, but the flank of the flankers, but they should have heard this. And indeed, the Dex does hear it, but can't quite pull the gun out in time. Now this is even more difficult. Paint shells pose a threat, but they have to hit their mark. Both the players going down. It's just left to the Koi, who is in perfect position to deny Fiery Striker, who comes through the nebula and is defeated. 3-2. Here it's Houston try to climb back in.
Yeah. And I think it's working well, right? That last round went about as expected for them. They played it well as soon as they got the opening frag, or got the entry, I should say. They pushed in very, very quickly and calmly, right? As soon as they realized they had the man advantage, they were able to pressure in, get the spike down, and then take a very nice win off the back end. Of course, they're still trailing by 1, but this time they do get a little bit of, hopefully, a freebie. Queen's Gales, of course, working with lower utility buys. That should give an advantage over, but with the knives out, Tripwires does miss the right click, and that means Orchid is able to pick up 1. She's going to be very happy about that kill, leaving B open once again for an aggressive take.
Yep. Just 4 players. I'll scratch that. It's a 4v4 now, as it was a 4v5. Houston trying to get control here of elbow. They're doing just that. They're going to be met by Osco, who's done a really good job of finding double kills. This time, just a singular one with the pistol. And Dex on the flank, once again, unable to find success. This is all falling apart, as it's Perfect Specimen left alone, trying to find something with the Marshall. Does actually pick up a headshot. And double kill. Nicely done. Once again, it's all about damage done. And the more damage, the better. Before he goes down, Poogie with the final frag.
A little bit more difficult once again. Perfect Specimen given a little bit of firepower back, so at least able to take 2 with them. And although that doesn't seem as impactful, it still means that the econ is damaged. You can take a look over on UH Pristine's side, on Houston's side, and you know, normally with 2 rounds under their belt, especially with the spike being planted, you would be able to have a little bit of econ built up like the Koi does. However, 2 members almost zeroed out 150 Sprite and Orchid are both sitting on, that does give way for Queen's Gales. If they win this round, they should have a slight weapon advantage to work with.
Great point that you've made there. And this, of course, is a very impactful round, considering it is for the lead. 3-3 is that scoreline. The ultimates to work with for Houston in particular. Perfect Specimens stuck between a rock and a hard place. They do indeed go B. He's going to have to contend with both the players coming in from long and the players coming in from hookah. Of course, that's not been confirmed just yet. It's just 1 minute ticking away, but the spike is there. Look, push from Tripwires in through A is getting a lot of info. This could be very strong. Here's the push.
Go ahead and chance it once again. A very nice bounce in from the Rays, but Oscar was ready. So was Dex, and that is going to be the shutdown for Queen's Gales. They say, listen, you tied us up, but you don't take the lead. That's a push for a fourth. Queen's Gales ready this time on B with Nye very close to a flawless round.
I mean, it might as well have been. I mean, realistically. Yeah, it wasn't quite technically there, but it looked good. There was really no chance, and it was so fast once the take actually started coming through. The Gales shut that down with ease. Part of that is being able to start that rotate early by Tripwires getting aggressive. We'll see if there's any aggression here. As looking in towards A. Trailblazer trying to get some information, and I love how Osco has been playing in different angles. And there's Tripwires on the aggression again.
Yeah, Poggy's actually caught running, and that is always a painful one, especially with the ultimate up, right? Hunter Sphere could have been used to help clear out some angles. And unfortunately, University of Houston are going to have to fly a little bit blind here, especially with that Sky on the far edge, negating any sort of A push. And you can see, this is why UH Pristine were kind of favoring that B side. A side takes are so difficult with Queen's Gales defense. It's going to be so difficult, but they're still going to have to chance it because they don't really have as much time as they would like. Bomb is peeking around, or Spike is peeking around the midway of A, and they have yet to even enter into the site. This is going to be a very ferocious 4-on-4 fight here very shortly.
I mean, the difficulty is that, well, Houston, they really don't do anything to deny information from their opponents, but it's actually an over-rotation. They have waited so long of Houston to make this push that there are two players that rotated out. It's now just two on the site, and all the Hunter's Fury coming in, denying the entry of Orchid, as now Osco's in position to find further success. Sprite is right, was alive, and now is dead, meaning the rest of their team. And unfortunately for Houston, they just cannot get things rolling consistently.
And you have to give credit to Queen's Gales at that point, right? We were wondering about the over-rotation, right? Queen's Gales doubling back over to B just to ensure that safety. But as soon as the call was made, that Hunter Series was open. It's such a great cross-map denial. And that first shot ripping away one of the entries from Pristine. Phenomenal job from Queen's Gales to secure a 2-round lead. And now you're hoping for at least one more. After this gun round, UH Pristine might be in a little bit of trouble. And that's why they're going to take it slow. Once again, default setup. Last time they waited a little bit too long. Maybe a little bit more setup. But Tripwire says, nope, we'll take the fight to you. Around the corner to go. Orchid, though, doubling up on Poggy. And that is going to be Orchid taking a double kill. Dex, of course, taking Poggy's life. And in a 3v3, you take a look. Where are UH Pristine going to move to? It looks like it's going to be B once again.
Are they going to put down this Viper's pit? That's a question, and, well, I guess we've got our answer. The pit comes out, and the spike goes down. Quick and easy, covering off the majority of the tube there on the site. Elbow being overtaken. Quickly going to find Osco. Oh, that timing's really unfortunate. Trade is there by Tripwires, but there's no usage of the lockdown. Part of the difficulty of utilizing that lockdown in this map, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Gotta play the timing. Speaking of time, this is definitely starting to run out. Perfect Specimen Has made them way in. Gonna deny Orchid. That means there's just one left, but he's on the back site. KK is such an unfortunate scenario. They weren't aware and they couldn't find out. Tripwire sticks around, but only for the death. As KK, in fact, also loses their life, but denying that operator was well worth that for KK. And the round goes to UH Pristine.
Oh, solid play. It wasn't the best, of course, but it worked, right? And again, you can see why Vipers are so prized currently on just about any map. You can deny an entire entry for a good half of that timer. And that's exactly what happened, right? That was Orchid denying just about every field of vision. Phenomenal play from UH Pristine on that round, and now they just need to do it one more time. Queen's Gales are looking and ready to try and defend B, which they have notified UH Pristine do fade towards the side a little bit too much. And hopefully going to catch them on the rotate. Queen's Gales prepped in ready for this battle. Just a few recon bolts though, going to give some information.
There's another Blaze Storm for Tripwire. See if that's going to come to fruition. It's a bit of a stack here at B, 3 of them all online, but it's Fiery Striker. Who else to do the opening dual decks on the follow-up? But a nicely placed paint shell is good for it for Sprite. Osco finds the timing onto him, and it's now another split push denied as UH Pristine really need to time those things up so that they're both pushing in from the different angles at the same moment.
Ooh, that is actually a forced rotate as well. It looks like Queen's Gale's defense has forced UH Pristine's hand. This does mean that they're going to rotate straight into Tripwires, who we know for all that is there, that Tripwires is so dangerous even on their own in a 1v2. 30 seconds left. KK taking a cheat out, is blinded, but still gets the kill. Tripwires is down. You need a few more to be used, though. Orchid completely zoning out that U-Haul, and that should let the plant happen. Spike is down. UH Pristine still getting kills, now down into a 2v2. Queen's Gale's not liking what just occurred and are going to try and take it back, but the Cosmic Divide is up. Osco trying to peek through, and Osco is able to find that kill. Gets a double to make it 3 on the round. Queen's Gale's, it was messy, but they take a 6th round in tow.
Don't even start that shit.
Osco is so good at getting those key double frags, and that's kind of what we've seen all game long, just happening so consistently. The other thing I want to kind of discuss is more of a macro point here for Houston, and it's unfortunate, but it's the truth. They really are struggling, are Houston, to be more than just one dimension. And what I mean by that is that if they're headed B, they're headed B from the beginning. If they're headed A, they're headed A from the beginning. And only after getting denied pretty substantially would they rotate. They need to just create some question marks in the heads of these Queens players on where they'll be going, because they keep walking into stacks because of it.
Yeah. And at this point, Queen's Gales have caught onto it, and that's a huge part of these FPS kind of arena battler modes. It's you have to learn how to adjust to your opponent, and Queen's Gales has done that, rotating all of their utility over. This is going to be the opener with that Hunter's Fury. Great damage coming down, but even better from Queen's Gales. That's going to be Orchid even taking the head of Dex. But it's still a 3v2 with ultimates expended and only a Blade Storm to be used on Queen's Gale's side. It's all down to the weapons with only pistols in hand. UH Pristine are not liking these odds. 55 seconds. Orb is still in play. That'll probably be picked up by Poga here. But still, Queen's Gale's fantastic defense here on B.
Will it be picked up? I think it depends. If they rotate out, maybe. If they're going here, probably not. As it's all about surprise factor, and it's been cut the information for 30 seconds. Now with that, they've given it all away. Orchid gonna recover a weapon, try and push out onto the site, and Osco utilizing those storm grenades to the greatest usage. Another double kill. Like I said, so good at those high impact double kills is Osco.
Last round in the half.
Queen's Gales are leading by 3 as we head to the last round of this half.
Placing sentry.
Yep. Last round, full buys all around. You can see a little bit of light armor there on KK. Not having enough to buy anymore. And this is feeling like Queen's Gales are going to go ahead and push towards another opening. They have 3 ultimates to 1. Yeah, the Cosmic Divide plus Seekers plus Blade Storm. Just about everything that you could want right now to take it home. Of course, UH Pristine does have that showstopper. Doesn't even need it though. Tripwire says everything is denied, nothing is permitted. The operator will tell you to shut down with the first blood once again.
Yeah, it's been a tone setter, hasn't it? The Queen Gales squad and Tripwire's usage of that weapon. It's been difficult for your UH Pristine to actually find significant success. And if it's not the operator, it's been the rifle for Tripwires on these opening swings.
Here.
Bit of a back and forth there in towards the shower area. Trying to at least gain some information. All of this, not quite a ruse. There is a player, or 2 players rather, grouped up at short A, but looks to me like this guy is trying to sell a fake, and this is what I mean. The adjustments are coming for Pristine. They just are a little bit late.
It's a little bit of a late call. They waited around a bit too long, and that means Queen's Gales should have to run a show. That's going to be the showstopper. It is going to catch 1, but the trades are quickly taken back. Dex and Tripwires each take 1, and down into a 2v3. Blade Storm is still online. UH Pristine going to have to deal with that. Seekers are thrown out, but my gosh, is this going to be difficult. 1 shot for 2 Seekers. That's a great value bargain. The Koi, though, is only going to take 1 before falling. It's all down to Orchid. Try and salvage this, wants to keep it within 2, but can't make it happen. Perfect specimen. The shot and a half. That's going to be an 8-4 Queen's Gales, doubling UH Pristine's score.
Yeah, 8-4 scoreline, not what you are looking for if you are, Houston. But hey, it's not great, but it's certainly winnable. No doubt about that. And we saw some decent things, right? I don't want to be negative when it comes to some of the ideas that UH had. They did have some good ideas, right? They figured out what the problem was. They figured out that they were being very one-dimensional. There was no sort of inclination that they were headed anywhere but the site that they had planned to at the very beginning, and they were leaving a lot of space wide open. Unfortunately, they realized that just a little bit too late. Now, as they head to the defensive side, maybe they can try to expose some of those same sorts of weaknesses if they do occur for Queens.
Yeah. With the first push, of course, UH Pristine going to go on the aggressive, and of course that does yield potentially some results, but the shots are good. UH Pristine lose 2 for 2. That still gives Queen's Gales great access here in showers, and that should give an opportunity here on A. The push is in. Pistols are firing hot. Orchid with a great headshot to keep Dex on the back foot. Spike is still held, though. Tripwires is quickly going to get that down, force UH Pristine to rotate towards them. And that's going to be the trade. Tripwires with a great headshot back. Sprite is wrong here. Poggy, though, with a 4K to kick off this half. Great start for UH Pristine.
No doubt. But it took a quad kill and some phenomenal work from the Sova. Not to say that is something that is unreasonable, but it won't be necessarily happening every single round. So I'm going to look for maybe the team play in the coming rounds, but overcoming the pistol round, that's step number 1 to the comeback, right? You have to start somewhere, and, well, that's here for UH Pristine. They're on the way, and they're going to be buying in the sort of standard 5 SMGs. You tend to see something a little bit different, a little bit more of a wider variety at a higher level, but yeah, certainly viable and very strong, all of the SMGs. And nothing really to work with here for Queen's Gales. Got a Sheriff in a couple players' hands, a Ghost there. Saw at the very top, but well, it's going to be difficult to overcome the weaponry advantage. That's for darn sure.
Oh, yes. This is why generally you see the winner of the pistol round usually get a leg up, get a second round right behind. It's just the weapon advantage that you get. Sometimes you do see those marshals come out to play, and that's usually on something like a Sun that has a little bit longer corridors, but right now, UH Pristine feeling okay. Going ahead and holding down here in showers. It should put them within 2. That'll be really, really nice again. Queen's Gales just hoping to at least take 1 home. That's all you want, is at least a single frag to your name. with the Sheriff in hand, that might have an opportunity. Perfect Specimen, you're not going to do too much with this. Oh, that's actually great. Oh, the Owl Drone did not see that second player, so this might be an opportunity. Of course, Orchid just says no matter how many players do zip through, you will die. Perfect Specimen, though, gets Orchid in the head. That's going to be an attempt at a second, but UH Pristine able to hold it down. That is going to be 4 members still left alive as we get a score of 6-8.
Yeah, and those buys working wonders. If your ranked teammates ever telling you not to purchase in the second round after a win, you just send them my way. I'll set them straight at Vincent Cass on Twitter. Don't worry about it. I'll make it right. You know, you gotta inform the ranked randoms, you know what I'm saying? It's okay. I'm with you. Nonetheless, I'm also here with Orbital, having a good time in UH Pristine, excuse me, on the comeback trail, but this is an important round. This is the round where they really need to win it in order to really solidify that comeback and potentially tie the game up. Otherwise, it means Gales can start to run away with things once again.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick couple shots and immediately a paint shell out. Great damage being laid down here. I think it did clip some of the armor, so that'll be one to at least write home about. Soft rotate over, though. This is going to be a pretty packed 5 stack from Queen's Gales. They are saying we want to take a chance here on this B site. We haven't really fully aggressed yet. UH Pristine sniffs something out. They now fold 3 over. They'll give a great opportunity. Again, that window is now completely covered, but Poggy able to find a free kill on Tripwires. Got to check the corners, and that leaves Poggy completely open to take a 2K. Now with the opening here, this is going to be a pistol out. Shots are made. Osco finishes that one off. It's down to a 3-on-3. Queen's Gales, though, hurting quite a bit. Perfect Specimen able to find the Koi, and with the rotate through the teleporter, it is now all on A. How quickly can UH Pristine make it over for the defense? It's only one member, the Viper, with UH Pristine is still hiding in B. This is going to be a very difficult 1v3.
So much good, but for now, KK connecting. Oh, that's beautiful. Osco all alone, trying to reposition, trying to collect, and it's not going to work. UH Pristine bailed out there by KK, and Orchid helping out on the back end, but KK doing the heroics. And there was so much to love, so much to hate there. I don't even know where to start. The reason I say that is because it was such a good position from Poggy only to walk in with the classic for no reason and give back the frags that he was able to find. But the setup at B was also so solid from UH Pristine, really giving Queen's Gales a taste of their own medicine. That's the sort of thing that they were dealing with time and time again. So from that perspective, I am really loving what I'm looking at.
Yeah, not just that, the rotate. We were wondering, right? UH Pristine, they faded over towards B. I want to point it out there. It was 8 rounds that they went to B in their attacking half, and it was only 4 rounds to A, one of those being a forced rotate. So their rotates here on the defense, much tighter, I would say. That last round would not have worked if they did not play it perfectly. This does mean Queen's Gales are now in that default positioning. Big openings here from Showers. Can they find a pick with a Marshall out? Some gentle shots just to kind of scope it out, and Sprite says no thank you. That's going to be a trade for first blood coming out for UH Pristine. Immediately forces Queen Gales back.
Yeah, Queen Gales really trying to make something out of nothing here. They've got a little bit of extra cash. They bought those Marshalls. They've got these Sheriffs. A little bit of armor maybe, but it doesn't change the advantage. And that's good, honestly, to find Orchid in that trade. But Boggy's done a good job of repositioning. And otherwise, KK has made it just a 2 versus 4. Damage once again, the name of the game for the offense, as Queen's Gales more than likely not going to win this one.
I got the spike.
Very nice job. This is one of the slower rounds from Queen's Gales, and they just did not find that opportunity again. UH Pristine holding it down with those opening frags. Phenomenal job on that Showers, and then over on B, a great 2 frags. And now with the last member, Perfect Specimen did this once already, was able to get a kill with that Marshall. Of course, the Koi makes sure it's not a double kill. It's only one But that's a tie up. Great job by UH Pristine running 4 in a row. Queen Scales are definitely going to have to put a stop to this. They did it last time when it was tied up at 3-3. And now they have a chance at 8-8. Can Queen Scales on this bye round get a win here in the second half?
A great question. I'm glad you set that up because, yeah, this is that second bye round. And I mentioned before that if UH Pristine were able to win that first bye, then they could tie the game. They've done that here. Now they have to take the lead. Now they complete the full comeback to an even score line, but they're potentially going to be met with some problems in the rest of those guns. The other thing to talk about is that Hunter's Fury has been pulled out here by Poggy, and oh, what a find. Kind of just pulled out of nowhere. Don't know what the information was off the back of that, but fantastic work. And before anyone sees anyone, really, it's a 3v5.
Yeah, these Sovas are a little bit nasty with it this time around, and both on the defensive side. We know Sovas are defensive, but this is getting out of hand. You don't even see the opponent get the kills. However, Queen Scales unfortunately forced into this route, throwing it all into the wind, and that's going to be the paint shell to finish it off. UH Pristine go ahead and move into the lead for the first time in this game. They're going to take a 9-8 lead and force Queen Scales once again into this ping pong economy. It'll be pistols and a hero rifle from Dex. Or actually sold back, it is rescinded. Doesn't want to do that. It's only the Marshall. That'll be on Perfect Specimen.
Yeah, that's a good decision. Selling that one back. You don't want to put yourself in a position where you don't got any money and the rest of the team is saving. And that's not going to be. We are going to see the Blade Storm being popped out. This is a common strategy. To be fair, there's 3 other ultimates here for the attack of Queen's Gales.
Out of charges.
See if they want to utilize those. Usually, though, I don't necessarily recommend wasting those ultimates on an eco round, but if you can win it, obviously that's a huge swing in momentum. Tripwires. Here's the reload. Gonna go for the right click. Remember, you don't get those things back anymore, but he does pick up the rifle, and the rifle shoots bullets that certainly are deadly if you don't have knives. He's looking for one more, but KK, who's been so phenomenal. Oh my gosh! Perfect Specimen with a perfect shot through the nebula. It's all on the flank. 2 players moving forward versus 3, but Perfect Specimen hits the second headshot of the round, leaving this in the 1v2, and now you might want to be pulling some of those ultimates and putting down that lockdown as the spike is finally going to be planted.
Take a bow right there. That was a 2-person play that absolutely put Queen's Gales back in the driver's seat. A phenomenal setup. A great entry coming out of Tripwires at the beginning to solidify that U-Haul and forcing a turnabout. And then Perfect Specimen coming in with glorious sniper shots, really honing in on that. And that is going to be the finisher. Poggy, unfortunately, really doesn't have a choice here. He's going to have to try and go for the defuse and maybe get a couple kills. Is going to have a 3K. Osco, of course, looking at it, and Osco is going to finish it. So round is over. Queen's Gales tie it right back up, and Osco just gets out of range. But my gosh, UH Pristine are not going to enjoy that thrashing. They are now going to have to come back in this weapon round and try and regain control. They had a taste of a lead, and now they want it back.
Certainly does give you that thirst for victory. Though Queen's Gales feel the same. 3-5 in the season last semester, and it was just good enough to get them into the playoffs. But they certainly want a better winning season this time, and well, win to start. How else would you like to see it? This time, because of the singular ultimate use there, it's going to be 4 potential ults for Queen's Gales to utilize in this round.
So here's the opportunity, chancing things up. Once again, fading over towards A. Last time they tried this, they got slightly shut down here, and UH Pristine not willing to take any chances. You can see the Owl Drone was used earlier, so they get information that almost the entirety of B, Long, and Lobby are completely clear. You can see that's why the cheat up from the Sova is made. Queen's Gale still hiding out. They don't want to give any information over, and this is honestly working to UH Pristine's favor here. They don't have to move anywhere. They just have to wait for Queen's Gales to make that small mistake with no ultimates alive, no real utility. UH Pristine should have a shooting gallery prepped for them shortly.
Well, we'll have to see. That Cosmic Divide could make it more difficult, and here it's going to come by the looks of it. As I say that, Dex really unsure where to put that, so they go for the Seekers instead. The push is out, and it's good. Tripwires, the entry, but as I say that, only one, and it's 2, 3 now the other direction. So maybe, just maybe, Dex should have put down that ultimate. 2 left alive, seconds on the clock, and the push here towards B now as things ran into a bit of a problem there at A. The spike is going to get planted, so it's 2v3. Technically very much winnable.
Oh, 100%. Now that they're on the defensive, they can make this work. However, the utility is so good. Poggy is going to flank outside the one of these catalogs, and that's immediately what you want. Perfect specimen, and Dex are able to take a kill apiece, and now it's down to Orchid. Can Orchid make this happen? He's going to be blinded out once. And with a huge fade back, Queen's Gale's playing this to a T again. Waited out, forced a lookout, but Orchid is able to make it happen. Can't whip the gun out in time. Dex off of a narrow plant. Queen's Gales are able to retain a round and retain the lead. 10-9 is the score. It was not pretty, but the job is done.
Perfect specimen doing their best there to nearly give that one up, unfortunately, but is able to be fought back by Dex in a nice position. So 10-9, you got to look at where the economy sits. Everybody has money to buy. And realistically, I think UH Pristine probably have money for at least one more round, win or lose here. So it's not this round, but the next. It's going to be crucial in KK. KK is playing with fire and gets burned for it. Tripwires is ready and waiting on the other side of that Nebula to put him to bed. And it's indeed a follow-up, so there's no more nebulas, no more smokes available, no more flashes or counter flashes for that matter either. And so things are looking brutal for UH Pristine as Gales push forward with a 2-man advantage.
2-man advantage now narrowed down to 1. Orchid able to fire away. Fiery Striker, though, strikes right back. Says we're still going to maintain that advantage. Spike does go down. Queen's Gales now have movement advantage. Sprite is right, stuck in U-Haul, or right outside U-Haul, I should say. Both of the defenders now tucked away in a corner. That's going to be the recon bolt sent out. What keen spot? Poggy hoping to get some information. Is able to swing wide, great blind coming out, and Poggy none the wiser. It's going to be a difficult spray down. Wins one, can't win the second, but Sprite takes out Tripwires down to a 1v2. Ultimate's hot. HP bars in favor of Queen's Gales. This has to be on point, but Osco says no thank you. 11-9 is the score as Queen's Gales are happy about the round leads that they have given themselves. UH Pristine now going to buy out for what could potentially be a very rough set of rounds ahead.
Certainly could be. This is, though, like I said, the situation where they had money, UH Pristine, and they have it for this round, but if they lose this round, well, I mean, they're going to be in a world of hurt no matter what, because you're sitting in map point, excuse me. But a reminder, Find is the pick of the University of Houston. So they're in trouble no matter how you slice it. This round is must win. They need to pick it up, and you can see aggression off the start. The Koi, that's a very nice shot. 2 bullets, 1 headshot, and an early lead advantage for this round.
Yeah, and that was down B long as well, straight into lobby, and that affords an opportunity. That means UH Pristine rule that side of the map. This is going to force Queen's Gales to rotate into A, and without the spike, they are going to try and go for those early frags. The problem is Orchid is pressured just up perfectly. She's going to be right there, but Fiery Striker is going to take out KK, and that's a solid take as well, down to a 4v4. Ultimate Orb is picked up. Tripwires is going to run that one back. And now that they have gotten that frag, they are going to chase around. 45 seconds left. Still enough time to rotate, but it could get a little bit sloppy if they're taking the long way around.
Well, the reality is that no matter how long they take, it's going to be rare for the defense to stack
30
all of the
seconds
bodies
left.
at one singular site. Instead, they've done a little bit better math and split even 2 and 2. That Cosmic Divide, though, should give it away for sure if it wasn't clear before. Only thing to shoot through it is that Hunter's Fury, but the updrafts are going to deny it. That said, Decoy is in front of the Cosmic Divide. It's Fiery Striker who spots out that push and finds it. Deadly Strike is right, dealing damage with the utility, but it's Osco once again. I've spoken highly of them, and I continue to do so, as it is another fantastic double kill at a perfect moment.
It's close, but this is where those stars tend to shine. In clutch moments, you get to see these massive players step up, and Osco so far has done that. Every single member, honestly, on Queen's Heels has stepped up at crucial moments. Fiery Striker at the bottom of the scoreboard, it doesn't matter. Those Hunter's Furies have been on point, getting a frag here and there, and then laying down the damage. Now, on to the final round. This is going to be a potential chance for Queen's Heels to close it out. They do not want to allow Pristine a chance back in this map. If they can secure this one, they move to their own on Icebox, and that'll be a shoe-in to a 2-0 victory to kick off the start of their season. B-side is being the play. Queen's Gale's going to test the waters a bit more with a deep play on either side, and they are rewarded, taking out Poggy for first blood.
Now, one of the few guns, I think, as well. Just really one more, I should say rifles, guns. Not super accurate in this case. Either way. There's just 4 left alive here for Pristine. Potentially the final round of the game here in the first map. And it's another rotation. This is what Pristine really struggled with. Not only did they not get opening picks very often, but when they did, they were so very one-dimensional. This is different. Queen's Gales get the pick over there at B. They're pushing in towards A, and it's a quick rotate, but Orchid, she's done well for herself, finding that frag, getting blinded, but steps forward. Really good movement from Orchid, and the shots are even better, making a triple kill as she gets the reload off. There's only 2 left alive here for Queen's Gales. It is a nicely done hold for Orchid and Houston.
What a phenomenal hold. The flowers blooming just at the right time here. But they're going to fire right back. It's almost done and dusted, and that is going to be it. 12-10. Pristine hang on at the last moments. And they have a chance once again. Weapons are still going to be hot for Queen's Gales, but you know that they are not happy about how that went. They felt like they could have had it, but Orchid immediately slowing everyone down. And not just that, they still have an ultimate or 2 set. That is going to be the Viper's Pit as well as that Cosmic Divide. Both great dividers depending on where the site goes. And that's why you can see them stacked over here on A. However, a fade from Queen's Gales onto B could cause some issues. 3 ultimates strong. Bladestorm is up. Queen's Gales going for the throat.
Yeah, and here's the difficulty, the danger of that early Viper's Pit. It does give yourself away pretty easily, pretty early on. And whilst Queen's Gales don't actually know it, the setup is a very, very difficult one to overcome. And you can see why here, because KK has to basically hold all that on their own. And by the looks of it, things didn't work out there with the spike. So towards B it is, but like you were mentioning, it is going to be a stack. It's 3 players there. You're not going to typically see that many. Oh, what a great find, though, from Dax. Talk about threading the needle. Talk about finding the opening where ones are slim.
Oh, Fiery Striker as well, burning that blooming flower as quickly as can be. Queen's Gale saying they don't want to mess around. They want to close this one out right here. 3-round difference. Oscar is going to throw it down. Perfect Specimen takes out Poggy. And down to 2 members left alive. The Astra and the Rays are left. And with this lockdown in play, this gives free opening for Dex to fire on Sprite. 1 more left alive. KK not enjoying the position. It's all the way from Defender. Spawn, you are running into 5 strong members. This is nigh impossible. It's improbable. KK, though, gonna try their best. Swings wide. Nails go out. Knives hit. And Osco finishes it off for a 13-10 win on Bind for Queen's Gales to kick things off here in this series.
Oh, we started, or rather, we ended much like we started with Osco doing a really good job, I think. Granted, unfortunately, didn't have a singular, really useful ultimate on the Killjoy, but that didn't matter. He was hitting the shots, was doing a fantastic job at doing just that, and on top of that, it felt like Queen's Gales kind of had that one in their hands the whole time. They fumbled it a little bit there towards the mid table, allowed for Pristine to kind of get back into things, but ultimately it was looking rather easy by the very end, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, they were running through it, and yes, there were some hiccups, understandably, but like you said, it felt clean at the end, and that's on a map that they did not select. Keep in mind, that was not
True.
their map pick. We are moving to theirs, and that's why we were kind of expanding on the fact that if Queen's Gales were able to win this, it would be a very small shoe in, or possibly a large one. If you've watched Queen's Gales throughout the previous seasons, you know they play Icebox quite well. It is one of their favorite maps, and now they have a chance to solidify it here in the Champions Division. A chance for Queen's Gales to start off on the right foot with a 2-0 victory here in the series would be a great way to kick things off. We'll go to a very quick break to make sure map number 2 is set for you, so viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more NECC Valorant. And welcome back. We are here ready to go for map number 2. It will be on Icebox Queen's Gale's Choice, of course. With them starting out on the attacking side, it will be UH Pristine looking to defend. And if game number 1 gave us any indication, this one might still be relatively close unless Queen's Gales just say, listen, we're done warming up. We're into the meat and potatoes of it. We'll just take it home here.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a legitimate possibility of that happening. I talked about how I was impressed with this Queen's Gales side on Icebox in particular in last semester, and whilst obviously there's a great potential for UH Pristine to also be good here, we don't know. It's kind of gives us an idea with the fact that they picked Bind, and we saw how Bind went. A close affair, but certainly one that Queens had in their back pocket, at least by the looks of it, for the majority of the time. Obviously, those two players to talk about, I think Tripwires, those opening picks did a good job of doing that. Wasn't necessarily always the top of the leaderboard, but who was? That was Osco, who was doing everything and picking up all of those consistent double kills.
Yeah, it got out of control a little bit at the very end. It felt like a little bit of frustration venting as well, right? Just listen, we're throwing caution to the wind, just play it out as best we can, and we'll work from there. And that is something that I really, really want to see. Of course, we are getting into this second map, and it looks like there was a player swap on Queen's Gale's side. I do see Bell coming in, and if I'm not mistaken, that is a substitute. Am I crazy?
No, I think we're flipped around there. Queens is on the right here, not on the left. But yeah,
okay.
Bella is coming in, just not for Queens. I assume for Houston.
Oh, okay. Yep, I am just a little bit slow. Don't worry about me. We're good to go. Still, though, you did see the hover of Neon as well. I was hoping to see a Neon come out. Unfortunately, we won't, but we do get to see the chamber, and this is something that we see a little bit more on Icebox as well. Quite fun, of course, so we'll see how Osco likes to play that one.
Yeah, it's something that I wanted to talk about here just for a second. That chamber, we've sort of been seeing at the higher levels things adjusting. I have been sort of critical of Icebox for a while now, how it really hasn't had many changes and it's become a bit stale, but things are changing, and what is changing is the picks going sort of at times away from the double duelist. It's been such a staple here in North America over to a chamber. In some cases, we've seen some Killjoy in others, and a couple of other options that I think I agree a little bit less with, KO being one of those. But regardless, I think that this chamber is a lot of fun, and it's very interesting to work with. Whereas on the other side, we can see that UH Pristine have gone with the El Clasico, double duelist, Sage, Sova, and Viper.
El Clasico, I think I like that quite a bit. As we will get underway, to keep in mind, Queen's Gales will be running on that attacking side first. You can see them all lined up in perfect order. UH Pristine, of course, will be on the defensive side, and will have to take the full brunt of this group. Again, map specialists love this setup, and it's always scary, right? When a team is known for playing a specific map, you have to be worried, you have to be careful, and you have to always be on your toes. Of course, with the opening, Queen's Gales will go ahead and aim to fade over towards that A, putting a large amount of pressure here as they sprint in with all 5. UH Pristine only setting up 2 for the defensive with a third on the way.
Perfect specimen over in mid, trying to apply that pressure you were discussing, but the Koi does well to answer that call. So now it's a 4-player push here at the A side. 1-for-1 as Orchid gets involved. Now over the top, Sprite is trying their best to utilize that Sheriff to great success. Unfortunately, that's not to be. 3 players left. Spike trying to get planted, but through the box, if I'm not mistaken, against Tripwires, and it's all falling apart. It falls apart very quickly as it's a double kill for both the Koi and Sprite is right. UH Pristine really looking solid in the opening to this history.
Yeah. And not just that, responding to the quick tempo of Queen's Gales as well. That was a very quick move to the plant and very quick to try and get in. And UH Pristine being able to follow up on that is something that we didn't really see in the last game as well, right? That only happened, I want to say, in the second half. That's why we saw the pace kind of accelerate from both these squads. And So here, UH Pristine already privy to kind of the aggressive tempo that we should probably see. Queen's Gales, though, after losing that round, it looks like they were tossing weapons around. I saw 2 marshals actually be handed around, and instead they are going to go for the full eco. Of course, it will be UH Pristine coming up with the anti-eco, 3 SMGs, a rifle, and then a sniper to round things out. Great coverage, and hopefully great usage as well.
It's a good dart as well, at least defensively. I don't think it found anything, but it's a good idea. And not, well, no dart needed. Doggy with a shot, give him another one. That would have probably been a 2 for 1 if it hadn't have been for the Koi. Nonetheless, these just 2 players all left alive, and Orchid is ready and waiting to push forward. That shock dart forcing Tripwires out of position, and well, it's just a matter of time.
It's a matter of time to close it down. However, Perfect Specimen is able to take 1 life, so you know what? Very, very small consolation prize. UH Pristine, though, taken 2 in, and now for the bonus round. How much are they going to hang on to? It looks like Orchid is going to go ahead, and this time on the Sage, it's something that we did touch on before, but having that Resurrection is always nice to play in. However, no buying coming in here. UH Pristine running all that they had before. Rifles are available. Perfect Specimen, though. Surprising to say the least. There it is. Okay, I was like, no way you don't buy up here. It is going to be the Phantom instead of the Vandal, though. Going for a little bit sneaky-deaky-like.
See where that goes. This is Queen's Gale's first opportunity for the pistol. You can see it is a bit of a bonus here. Boggy not buying in. A couple players also not fully investing, wanting to keep things reasonable. Nobody found here in mid for the time being. As I say that, though, the Viper just going to put that drone to bed and deny any further information in towards spawn. But look at the aggression here. Orbital, 1 player pushed up middle, 1 player pushed up B. Bell and the Koi in position for this, and they're going to, at least the Koi, be denied. That's huge, and what that does is it at least begs the question, is there going to be a split, or is it just going to be a straight push? The straight push is on, the spike is with them, and the plant forthcoming.
Once again, Queen's Gales rotating in, and with weapons hot this time, feel a little bit better. However, the trade comes through. Sprite is right, takes 1. Fiery Striker fires right back. And that's going to be the opening, the resounding gong of war. As the rest of UH Pristine are still on the outside, this does cause some problems as they are trying to jockey for position. They're wasting a few precious seconds. But the Shockbolt's not really finding anyone. It's not giving them as much information as they wish. Great spread from Queen's Gales, though. Look how far apart they are. They're only going to allow 1 or 2 frags before UH Pristine are picked off in tow. Fiery Striker, though, annihilates Bell as they drop in. Orchid takes on Tripwires. A Shockbolt drops Orchid down to 17. And looking at 1 more tag to the foot. Gotta reload and can't do it quick enough. Dex gonna finish it off with 2. Queen's Gales win a round that they were slightly slated to, but of course they are happy with any win that they can get.
Yeah, and well, ultimately they're probably okay with those losses as well. Couple kills, all things considered, not the worst. They're gonna have money. Will Queen's Gales for the next round. Same is said for UH Pristine, though. Like I said, they played the bonus. Now is that first real gun round. Everybody has rifles across the board.
Here.
So, set up towards A or Queens. Interesting decision, but we'll see how things go, as they've really not punished the aggression over at B, but well, Sprite certainly is punishing aggression here at A. Stacks, the in-game leader, falls.
Very, very painful first trade there. Queen's Gale's gonna go ahead and rotate back out. They say, okay, maybe that wasn't the right call to make. B seems freshly open, and you can hear the call out Osco going, hey, we can make a rotate over, so that's going to be the call. A to B, hoping for a little bit more. Deep rotate in, of course, it's only Orchid holding it down here. Rest of the squad is rotating quickly. UH Pristine now in position. This is something that they did very well in the pistol round. And here into the fourth, they're doing it once again. 50 seconds left, sending up the spike. It is going to be planted down. Sprite takes one. Fire Striker's down. Plant is made, and now Tripwires has to get out. Osco going to finish off Orchid, and a trade back forth. It means Sprite takes 3K. Firing through Koi and Sprite. Take it home with the 4 of a kind. Big win for UH Pristine as they put a third on the board here at Queensgale's map pick.
Not bad whatsoever. And this start is exactly the sort of thing that UH Pristine needed to, number one, keep their momentum, or keep any sort of momentum they had from the last map in here, and regain confidence, right? You know, you lost your map pick. That's never good. You never feel like you should be losing that, but they've come in, they've come in swinging, and they've found some success. So everything's looking good. And even better here for UH Pristine is that Queensgales are out of cash. Winning a round and then losing the following round right after is just not a scenario that's good for the pocketbook.
Not at all. You're just spending. Can't really retain anything in the bank, and it hurts. So trying to scrape together something. The Koi goes ahead and snaps up a headshot on Tripwires. That's going to be a huge frag down. Poggy going to finish one off. Koi takes 2. Dex is going to take Sprite, and that immediately nails it down to UH Pristine. Holding on to 4 lies. Queensgales need to at least find one more if they want to make it happen. That's going to be the shots, and Osco actually comes out with the kill. Very, very dangerous there with that ability, and follow through with another headshots galore for the Chambermain. Very, very well timed. Queensgales even things up here with a revive to boot. Is a net +3 for Queensgales records. Now with 45 seconds left, they're going to try and move their way into A. Koi, though, ready to go. Trade a 1-for-1 still benefits Queensgales.
Does indeed. Guns need to probably be out, though, as you can see the rotations coming very, very quickly from that Sova. Viper Spit going to be committed, and well, there was the sonar, so realistically would have been better to hang on to that, but we obviously didn't know that the pit was going to be coming out immediately. Now it's all on the 1v2, playing around a wall as well. It's good news and bad news, considering, but Poggy doesn't want to get wrecked by just ticking it, and, well, goes for the duel. The duel doesn't work. Dex finds a triple kill after helping bring one player back into the round, and a couple of key frags as well.
And credit where credit is due, you did the best with the bad situation, right? That was a very difficult round to try and take back. Phenomenal play from both Osco and Dex. Really great job to even things up for them, and that puts Queensgales within 1, also harming UH Pristine's pockets. You can see the quintuple shares coming out with only 3 buys of light armor. That is going to hurt quite a bit. Osco, of course, opening up with that ultimate, takes a shot, misses. Does give away huge opening shots, but the Koi is able to find Tripwires, a kill that normally you don't see. So UH Pristine are immediately going to run with that one, fading in as quickly as possible. Dex is going to get the plant, and now they have to defend it.
They do have that tour de force in the backside. I mean, that is something nice to have. Oh, Dex, 2 for 1. Finds both frags with 1 bullet, and he's got a third. Give him one more headshot potentially to find, and he's taking out the pistol for it. Not going to happen, though, as Sprite puts it to bed with 1 health remaining. Queensgales with a couple of turnarounds. This time, they lose that opening duel, win the round. Last time, they had a 2v4 and were able to close it as well. So with those 2 rounds, we tie the game back up, and what was a great start for University of Houston. I mean, that's just not great.
Yeah, folding 2 is very, very difficult. Now they have the chance to fire back, right? UH Pristine did not have weapons last time. It was an eco for them. Now with the buys out, they should have enough in pocket to try and fight back. You can see Tripwire sitting on a lower end purchase, but because you have the Blade Storm, you're not too worried. That is going to be the call out, immediately opening up with that ultimate, and that's going to send a couple shivers down UH Pristine's spines. Don't want to be caught in those knives, so an immediate fade back from the Owl drone. should give plenty of information. I'm not sure if it caught that last defender in the back line, but it's enough. The call of the defenders over to B means that Queenscale are also going to play in a mid. This is the first time they've really chanced it, I think.
Queenscales have done a really good job there, just using the Owl drone, and that's it, to push back the entirety of the B side defense and pull at least one, looks like 2 rotations in that direction as well. Now they wait, now they spread and look for any sort of aggression, any sort of crazy push or anything like that. Look at this, Tripwires. He's got all the info, knows what's going on. There's nobody, at least not initially, in towards B. If he can find a frag here and pull back these rotations, that would be phenomenal. But this push is coming in towards A. There's really not a lot to do about it. Sprite, good for the frag, and gets the dash out as well. Sprite is going to get planted. And before it can, Tripwires falls as well.
Spike planted.
Such a crazy set of kills back and forth, puts into a 3v4. It's all down to Queenscales. What can they do? Poggy says, nope, can't do too much. Dex is out. Now you gotta fire with one more. Sprite with a headshot. Beautiful pick onto Oscar. Now down to Perfect Specimen. Has done it once or twice with the Marshall. But here with this Vandal, you're gonna have to do a little bit more. Oh, had the ability out. So Sprite runs right up. 3K to finish it off. And UH Pristine gonna sit at a 4-3 score.
I'll say what I say when I play and cast Counter-Strike. That's a no-nade zone right there. Or in this case, a no-snakebite zone, because unfortunately, it just really wasn't the time to utilize it. It's hard, though. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not an easy decision to be made, but UH Pristine retake the lead. And even better, look at their ult economy. Sprite is right 1 orb away, 1 kill away, 1 death away from a Blade Storm, and everyone else already has theirs. So with this lead, if they play their cards right, UH Pristine could really organize this into a large win streak.
Not just that, on Queenscale's map pick as well. That's the roughest part. Of course, on the attacker's side, you can always say, well, it's a defender-sided map, so play it as you will, right? Get at least 4 or 5 rounds, and Queenscale should be able to come back and win it back. Either way, US Pristine really showing up here as the new fresh blood here in this series and in this league. You got to say, they're putting up quite a bit of a show. Deep default setup, though. Queenscales don't really want to aggress too far. Now they're going to throw up the walls. This is a very standard plant setup. But an immediate shot out. Orchid able to get the headshot on deck. Sage on Sage's action. Osco able to fire back. That's going to be the headshot with the Vandals. So one on either side. Tripwires is going to go ahead and get the full plant. And now it's on UH Pristine. They're going to have to take their chances. Orchid takes out Osco. Around the corner to go. Perfect Specimen with the crossfire. Only gets 1. Orchid takes the 3rd kill. Orchid gets a revive. And that's going to put it into a 4v2. Queenscales got to hold on against for this onslaught. Is going to be deafening if they're not careful. Fiery Striker back behind yellow containers. Sprite is right. Takes out Tripwires. And the final kill comes through. Poggy takes out Fiery Striker. UH Pristine go ahead and carry over a total of 4 members, 4 belts of utility, and 4 weapons.
Wow. That could have been worse in a whole lot of ways. Perfect Specimen, honestly, probably should have had 2 there based on positioning. I mean, again, it's not meant to be a shot down the bow at Perfect Specimen, just that realistically, if you find that frag, Orchid can't get the res, and then we're looking at, a 3v2 instead of a 4v2. Nonetheless, could have talked, could have, would have, should have all day long, but right now, Queenscales have their final buy, at least for the moment, and they really need to do something with it. It's a bit of a mixed bag. They've got some SMGs, they've got a Bulldog, they have some full rifles as well. No operator to speak of, but the Koi is about to meet some resistance.
Yep. They are definitely going to, but Osco goes ahead, opens up with the bargain bin buy. Gets 1, might get a 2nd, but the rest of the team is there to back him up. UH Pristine not enjoying this 4v5. They lost control of A very, very quickly, and with plant going down, it's going to cause even more problems. A fast round is not to their advantage here. They didn't really have time. The Koi with the Empress, though, is going to try and make short work. This wall, though, causing so much chaos. Quarter Empress is down 2 on the other side of the wall. Peeking through, shots go through, and Osco once again gets a triple. Poggy finishes up, but the damage is done. Poggy's going to look for a little bit more. Spin left. Poison going down. That's going to be Dex taken out. Bell is going to fire away. 2v3. Time is running down. Queen's Gills only have to run the timer down. They'll go ahead and take it home. Tripwires finishes off one. Perfect Specimen finishes off the other. For a 4th round in their pocket. Queen's Gills keeping it close here on Icebox.
They absolutely are, and that's why I'm not all too worried yet for Queen's Gales and their chances of winning this map. It's because we really haven't seen anything crazy. There's been no large-scale leads, nothing unstoppable. That said, Queen's Gales doing a lot with quite little there. I mean, well, I should rephrase. They did quite a lot with that mixed bag that I was discussing, and now they have the ultimates to contend with, and we flipped the script, so to say. UH Pristine lacking the ult down. Granted, they do have the Blade Storm. They've already popped that, but the Tour de Force is online. There's a Hunter's Fury as well for Queen's Gales and the Viper's Pit, just to add insult to injury if they were to get onto a site.
So many opportunities for a win, but Bell goes ahead and shuts down at least one avenue. Dex taken out with a headshot. Bell finishes off Tripwires for a second and immediately says B is no longer an opportunity. You have to get the spike and run. Either that or Queen's Gales are going to take the gamble and try and pressure in. UH Pristine going ahead and covering a large set of ground here, forcing up A, clearing that out, understanding that the last 3 alive should be here on the B side.
A gift.
Go ahead and grab a majority share. Osco throws down the teleporter. Nice shockbolt goes straight in the back, lands directly at Bell's feet, but Bell doesn't care. That's gonna be a 3K with a headshot on Fiery Striker. 2 left alive as the wall is going to stay up. Osco needs to make something happen. This is such a dangerous position for Queen's Gales.
Bell is just doing death-defying feat after death-defying feat in this round by the looks of it. Should probably not have found much of anything. Holy cow, that was close. Osco nearly found the shot with the Tour de Force, though does not quite connect and is left with 7 HP. Bell with the quad wants the ace, but it's not gonna happen. Oh, Osco denies. And Poggy with the final frag, and just as I thought Queen's Gales might have had an advantage, once again, here we are with another round that UH Pristine pick up, and it's off the back of yet another fantastic individual play.
Bell straight up went for it, and huge respect for that, right? And shame on Osco. Shame on Osco for not giving the individual player the ace. That would have been a great way to kick off the season. Of course, Osco doesn't want to give anything over, so rightly done with that shot to the chest. Now taking a look here, though, weapons are hot on either side. Queen's Gales, if they win this one, should have an opportunity to tie things up here in the first half. With the default play with a fade over towards A, 3 members hiding out in the entrances. This could be a bit dangerous. A nice little poison set up right there in mid is going to deny vision for UH Pristine and Queen's Gales, meaning that the spike being down on A is still not spotted. UH Pristine a little bit worried about what will transpire.
This round is really a fight for the win on the half. I say that because with the win, Queen's Gales pushes UH Pristine into a pretty tough position. The win for UH Pristine, we're talking about a certainty that Queen's Gales are not going to be able to buy in the next one, at least not fully. The two frags, one towards A and one towards B, is exactly what they are looking for. Queens doing well, putting down the pit, and now they have everything you could ever ask for here. Res, if you need it. Hunter's Fury, just in case, and the pit makes life miserable for any retake.
On top of that, you got the Sage healing up the Jet. Everyone topped off to a fair degree. UH Pristine kind of wondering what the heck they're supposed to do here. You have to wait out at least a majority share of that tick of the timer going down. Queen's Gales well spread. Dex finds Poggy, and That should be it. 5v2 is very difficult to come back from. Not a lot of utility to work with. Gun is smoking out though. Orchid with a spray and a half is able to hit tripwires inside of the Viper's pit. Osco though firing right back puts it at a 4-1. And that's going to be the save all the way over by boxes. The Viper of UH Pristine saying, I'm not even going to test that right there. Let's go ahead and save the weapon over to the final round of the half.
A good decision to save, and if we're being really honest about it, I think a better decision for UH Pristine would have been to save in 3v5. But either way, they have enough money to get the buy back in, and well, I guess rather than for the half, we were more talking just for UH Pristine if they were to win that round, because they got far more cash than I'd anticipated, I'll tell you that. And they're looking good. The only thing that's missing is that ultimate bank. But even then, they do have the pit.
Yep, so much to work with on both ends, or what you got out of there. Once again, the default. This has been the bread and butter for Queens and Gales on this attacking side. Again, it is respectable. This is a defender-sided map, so you can work with what you got. That's going to be a huge line of fire being drawn. The Viper wall on both attack and defense have been laid out on B once again, with the Viper's put down on A. It is going to be a chance in the dark. Queens Gales go ahead and rush forward. Sprite is able to get away as UH Pristine are forced back. Great push in, not losing any members, but they have to be careful about this flank. The Koi getting in perfect position.
Yeah, the difficulty is Queen's Gales. Everybody knows what's happening. There's no question. There's just win or lose the gunfights. And dash off the back of that shot. Secondary Lear goes out. Sad. Orchid wins the duel into perfect specimen. Dex is on the follow-up for the Koi, so that flank is no more a problem. Fight is right, is moving forward. Dex trying to use the body as a bait, but it's not working. Tripwires on the follow-up. That operator working wonders. Fiery Striker lucky not to lose his life. Hold the Hunter's Fury, has the frag for it, as that is a nice positioning for the sonar bolt. They got half on the defuse. The kill goes through on Fiery Striker, a perfect specimen around the backside. Despite Orchid's 3K, Queens Gales somehow pick up the tie 6-6 half.
Are you freaking kidding me, Vincent? Came down to the wire, a ballsy attempt at a defuse, and it was the right call, but Queens Gales called the bluff. And just like that, we're reset back to 0, right? Both squads sitting at 6-6. This is the best outcome Queens Gales could ask for, considering when UH Pristine made it up to 6 rounds. So Queens Gales breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief here on the defensive side. Now we get to see why this is their own map selection, why they have played it so many times, and hopefully to show that the old guards still have plenty to show.
We'll see. I'll be honest, I would have liked to have seen better from the attack side for Queens Gales, but I think it's equally plausible to see any impressive showing here on the defense, and that's a nice way to get out of there. Sideways dash makes it difficult to hit you, and the wall goes up. It's a 3-player stack. And I really like how this has gone, because you can see 3 players pressure A while 2 push in towards B to see if anything has changed. Right now, there's just the Viper for the defense committed there. Playing a dangerous game, though. It's a perfect specimen. Pushing forward. Now they know where they're at. And Foggy, surprise, comes through at the worst time and denies any sort of defense here. So now the Spike has to rotate out. Rotate it does, but on the rotation, 2 players do fall.
Yeah. And this has actually happened quite a bit. I want to say UH Pristine on their pistol rounds have done decently well. They get great catches. They rotate quickly. They rotate fast. And you have to give credit where credit is due. UH Pristine, Bell showing off here as well. Their pistols are not to be messed with, and something that carries over in every FPS that has round base. Winning pistol gives you an advantage in the half, right? It gives you that early lead, and so far Queens Gales I don't think have won a single pistol round, so really something to kind of keep in mind as UH Pristine now move to 7-6.
Queen's Gales, yeah, won that first pistol over on Bind, but they didn't make the second, and they haven't won either of them here on Icebox. So 1 for 4 ain't too
I stand
good.
corrected then.
That's
Very
for
much
sure. But your point stands perfectly, and with it, we should be seeing, at least based on the evidence we've seen thus far, a relatively one-sided affair, but it's quite a fast little flank that's come across. Nicely found out, though, by Bell, so it's going to be a matter of can you try and find something with these classics, and often the answer is no. Lots of utility going the way of these two defending players, but up top, Tripwires has found a way in. Low HP for Bell. These right clicks are deadly, and they are. Triple kill there for Sprite, and oh my goodness, things got a little dicey for just a moment. Ultimately, just 2 kills, though, so very much within the ballpark for reasonable losses. UH Pristine on the round.
It looks so fun. It looks so fun. It was looking very entertaining. Unfortunately, of course, you can't come out with too much, and that's going to push Queen's Gales into the bye here. Bonus round for UH Pristine. If they could win this one, it would set them at a 9-6. It would set them up for a potential move into a 10th as well, because if Queen's Gales lose this one, they'll be into that ping pong economy. They'll be having to fluctuate between an eco and a full buy consistently, and that is not where you want to be on your map pick as well. Queen's Gales want to come out of the gate swinging. They want to get these wins, and in a defensive posturing, this should help Tripwires achieve that level of success. But the Koi says no. That's the operator down once again. Phenomenal find from the Koi.
Koi's been so good at finding these opening duels, and in fairness, that is part of the job there with Reina. But oh, nice shock darts. Orchid no longer with us and can't even get the spike down before taken out. So that's one way to equalize as Osco finds his way in. Bell on the trade, looking up top, but can't hit the shot. Once again, trades back and forth. We're looking at a 2v2 now. The Koi started this round looking to end it now, but, well, that's easier said than done as 2 players still in the conversation for Queen's Gales, trying to find it, but Sprite is right on the timing, and it's found both the frags.
Made it look easy with that flank as well. Perfect positioning, had time to line it up. Great transfer, and there's a reason Sprite sitting at the top of the leaderboards across both teams right now. 20-7 is a ridiculous pace to have across 15 rounds. Sprite is going to have to manage to continue to keep this up, though, because if Pristine win this one, they will go to a map 3 that is going to be over on Ascent, which will be the decider, and that one's going to be a little bit difficult, right? Queen's Gales will be coming out for blood here. Still plenty of time to play, though. Queen's Gales saying we're not out yet. We're the ones with a game advantage. We're going to want a little bit more quiet start from UH Pristine, though. Only 1 deep into A. Rest still hiding out in mid and attacker spawn. No one on Queen's Gales either wants to make a, I want to say, a desperate or aggressive move.
So, this is the same start that UH Pristine had in the second half of the first game. The only difference is, of course, that was 8-4 half. This was 6-6. Those shots from Perfect Specimen, though close, not connecting. And looking for maybe a little bit more. Here's the jump up there by Sprite. And Sprite continues to have the lead on the server. 21. Plant going down, and it's a very aggressive position to be holding, but in what is technically an eco round, that's confidence for you.
And confidence can get the wins at times as Fiery Striker shows off a bit of confidence as well with that sheriff in hand. Osco gonna follow through with an ability kill of his own. And that might be enough. That puts it into a 4v3 if UH Pristine wants a chance at this. They need to follow through on some others. Bell taking 2, the Koi taking 2. And just as I say it, it happens. UH Pristine say, no thank you, we're not losing this round. Double digits for University of Houston as Queen's Gales fall to a 4-round deficit.
That they do. Largest deficit of the game. of this series. Well, for Queen's Gales, they've not been in this position before. That Headhunter doing work on the back of the potential for Chamber, but now it looks like they pulled the tour de force. Yes, there is. That's the extra operator on the board. So Oscar is going to hold that down B whilst everyone else is in mid and A. A second op as well for Tripwires is available and being utilized. So we'll see if that comes in at all.
Yeah. And this is going to be a bit dicey. UH Pristine are actually lined up on the left side of Nest here, and if a single peek comes out from Queen's Gales, they might be able to get a Modown, a little cheeky win, and just like that, Dex is able to take one. The Sage wanting to get a little bit more. Really, really nice first blood, and that gives information over Queen's Gales. Fading a little bit closer, you can see that their chamber is moved up in line with, as you said, that tour de force holding down that green angle on B. The rest of UH Pristine, though, lining up here on A. They're possibly looking for a last 30-second charge, which can be extremely dangerous if not played to perfection.
It's going to be about the utility here. Oh, and that's a big missed shot from Tripwires. He pays for it with his life. Good for the... Oh my gosh, Dex! What is that? The spray transfer is outrageous. How does he find 3? I wish we had the replay, but we don't. I'm not sure exactly how that even happened. It was so fast. But Dex, he lights up the kill feed and saves Queen's Gales.
What a phenomenal round to have occurred. You get the transfer, you get the kills, you stuff UH Pristine exactly where they stand. And now you can fight back. Yes, there are going to be multiple buy rounds for UH Pristine. They have a large chunk of cash that they can work with, or at least for this round as well. After this one, maybe a couple hero rifles. But it is a painful round loss that UH Pristine did not want to have to deal with. Osco up top is immediately going to lose out in the gunfight against Sprite. That means B is completely open at this point. UH Pristine are just trying to stay away from, I think, Dex and Osco. Those two members you just don't want to fight with. Great use of the poison, though, coming out here from Queen's Gales, zoning out the entirety of this push. UH Pristine stuck in the corner, 2 in the back, 2 on green, and 1 hiding closer to garage. Queen's Gales, of course, fanning out closer towards the mid. Ready for whatever UH Pristine are going to throw at them.
Patience here has been good. Perfect Specimen really needs to make a good play. Is denied, at least initially, the plant. Tripwires, good for the 1, but gets denied anything further as Orchid finds success. The Hunter's Fury was there, but a little bit late. Now trying to get fancy with it. As he pushes forward, Perfect Specimen 1 gets a double kill for Perfect Specimen. 3 versus 3. There's a res available here defensively for Queen's Gales. Could potentially bring Tripwires back. You got to push forward. You got to get in that position. And right now, that position is wide open. As we see, finally, the Resurrection Dex is bringing Tripwires back as well. And Fiery Striker through the smoke denies, and Perfect Specimen the same. Sprite has to do it all. No time left. Has a triple kill, but would need the ace to win and cannot find any more in time. The Jet of Pristine is just not going to be able to do enough. It's another round for Queen's Gales as they are on the comeback trail.
Oh, and that one hurts so much. For UH Pristine, they had it. They were in position correctly. But again, a phenomenal hold coming out from Perfect Specimen. Great use of the Viper's Bite, making sure that the poison is down, cutting off their engage opportunities. In Pristine were stalled out for far too long. They didn't want to take the chance of rushing into a hail of bullets and ended up running out the clock. That is a frustrating moment to have. Frustrating point in time, and rightly so. Sprite says, we're not waiting around any longer. We're going to rush up mid, take a first blood, and force a 4-man spread from Queen's Gales. Really well done by UH Pristine. They don't want to give this lead over.
Here.
Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is exactly the situation that Queen's Gales were in before, where they won. But Poggy finding 1 more, that's definitely not ideal. 3 versus 5 here for Queen's Gales as they rotate. slowly, but they're on that rotate. The good news for them is UH Pristine are equally hesitant by the looks of it to be pushing back in, and Tripwires is still alive. It has a rifle to work with and tries to find the op shot, but Sprite is far stronger, far quicker. But also winds him up, knocks him down, creates a 1v1 situation. It's going to be the overheal available here, just Dex versus the Koi, and this is so very close. Wall going up to deny the one side. 3 bullets are in the chamber, by the way. Not sure if the Koi is aware of that. Shots being fired. Because at one point they have to take the fight, but 3 bullets is plenty. Just needs 2. Clutch here for the Koi.
And the Koi playing it just right. Yes, only 3 bullets in the chamber, but you have the spike down, you have the timer ticking, and you know exactly with that wall that was thrown down, right, from Dex. You know exactly where that stage is coming from. So well played, playing the timer, making sure that Dex had to come to them. The Koi able to finish off a 15th here, pushing UH Pristine into 11 rounds, 1 away from getting the match point. Queen Scales have got to start hammering back. If they lose this one, they're going to be in the hole for a lot of money, and that's not where they want to be. UH Pristine going to go ahead and set up with a full B-side charge. All 5 members rushing over, and Queen Scales starting to get a little bit of information, sending 4 over with only 1 holding A.
Well, it's been a consistent thing here for the last little bit. Orchid immediately going to go for the plant. That is, we're not going to deny anything. Yeah, that's Snake Bite is a little on the later side. So it's a 5v5 on the push. Now, granted, Queen's Gales have the potential to use the pit to their advantage. Put it down on the spike and force something out, but there's the Hunter's Fury. So you don't need to force anything in order to deny, or rather swing anything in order to deny the defuse. Right is right, and that's no more pit available. Now, everything working in the favor for the offense. Osco has to do it all, and he's not done enough.
Vincent, this is getting out of control here. Pristine on 1 more round. That's all they need to force this to a map number 3. Queen's Gales on the cusp of losing their map pick, one of their signature maps that they like to play on. 1 round away from being forced into that back corner. A mini reverse sweep to potentially come out here. UH Pristine, they want it. A half-hearted buy with all that they can muster. Queen Scales running an SMG, a Marshall, I believe an Eris, and a pistol at the top. This is going to be difficult, but Osco says not difficult enough. Tour to force, tour to kill. Osco immediately negates that B-side rush.
That's the follow-up. Yeah, beautiful work. UH Pristine, they have not been losing those opening picks very often. And Queen's Gales needed that. They needed it bad. Now they need to close this round and get back in the driver's seat. Speaking of which, Tripwires trying to play around this place, but oh man, the Koi really nicely done. And oh my goodness, Dex is gonna want that clutch back, and now he's unfortunately unable to stop the push. As what was a bit advantage here for Queen's Gales has turned around into a disadvantage. Orchid looking to get the plant down. This will be good for Perfect Specimen to find this frag, but man, is it hard with the Marshall and the Koi. Picks up a no scope for good measure. Fiery Striker still in this thing with the Guardian. Unfortunately, it's just for a short time, as it's now 1 versus 2. The Koi on for the ace.
And all you need is 1. You get the ace, you get the game, and you take your team to a map number 3. Perfect Specimen doesn't want to let this happen. Wants to ensure a chance. Swings wide, and Orchid finishes it off. That is going to be UH Pristine pushing for a map number 3. It was close, almost as close as map number 1. But we're in it for the long haul. What do you see here? It is Series 1 of the NECC Valorant Champions Division. And we're going to a Game 3.
That we are the new bloods of Houston, really showing that they belong in this division. That's something I know that was being done over between last semester and this semester too, is making sure these divisions were actually seated correctly and getting everybody in the right places. This is a great example of that. The new blood coming in and showing Queens Gales that they're here to play, winning on your opponent's map, and then now we head in towards Ascent. So there's some keys though that I want to take away from that map. Number one, pistol rounds, right? I mean, if we see a couple or at least one more pistol round victory there for Queens Gales, more than likely that changes, because if you think about it, we were at a 6-6 half, and that was with losing the pistol. Imagine if we had seen Queens win that pistol, it would have been a very strong attack side. And then we would have seen a very maybe different situation when we got to the defense. The other thing to note is that, well, there was some individual misplays. I think Dex throwing that wall down, unfortunately, just a little bit of a mistake. The reason I say that is that it would have made sense if he went for the defuse, but instead he took the fight. And like you so aptly put, well, your opponent, all they have to do is hold one angle. They're at the advantage. And even with 3 bullets, we're able to hit the shot beautifully. Big congrats and awesome for the Koi to be able to win that. But that's one that you definitely look back on and think, well, if it would have went differently. The other thing to talk about is the opening picks on the defensive side. Man, Queens Gales gave those up left, right, and center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's something that can't happen here, as both teams now realize they're up against a formidable opponent. They have to buckle down if they want to start off the season on a 1-0 streak. We'll see what happens, of course, once we come back with some more NECC Valorant action here in the 2022 season. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back. We're ready to go for our finale, and we could not ask for a better series to have to kick off the NECC Valorant Champions Division here. It's been phenomenal so far. Both squads, University of Houston, Pristine, showing up in both games and even taking map number 2, map pick of Queen's Gales. Queen's Gales still showing a lot of fight, though, a lot of good moments, a few slip-ups here and there that hopefully they can smooth out for game number 3.
Well, we talked, and you just mentioned slip-ups before we left on the side of Queen's Gales. Let's talk Pristine and how they were able to pull that victory so easily. The short answer is that the Koi and Sprite is Right played a outrageously good game in Icebox. They were both firing on all cylinders on the cards for multiple aces nearly. We got a couple of quads and couldn't quite get the ace on, I think, both of those occasions. But when both your duelists are playing that well, it's really hard to lose games. And so, well, we saw what Pristine was able to do when both of those players were firing on all cylinders. Now, we got to see it again. We got to see something similar as we get ready for Ascent.
Yep. And it's going back to the heartstrings kind of here, right? Ascent is a map that just about everyone has played on, and if you haven't, then you are very new to Valorant, and we welcome you into the community. However, for a lot of these players, it's one that they've played probably hundreds of times, and whether they enjoy it or not will be left up to the fields of battle here. We can see a pretty standard pickup of the agents here. Only real difference coming out, I believe, is going to be a change-up of, I want to say, some aggressors here. The duel is coming out here. The Koi, maybe taking a look here at that Reyna. Of course, the KO on the flip side. Rest of the agents are all mirror picks.
Yeah, the KO in particular seen pretty often here on Ascent. That said, I think that it's interesting because it's often very difficult to perform individually well on this agent. I think it's safe to say. And the reason I say that is because Perfect Specimen was one of the big factors that kind of kept the team going in a lot of those high pressure, high intensity moments on Icebox. So as we head into this third map, I'm hoping that Perfect Specimen can both have an individually good performance and be able to utilize that KO to the best of their ability in order to counteract the likes of Pristine and what was a dynamic duelist duo.
Yeah. It's gotten out of hand, and I love it so much watching these players get to excel. If there's a time to really start showing up early, it's great, right? From week 1, we love to watch as players kind of experience growth and show off their skills at the beginning. That's what these matches are all about. That's what these events and these leagues are all about as well. Giving players the opportunity to show their skills and really reach for that next level of play. Coming in here, though, Pristine, last time they were on their attacking side, it was a little bit telegraphed. We mentioned it back in game 1. When they were attacking, they were telegraphed. They went to the same location over and over again and really went by a playbook, right? Didn't really want to call any audibles. So we'll see if they can do it here on Ascent. You can already see the absolute utility bombardment by Queen's Gale over on A. That is going to force a mid play from Pristine here on the pistol. And honestly, for a pistol, a lot less action than we expected here in the early stage.
Yeah, slow and steady. The mid control is the idea here for Houston, and I don't blame them. I think this is a overall good strategy for this map. It's just not necessarily always being utilized to this extent in the pistol round. It's shaping up to be a B split, and that's really actually a strong posturing, all things considered. Here is the spike moving over towards B, and then there's 2 players in mid that are ready and waiting. First contact being made. Fiery Striker in position to try and find something. He's taking one shot, gonna fall back, throwing the sonar over the top, get some more information. Tripwire's now on the site, trying to right-click his way to victory. Not really doing a whole lot of winning with the shots, but he's damaging, and the Fiery Striker shock dart is deadly. It was a team effort, but that certainly is one way to start a pistol.
Oh, it's deja vu, Vincent. We had Fiery Striker do it back in game 1, in round 1 as well. It's all the same. And once again, Queen's Gales are able to come out with the victory here in round 1. Time is going to run out. Bell is able to take a 3K. Fiery Striker makes it 4 instead. And that'll be Queen's Gales taking round number 1. But it's again here, Fiery Striker saying, hey, look, those bolts are going to find you one way or another, and you better be ready for it. The anti-eco coming in here, Queen's Gales potentially buying up in full, however perfect specimen, because they were not able to pick up a single kill or assist, is actually going to sit on the pistol and look for a full purchase in round 3.
Yeah, and I think that this is fine. There's no problem there, as long as it's not everybody on the pistols, and then it's Sheriff, so... you know, deadly force available. That's a nice little shot design, tripwires. We've seen him do some serious work with this Marshall. No doubt in my mind that can't continue, and this second round is no different. So he's able to pick up a little bit of early lead. And with that, well, UH Pristine, they have not much to work with. Decoy's one of the only players, I think, that actually has an upgraded weapon, and he's got just the Sheriff. This is going to be an attempt at a fake.
Ooh. It's going to be an attempt at a fake, but what's not fake is the Koi popping off onto members. Poggy, unfortunately, not able to replicate the Koi's performance. But the Koi, of course, enjoying that weapon handed over. Down into a 3-on-3. This is about as good as UH Pristine are going to get for the time being. Fiery Striker holding an off angle. Almost looked away just in time for the Koi to walk away. And it is going to be a swing. Oh, that's unfortunate. The Koi slipped right in between the vision and tripwires. Probably calling out that call, saying, how the heck did that happen? That's now going to be a 3-on-2 advantage. 30 seconds left just to spray down to get some cover fire in. That will mean UH Pristine on the anti-eco are coming up with potentially a thrifty round victory.
It's all on the back of the one-player heroics of the Koi. 2 versus 3. Granted, only one of these players has a real weapon, and that is the Koi. It's going to be 2 players, both from the same angle. Here comes the swing. Fiery Striker, good for the fresh frag. Follow up for Osco, and it's a very, very well done retake. Playing together, allowing nothing to phase them. And Queen's Gales recovering, but boy, was it far more expensive than they anticipated, and the Koi doing a lot of damage with those shots.
Yeah, and honestly, the most frustrating part of that is it feels like UH Pristine could have won that, right? I wonder if they could have run down the clock a little bit more, right? Play with the timer. They didn't have to swing at the same time, didn't have to give that opportunity over to Queen's Gales, but they did. And it now ends with them having the weapon advantage. You can see 4 Vandals running out. Perfect Specimen, of course, wondering what kind of pistol they want to run. So on the flip side, Queen's Gales are going to have a very rough purchase here. I believe that was 2 SMGs, 2 Sheriffs, and then 1 Marshall. UH Pristine should feel fairly confident in this run with a full stack over towards A.
Yeah, they certainly are going to have that big weaponry advantage, UH Pristine, but never know. Things can happen. They're headed into the gauntlet that is A, and the amount of utility set up here by the Killjoy. Looks like this read is perfect. I don't know how they've got this information, but everyone is sort of directed towards the A site. And fortunately for UH Pristine, they're not going to walk into the stack. In fact, they're going to rotate all the way out. But oh wow. What a shot by the Koi. That guy was on one in the last game, and he is continuing now.
You see the peak. That's the worst feeling for a sniper as well. When the target is in your crosshairs and you still lose that gunfight. Feels horrendous. So Queen's Gales are going to have to fire right back. This is going to be a full send. The Koi, once again, on a rampage. That's going to be 2. Perfect Specimen taken out perfectly. With the attacker locked down, not grabbing anyone, that still gives a fade in. UH Pristine have free entry into the backline, but Fiery Striker making it expensive. Osco taking out the Koi. 3v3 here as UH Pristine once again on a fighting bout are gonna have to try and pull up this defense. That's gonna be a couple stars going down from the Astra. Queen's Gales Gonna enter into this fight. Hopefully a recon bolt will give a bit of information.
Found out where the player on the side is sitting, and Dax, that's a very, very aggressive spray. Now they know that Bell is pushing behind, and Bell's good for a second, as well as right in the back of Boathouse. So, UH Pristine with the weapon advantage do exactly what you would have expected, but it's not perfect. It's also with 3 losses, and you can see that the money is not going to be great for UH Pristine despite the win.
Yeah. Still very dangerous, and this is actually one of the more interesting econ, I want to say seesaw setups. So if the rounds keep going back and forth, we're basically going to see a gun round for each side. And hopefully Queen's Gills can write this out, as that's going to be an op shot. Tripwires, unfortunately, takes a swing, I think, a little bit too wide, misses shot, immediately has to back up. With that op in hand, though, rotating that sniper round very, very quickly is going to throw UH Pristine off a little bit. Pistols are out, and that's why they're actually fading into closer corridor fights. You can see an attempt over here. Angle being held in mid. Great shot, but Tripwires eats 95 damage. That is as close to a headshot as you can get with pistols.
Oscar's in a nice off angle right here. I don't know if it's going to matter long term, but it's still nicely positioned. And 2 crucial misses right there as well for the operator. That's something you don't want to see, especially given the opportunity. Perfect Specimen has a little bit of information based on the 0 point that there's somebody around mid, but he's, well, probably not quite aware of the 4 or so players grouping up into that position. But if you didn't know before, Tripwires knows now that footsteps are going to give it away. And the rotations are coming in. There's a fragment, the blast drive as well. And it's not going to be anything at all. Sprite is right through the side of the wall there. It's Fiery Striker is going to have to pull this one back. And Tripwires gets one as well as Osco. Oh, everything falling apart here for UH16.
Yeah, it's just a cleanup duty. Fiery Striker going to take a 3K, and that was the time working against UH Pristine. They waited a little bit too long, allowed Queen's Gale to close in around them. And again, the back of Boathouse is just so annoying at this point for UH Pristine. That's twice that they've gotten caught by that. And very well done, at least on Queen's Gale's side. Take a 3-1 lead. And after a couple rounds, are now finally at that gun around point. We see full weapon purchases on both sides. Yes, the armor is negligent, but this is the first time we're going to see weapons hot on both ends and kind of get a feel for how this game is going to go.
Well, there's the op. Tripwires once again missing an opening shot. He's not been hitting these, and he really has to.
You want to fight it?
He was good for the back end of the last round, but I mean, it's really a situation you have to be hitting those consistently. Cosmic Divide's out, as well as the Empress, and that Empress is good for the opening. Really good bait and switch scenario for both of these duelists, and the site is theirs.
Yeah, this is going to go ahead and keep it in favor of UH Pristine. That Empress usage was on point. A little bit of a speed boost, a little bit of a quicker swing, and Bell following up behind. Osco is taken out. Perfect Specimen holding a weird angle. 3 agents are suppressed, but that doesn't really mean much at this point, even in the pure gun battle. It's probably going to go UH Pristine's way. Spike is down a course. That's going to be a spray. Dex is able to find one. Maybe he can find a few exits as well. The Koi finishes off Perfect Specimen. That's going to be a cluster bomb being dropped. Dex takes out Orchid, and the Koi finishes off Dex for a 3K. 2-3 is the score as UH Pristine go ahead and win a much-needed gun round. Queen's Gale is going to get a chance at redemption, as this time they are going to go for the eco, deciding against full buying out.
Yeah, Dex initially had some more weaponry, has put it back away and sold that off. Some upgraded pistols as well. Now with the, well, to be fair, it's not a huge loss bonus or anything, but it is enough to get some of these pistols out, and we're going to see shares pretty much across the board, and a Blade Storm as well. The Koi, though, does what the Koi does and finds shots. as the dash comes in, and Sprite is right with the Blade Storm, so it's not only the defense but the offense with it, and it's looking a bit dire at this point.
Planted.
Any chance for Queen's Gales to make this on back?
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate right there. Sprite goes, that was mine. I had it. Corey goes, no, you didn't. That's going to be the following up, though. Flawless round. Sprite could have had two, but you missed the knife, so, we won't hold it against them. They get the flawless round. They have all weapons still. And Queen's Gales are now gonna buy, right? Remember, that last time was an eco on Queen's Gales' side. The most they had were a couple shares and maybe a little bit extra utility in the pocket. Other than that, this is going to be the round. Tied up once again. Every single game these two teams have played, it has gone to a 3-3 tie. And each one, and this is kind of that decider, gives you a little bit of leeway. Who is going to take that 7th round?
Good question. Let's see if we can find the answer. Oh, there we go. What a good start. And who else to take out? Who's more important but the Koi, who's just heated up, going to become better and better as time has gone on. But, oh, there's no need. Dex, perfect specimen. Oh, these are the small mistakes I've been talking about. There's just no need to actually be pushing in that aggressively. The Hunter's Fury's been pulled out. I thought to deny the lockdown, but oh, there, yeah, it goes. It's gone. I was a little confused for just a moment at that pause, but nonetheless, the defensive lockdown, in addition to the Hunter's Fury, forces the rotation here for UH Pristine.
Yep. Gonna be locked in. We're gonna see 45 seconds left on the clock. UH Pristine want to get in under 30 seconds. Last time they tried 30 seconds in, it caused some problems. Fiery Striker gets one with the door closing. Sprite is able to finally take out that Boathouse member. Now we're taking a look. Queen's Gales have to rotate the long way around in a 3v2. UH Pristine have lost it before. They don't want to lose again. 3 stacked in the back. Queen's Gales gonna go ahead and keep a nice little flank out. They have to swing appropriately. This is so dangerous. Osco into Shed. Nice little shock bolt straight to the back. Does tag a little bit of damage, but not enough. Still fairly healthy.
Parts destroyed.
Sprays through the wall, and maybe you just bait for the end. Osco, Fire Striker realize that all they're going are for the frags. Timer taken down. Spray 1. Fire Striker gets it. That's a 3K. I think they have enough time, maybe? I'm not too sure. I think this is going to be enough. Should be finishing up. Osco going to get the defuse with 2.2 seconds left. Queen's Gales with a phenomenal clearance in the back to shut down UH Pristine's aggression.
That's the second 2 versus 3 that Queen's Gales have won. And that first one, I was like, all right, whatever. Right? The reason I say that is because of the fact that it was, an eco round. And on top of that, there was only one player with a rifle. This time it was a full gun round. This time Queen's Gales able to pull it back regardless. And, well, unfortunately for Queen's Gales, winning that round isn't enough for them to have enough money. And they're on the poor side for this time, as they are lacking in the full rifles. Mostly have them, but just 1 or 2 missing. You see perfect specimen with the Spectre. But he does have the null command, so keep that in mind, as the Koi seems to be his favorite position. Continues to push up, and that's a dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway in both figurative and literal sense. The Koi goes ahead, opens up with the Empress, is now going to look for 1 or 2 more. Dex is going to go ahead and lay down a star, but he can't get it, and the Koi picks up a 3K, clearing out A as quickly as can be. They're saying, listen, we didn't get the win in a 2v3. 2v5 might be a little bit of a difference. Queen's Gales routed 3 members. Shockbolt lands at the feet of the Killjoy. And Fiery Striker is going to open up a few more. Recon Bolt doesn't give credence to this connector, and the Crossfire takes away his life. Osco, last one standing, hoping to get a headshot, is going to find it on Poggy, but that's all you're going to find. Osco is completely out of that sight, immediately scurries for cover.
Yeah. Unfortunate as it is, you just got to give credit to the Koi once more. Just consistently able to find all of these picks, finds a triple kill, all the entry frags go their way. Like, it's hard to retake 2v5, like you were alluding to. And by hard, I mean near impossible, right? You're rarely going to find that sort of success. And it just goes to show that when the duelist duo here for UH Pristine are popping off, there's literally nothing that they cannot do. As we look into a timeout for the Queen's Gale side of things, and I think this is a pretty good timing for one.
Yeah. And it's better than watching it occur, I want to say almost at like a 9-5, 9-6, right, setting. You want to get it early on. And Queen's Gales, I think, have realized that UH Pristine are not the same team that they played back in Game 1. And to say that gives a lot of respect over to UH Pristine. When you're talking about tempo play, when you're talking about those setups, it's very difficult to change a fundamental style that your team has been playing for so long, right? As we were talking about UH Pristine, they had a tendency to only focus one site. Their rotates were not very clean. However, here on Ascent, they aren't really playing by a playbook. They're playing through defaults and then rushing. If they get a frag, they rotate to that side, maybe a rush here or there. But it's been consistently warped. It's consistently UH Pristine saying, well, we got to change it up. We got to be a little bit faster on the draw. And Queen's Gales, I think, needed a hard mental reset, needed to sit down and say, we should be winning this. We should be getting a little bit of a lead. Now that we're behind, how do we start coming back? How do we get out of this rut of a 4-4?
A good question with a, unfortunately, far more difficult answer than you'd like. This is aggression in mid. Tripwire's had to use the dash to get out. Decoy puts him to bed. Lots of aggression across the entirety of the map here for Queen's Gale, so not finding too much success with it, unfortunately for them. And it's looking like UH is going to put this one to bed pretty darn easily. It's just one player left alive here.
Well, the timeout did something. I'm not sure for which squad, as remember, both squads do get a chat during those times. Seems UH Pristine came out with a huge burden on their back, lifted. They go ahead and take it. Yes, it might have been a lower econ purchases, but Queen's Gales now has enough money. They should be able to purchase that very, very quickly. And we get to see if their little timer, their little weight on the bench has yielded any results. You can see a majority of them flushing out their cash. 600 on Fiery Strikers, 0 on Dex, 500 on Tripwires, and Perfect Specimen on 200. If they lose this one, that should give UH Pristine an opportunity to go ahead and move into that 7 range for the first time. Kind of pushing up and not having it be an even half.
Well, I mean, UH Pristine's buying for the rest of the half, no matter what happens. Right? I mean, they have so much cash, near max on a couple players. The other problem is, right, we've just not seen enough from Queen's Gales in some of these rounds. Right now, we got mid control going through, and finally, there's an adjustment. You cannot keep giving Decoy carte blanche, catwalk control. And that's exactly what has been changed. Dex on the other side of things denies the A push, and things have turned around. So talk about the timeout and the adjustments. Well, they spotted a problem. That's catwalk. They made adjustments to change how that would go through, and they actually made those adjustments work. So from a timeout perspective, I really think Queen's Gales have done a good job.
Yeah. And now the question is can they continue that momentum throughout the rest of the game, right? You have to be able to keep adjusting. You have to be able to do that now without the timeout. What more can you do? Bell hiding with that spike in hand. It's a little bit dangerous. UH Pristine, they got caught out lacking with the timer before, and this has been their downfall for at least 3 rounds this game alone. 19 seconds ago, they have to make a play somewhere. Now they're shoving in, they're going over to B, and this is going to be a hard rush. They have to walk through a lot of those cluster fields, and it looks like it's doing the damage. Osco being able to hold it down. Fiery Striker takes one as well. Tripwires is going to take one. Orchid is just looking for the frags, but Queen's Gales has 3 alive. And that'll put it at a 5-5. UH Pristine, that is now twice that they have run out of time in the round.
Right, but before it was a little bit different. It wasn't quite the same. This time, they didn't have a plan. last time the plan failed, and so they had to change plans. This time their plan just took too long, and it's a good observation because, well, why did it take so long? That's because the Koi, their main forward force, was unable to get involved. Though I gotta point out that Perfect Specimen, I mentioned how hard it is to play this KO and get high fragging games. Well, it's currently sitting with 0 right now, and I think that's part of the difficulty that Queen's Gales have had finding some of these rounds, and it really speaks to how impressive Queen's Gales has played to come away with the 5-5 position right now.
100%. Seeing someone like that, but the Koi, again, if the Koi is allowed to, the Koi will pop off. Dex almost doing the same, but immediately lost out. That is going to be a 2-1 disadvantage for Queen's Gales. They're going to try. This is a lead into a little bit slower than usual, but with that scout out should give plenty of opportunity. A smoke down plus a dash means that Jet is inside of the site. Easy does it as they go. Perfect Specimen off to the edge. Here in Connector, it is very dangerous. Bell eats a little bit of a shock bolt. 2 shock bolts to be in fact, and down to 9 HP. That is severely going to hamper this attempt at the retake. UH Pristine have to play this fairly well, and immediately dropping the Cosmic Divide. I like it. Osco, though, jumping down. This is a complete Rambo move. It's going to be almost worked out. Fire Striker goes down. Osco takes 2, and they have to go for the fake defuse. Through the wall they go. Sprite takes 1. It's going to be answered back by Perfect Specimen, but that cluster is going to wipe him out. The Nano Swarm is doing enough. A nice hostile is detected. The suppression is good, but Orchid doesn't have to do anything major. Just has to play with the time. Just has to keep dancing back and forth. Is going to be the classic coming out. Perfect Specimen gets it, but not enough time on the clock. UH Racine lose all members, but win the round and wipe the Econs out. 6-5 is the score as UH Pristine file in to the final round.
So I really needed to see the null command being utilized there by Perfect Specimen. It was a, no pun intended, perfect situation to utilize it with players. Now granted, they don't know where the positioning is, but players on both sides of that Cosmic Divide, it could not have come out had it been for the null command. And I mean, on top of the fact that there was the Hunter's Fury and the Blade Storm available, even though those weren't really in good positions. So I don't know if it would have changed the outcome of the round, but I do know that that null command has yet to be being used in this half. And I mean, if you're not going to be able to use that ultimate to great effect, then there's no point in playing the KO. So Queen's Gales really in a bit of a tough spot there after that loss. It's interesting to me that UH Pristine the ones to take the timeout.
Yeah, calling for a timeout here, and I maybe it's just because, hey, we want to use the timeout, right? I believe the timeouts do reset for each half. Each team does get 1 per half, and you know what? Might as well use it, right? Just go ahead and get that timeout. Make sure to get a little bit of a breather in. You want a very difficult round, and I think it's well deserved, right? The Koi sitting at 16 does have the Empress up once again. I think this is the 3rd Empress for this half specifically, which is a ridiculous number, by the way. If you are getting the Empress up that often, that just goes to show the absolute power that the Koi is able to maintain in their presence. Weapons are hot here. Queen's Gale working with a little bit of a bargain bin decision, but Tripwires knows how to play it, and Perfect Specimen goes ahead and lights it up. The right click is good, and just like that, in a few seconds, it is down into the cemetery for them, but Poggy does the same with 3 members of Pristine, and that is going to be 4. Pristine holding it down as best they can in a 1v2 situation. Sprite had so much on Poggy, and now Sprite has to finish it off. 2 members left alive there, all the way back in B lobby. Queen's Gales 1 away from tying things up.
No matter how this one ends, we're talking a very close game. And the other thing to note, Tripwire is doing a really good job of finding those openings. Has struggled all half to do it. Here is Sprite looking the wrong direction. Really fortunate timing, in all honesty, for Dex, but hey, take it 6-6. And Queen's Gales genuinely coming away with some crazy rounds. I mean, 2 rounds where you're winning 2 versus 3, courtesy of Osco and Fiery Striker. That really has changed this game to be a far closer affair than it more than likely could have been.
Yeah. And to put it into mind once again, UH Pristine really like B side on their attacks. Once again, 8 times they went to B to plant and to try and get the round wins. So we're starting to see a pattern. Queen's Gales, of course, with a 6-6 scoreline so far, are looking to win this pistol. Again, UH Pristine have a better track record thus far, but all that can change in a heartbeat. I believe Queen's Gale were able to win that first one in this game. Maybe they can do it here again. That is going to be a nice suppression in the back, but didn't actually catch anything. So the Koi is allowed to easily open right back up. 25 HP, though. It is going to be a little bit difficult. Nice little shot. The flush out nets Osco a kill.
Swarm grenade out.
And the Koi finding something where realistically nothing would have been perfectly understandable. Tripwires has dashed onto the site. There's 3 players near here, but one underneath, one on top. Dex has the top, and well, it's all over. Tripwires at the bottom. Foggy is all on their lonesome. First shock dart missing its mark. Gonna have a sonar here in a moment. Speaking of which, there is one from Fiery Striker, but 1v3, low health for a couple players.
Oh. Low health indeed, as Poggy was trying to take out that turret, and the turret ate away at the remaining HP. So Poggy just going to look for a frag or 2. I mean, you know you're probably not going to get the defuse, so just try and pad that KDA for the start. That's going to be a swing. Tripwires finishes it off. And Queen's Gales goes ahead and takes the pistol round, something that they desperately needed to do. And it feels like they have control now. Now for the anti-eco, gonna pick up, looks like a rifle in hand to accompany the SMGs.
Thing to note as well here, that's 2 pistol wins now for Queen's Gales in this map. And we saw how effective that was in Icebox for UH Pristine. So, and just keeping track as well, I think that's now tied up. Just around the side. So one for one in the first map, 2 for UH Pristine in the second, and 2 here for Queen's Gale in the third. This is just the anti-eco, as this is an interesting lineup for Perfect Specimen. I'm curious where this goes, and it's gonna clear out that box on the site. Like to see it. It's not necessarily needed in this round, but it is a very nice lineup.
It was more a distraction as that was going up. It was 2 kills for Queen's Gales. It's like, hey, look at the pretty comment. Hey, you're all dead now. So they do a very, very nice job of clearing out this A site. It's down to a 5v2. Of course, HP bars are not exactly in sync, but the flashbang is Fiery Striker goes ahead and nets a 3K. Might look for one more around the corner as Sprite is suppressed. Doesn't want to take that swing. Is going to take a couple shots right into Fiery's arms. Perfect Specimen is able to finish it off for a flawless round. That is going to be 2 in Queen's Gale's pockets as they carry over every single weapon. That one's going to feel real, real nice. And I lied, Dex. You swapped it out on me at the last second. That's not cool. You can't do that to me. That was actually 5 of those Spectres running true.
Yeah, all 5 of those Spectres going to run into 5 rifles for those Vandals, 1 Phantom for Poggy. And this is the immediate opportunity for UH Pristine to stamp their ticket back into this game. They're just down by 2 rounds, but realistically, I don't think UH Pristine has been down by more than 2 rounds at all. Now it's back, you know, for the pistols, so things looking very, very good.
Yeah. And hoping for a bit more. Very, very quiet start, as you were mentioning, in UH Pristine. They have the weapons hot, and it looks like the utility was enough to scare off Queen's Gales. They're going to force the rotate out. And thankfully, this is a very quick rotate, right? Not with 30 seconds left. This is with a full 1:05 on the clock. So they make it to B lobby very, very nicely. That is going to be the Owl drone sent out, but nothing was found. Great call out from Queen's Gales to give themselves a surprise factor if they can. However, that recon bolt is a phenomenal placement, and Poggy able to sniff out the full force of Queen's Gale. UH Pristine on the run. Can they get over in time? In comes the shrimp. Poggy wins that first gunfight. Up on the top side, Dex and Fiery Striker find 1 each. They have cleared it out. They're going to get the plan, but Osco fires down Orchid. Orchid is down, and unfortunately she will not be able to play the rest of this round. 2 members left alive. Sprite trying to make the best out of a bad situation takes 1 home. Need at least 2 more to get an advantage. HP bars are low. Queenscale's looking. Bell is able to find Osco. Can they turn this around? Can they pick it up? They should, as the rifles are in their hands. Spraying around the box. The Fire Striker nets it. Oh my lord. Down to a 2v1. Sprite and a knockdown 2. Is the transfer good? No, it's not. You only get 1. Fire Strikes and makes it a 3K. 9-6 is the score. Queenscales take 3 in a row.
Yeah, and what's the crucial factor there? One would ask, right? The answer is Osco. Osco on the mid lurk finds the player on the rotate, applies some additional pressure. Even going down is okay. And then from there, you can play the numbers game. Fire Striker with another crucial kill in the late stages of that to clutch up. As now the rifles are in the hands of Queenscale's attack, and it's going to be full Sheriffs across the board. A little bit of armor to work with there, but just the half shield. Nothing much more for U8 Pristine as the flash strike goes across and denies any sort of peeking that was going on here at A.
A peak is no more. UH Pristine, of course. Having a couple of question marks. Queenscale knowing and smelling blood in the waters. They want to try and close this one out in a reasonable fashion. They go ahead, sprint in. UH Pristine not really able to get much help. Fiery Striker with the third, I believe, shock bolt kill of this game. Be able to net a few more.
Out of charges.
HP bars are a little bit low. UH Pristine working with minor equipment. Spike down. Queenscale's ready for their 10th. Tripwires goes ahead. Fires away through the boxes. Gets 2. Phenomenal ticks. Really racking up that KDA point. Fiery Striker takes 2 home as well. That'll be a full house of kills as the flawless round comes through. Queenscale's move to 10-6. UH Pristine trailing quite a bit.
You know, we talked Deja Vu before. I think we need to talk Deja Vu again. Very similar sort of situation here, only flipping the teams where UH Pristine, you know, was 6-6 at the half over on Icebox. They won the opening 4 rounds on their attack side thereafter, and Queenscales have done the same on Ascent. Well, the next question then becomes, as we are in a timeout here for UH Pristine, how is that going to end? We're going to see the same sort of domination continue, or they finally going to be able to get on the board here in the second half. This will be one of those rounds to tell, as it should be a gun round.
Yeah. In UH Pristine, they're working with a lot of pressure on themselves, right? This is, again, they worked their way forward from that Icebox map, and here they had gotten fairly close to tying things up. And of course, Queenscales ran out of the gate with so many rounds in a row. UH Pristine have got to be wondering, how did they play this defensive side? What exactly went wrong? Of course, only time will tell as the spike is dropped. Dex is going to carry that one over. Weapons are hot. Utility in the air. Everyone armored up. And 5 seconds until we decide where the players will go. Deep spread, B lobby with 3. A split with 2. So a default neutral start coming in from Queenscales. UH Pristine, though, locked out, already suppressed over here on Cat. Shouldn't do too much, though. Queenscales not getting as much information as they would like.
Enemy.
It's pretty smart from Boggy. And if Sprite wanted to get out of that corner, that would have been a good timing. Not going to happen, though. There's been a lot of utility being put into that one little corner. You know, the one thing that's strange there at the halftime for Queenscales is that there's 2 players who took a big step up. One of them being Tripwires. The Koi being shut down mostly as well. It certainly has helped out. And once again, suppressed. Now, most of this information should have been gained, and push up mid is good. Here's the Koi. Like I said, been suppressed most of the time. This time, 1 for 1. Gotta put him in, deny anything further. Dex has found that return fire. It's all into Orchid, who has to put in work here on the back site. Gonna be difficult. There's lots of players incoming, and that first shot just misses to the left. And well, now it's a retake scenario.
Yep, Osco winning that battle out. Spike is going to go down, and from here, you got to ask, where do UH Pristine move forwards to? The stars are out, and you can't get much more. They're all stacked on the backside of Defender spawn, and That's not what you want to be. It feels like UH Pristine are actually kind of giving this one over, saying we'll settle for those exit frags if that's the best that you can do. It's a very dangerous game that they're playing.
I actually really like this decision. I think this is a good one. You know that the chances of retaking B with 3 players against 4 is going to be difficult, right? That's tough on a good day. This is just not a good scenario, and so take your guns, get a better scenario, and play those. Now, granted, there's just not a lot of rounds to continue doing that with in the future.
Yeah, it's painful, but it is the right call. Like you said, Vincent, you now have 3 over here into this save round. The Koi, of course, sitting with 3,100. You could try and get an SMG, try and leverage the odds here, but is it really necessary? I'd almost say toss a weapon over to the Koi, toss it to the Witcher, who has 18, 13, 5, has been rambling on. Instead is going to work with an SMG here with the Empress alive. I feel like this is kind of a missed opportunity to be able to work with, but Queen's Gales, let's see if they can take advantage of it. Mid play is open, default starting positions, but a fast push up A. You can see the defensive side really hammering it in, taking the challenge to Queen's Gale. UH Pristine actually able to force away Queen's Gale. A crazy development here on the A side.
Shot done.
Certainly is looking that way. Foggy playing a dangerous game, but ultimately this is going to be a B hit by the looks of it. The spike is gathered over that way and shaping up to be a potential split. As I'm saying that though, this is Koi, and he gets the dismiss. Nasty. And Dax falls. Forces everyone else to push forward. They know they have to push B because there's no way to go back to A. And Orchid on the site. Now the only one to deny anything further. Can't hit the shot. Sprite though tries to
30
find
seconds
something
left.
more. Here's one of these 2 versus 3. Unfortunately, it's
Gun
not Queen's Gale
Light planted.
with the 2, as they're gonna have to pick up this win. UH Pristine.
Yep. University of Houston gonna look for a miracle here. The Empress is alive, and it feels like that last-ditch effort that you could throw down. 3/4 left. Cheating right up against the wall, and you catch Perfect Specimen looking the wrong way. This could be the opportunity you need to get into sight. Osco all the way back in Boathouse. You have to swing wide. Osco takes off the head of the Empress, but Bell looking for one more. Can you get the kill? Swing one way. You get it! You shoot your wires in the foot, and you get the kill. That should be the round as UH Pristine stave off match point and get a 1 on the board. Their first one of the half, if you will. Queen's Gales losing that one, still in a commanding position. But I mean, they wanted to finish it off. UH Pristine giving themselves a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, I mean, there's that patented 2 versus 3, but it's not Queen's Gales. This time, UH Pristine able to pull it back. Not attempting to utilize the Blade Storm there. Tripwires had it, but doesn't go for it. And ultimately, the Koi with the Empress really does the opening work, making that look relatively easily. Sprite is right. Does have a Blade Storm of their own and pulled it out early on. Queen's Gales, well, they have some of these ultimates of their own. Blade Storm, one of them. Hunter's Fury and No Command, the 2 others.
Yep. Got a few ultimates to work with if they choose to let it out. That could be an opportunity. However, these small picks, the Koi couldn't finish it off, had all the time in the world. And unfortunately, the Koi does fall. Sprite able to take out Dex with the knives. That gives a huge opening, though. Now in the back end, Queen's Gales have to be aware of this ultimate running hot. Nice Nano Swarm is being tossed in the back, trying to flush out Wine, but no one's there. UH Pristine given a breath of fresh air because of those knives. They don't want it to go to waste. 4 stack over here. This will be the lockdown thrown down. Osco should get a great amount of value out of this. As soon as it ticks, I think 35 or 30 seconds left, they will lay it down. They will go for the set, and Queen's Gale are going to be looking for that all-important match point.
So there's no Hunter's Fury on the defensive side. to deny any of this. And that alarm bot is going to give some information. Nanoswarm towards the back. Hunter's Fury going through. Bell has enabled this defense to stand tall. Null command denied. Almost immediately, Osco with a good trade. There's two directions to look, and it's difficult to look both ways at once. Though there is shots from both Bell and Sprite as they double swing. The things for Queen's Gales are not looking up in the last 2 rounds.
Not at all. Queen's Gales now relegated to having to dip into the lower funds. It's crazy to think that Queen's Gales had enough to buy 3 rounds in a row. That's what they've done so far. They have bought fully 3 times in a row. They have plenty to work with here. Now, taking a look, UH Pristine building up their own econ on the other side. Weapons are hot. They have the rifles in hand, and this time around, they're playing forward. This is a B lobby to mid. Suppression actually going out. That was a long lob, I think, actually, from the side of Queen's Gales KO. And that means Catwalk is very, very dangerous. Do they chance it? Tripwire says yes. It's going to be a one-on-one duel between the Jets if they choose to close in any further.
So the worst part about that last round, by the way, 3 ultimates, no value for Queen's Gales. That's the problem. Now, there's still a Blade Storm here. Tripwire with it. Sprite trying to take that shot, hit ahead, and run. Can't quite do the latter. Does do the running part. 0 point. Should have found at least 1 player here on the site. There's 2 ready and waiting. Spray not connecting initially for Tripwires. It's actually not Tripwires hit the shot, and Poggy. Oh, Poggy hitting everything needed. It's a 1v4. And Dex has been hitting some shots. He's hit 2 more. This is beautiful. Lear goes all the way out. 7 bullets to work with. Going to play it safe and sound. He's got the spike, and he should actually know that both of these players are here. Now with that owl drone, he's confirmed that suspicion. The Koi rotating. There's not a lot of time. Here's the big problem. He could have played it passively, but instead has to play for this fight. Standing. Takes it, wins it. Time on the clock, and he's got it. Poggy, 1v1. The Hunter's Fury's not going to find a dang thing.
Dex might have made the play of the freaking game here. 3K to plant Poggy. Has to realize this happened. Oh no! Dex caught looking the wrong way. Poggy from Pizza and Market is able to steal a march away. UH Pristine granted a 3rd chance here. They are fighting for their series lives.
Oh man, another big clutch. And another just small problem, small mistake right there. Dex just made a footstep, just 1 footstep on the way to that position, and I think that's what gave the info away. Oh my goodness. Oh, brutal. Simply brutal. Dex, what a phenomenal attempt from him.
Vincent, we're going the distance here. All the games going all the way into the 20 round or plus. It's getting out of control. This is absolutely getting out of control. We are going so far now into the depths of these teams. They are fighting for every single inch, and inches is all it is. 2 rounds separate these 2 teams. Queen's Gales just need 1 to put themselves on match point to breathe a potential sigh of relief that at least if they lose the next few, they will move to overtime. UH Pristine don't want to let that happen. They want to make it to double digits before Queen's Gales hits that 12th round mark. You hear how quiet it is. Again, a chance on to B here. Shots being made out. No one really landing anything, though. 1 agent suppressed. That is going to be over into Market. That does give enough info. They say we don't need to take anything there. Spike is in mid. Queen's Gales still trying to feel out the competition.
Bit of a back and forth of the utility there, but there's time that is running out. 35 seconds on the clock, and it's going to be an A split by the look of things.
30 seconds left.
Tripwires really needs to find a frag here, but he's not looking the right way. Poggy misses the shot. Now he's got help. And Poggy's going to go down to Fiery Striker. Sprite up top, dashes away. Plant available. And as they close down the door. Fiery Striker on towards Bell. Great timing on that frag. It's a 3v3. Unfortunately for Gales, though, there is this lockdown, and there's nothing to deny it. The Cosmic Divide does not matter as the lockdown is going through. Everyone has to evacuate the site. Nobody getting detained. Still 3v3. The Cloudburst create an opportunity. Shock darts go out. Connect in towards one player, but actually don't do damage.
Ooh.
Spray through the Cloudburst as Osco gets one. Sprite to fall. Orchid on the trade. Dex is out of the position. The Koi tries spraying desperately. No, going for the second.
Oh.
The Koi hits the shots. Oh my gosh. Again, the clutch from UH Pristine.
It's getting out of hand. We're now down to 1 round of fighting these two teams. And would you know it, it's coming down to a bye round as well. Queens Gales. This is potentially their last bye round of the half. They choose to purchase here and they lose. It is a painful reminder that they will be working on SMGs. There is a chance that Queens Gales, all of their hard work will be for naught. All of their fighting here in this game, the lead that they have will be tossed to the wayside. UH Pristine firing on pure adrenaline. It has to be to win these last few rounds. It's a decent split once again. Tried and true goes the message. And UH Pristine sitting strong, tight with the default setup. B mid or connector and A. Queens Gales don't want to give up too much information yet. They love playing with a minute left on the timer.
Tripwires has done this a couple of times. Just tried to get a pick over there at A by dry swinging, and well, he's not been given any opportunity. Queens Gales, one-time 5-round leader, now just 1. UH Pristine on the cusp after, what is it, 3 big clutches in a row, it feels like. Something along those lines is Queens Gales have finally stuck their way in. It's a trade. 1 for 1. That's definitely not bad.
30 seconds left.
The Koi could get caught out here or could find Osco. The timing is horrific for the Koi, and this might be it. This might be the time.
Might be it, of course. Up on top they go. Fiery Striker takes 1. That is going to put it into a 3v1. Queens Gales might have found it at the 20th hour. This is getting out of control as Orchid looks to rein it in. She needs a miracle here. Turret is up to try and spot anyone out, but it's such a difficult play. 1 on the outside of A entrance, 1 underneath Raptors. And you can't win against Tripwires. Tripwires 2 on fire. Match point is called. Queens Gales 1 away from taking the series. It's been a long journey, but they want to hammer it home. Sprite, I think, sitting on 9. A single buy has to work with the Sheriff. Everyone else purchasing what they can. It is the bargain bin of bargain bins. UH Pristine need to play these next 2 rounds absolutely immaculately.
No doubt whatsoever in that. Wonder if we'll see them fight for an orb here. Look, there's 3 players at A. They're looking to get aggressive. Is there going to be a fight for the orb for sure? At this point, no. They've fallen back. They see that there was players ready and waiting, and I think there might have been some information off the back of that. Either way, Tripwires has pushed aggressively forward, and who else but the Koi in this position? This is his home. You thought it was the water. You were wrong. It's right here on Catwalk.
The pond was a little bit too small, so the Koi went to a bigger one. Went to the ocean of ascent. And so far found plenty of prey. However, a dash in 2B means Queens Gales knows it's empty. They're going to try and flush it out. UH Pristine a little bit slow on the rotate. Queens Gales should get this plant down, but not before the Killjoy throws down a little bit of utility turret. Plus, Nanoswarm is going to cut off that opening, but the Empress is going to be opening up the Koi once again. The showstopper, this mad player, is going to try and make it work, but the knives are out. Tripwires looking for that heroic play. Attacker lockdown has been utilized. It should be able to catch no one. No one is locked down, but it did count a little bit of time. This is gonna be the shots in the Dark Hunter series is fired out. Dex and Orchid are gonna find one apiece. Poggy is gonna find one with the pistol. This could be enough. It's 2v3. Tripwires gets a reset. Tripwires gets another. It's down to a 1v2. Queen Scales just needs to play time, playing inside of the smoke. They are running back and forth. The defuse is gonna be there, and it is gonna be Pristine with the clutch thrifty victory. They net one round and are one away from pushing to overtime.
It all looked so good. It all looked so perfect. But it wasn't enough. Not enough. Even with the Hunter's Fury, the Lockdown, the Blade Storm, all being utilized by Queen's Gales, and it was not enough for them to overcome. There's one round here in regulation to play. Either side here with weaponry, but Osco struggling a bit
Concealment.
just with the Sheriff. Ultimately, probably not going to be the biggest impact in this one. With that being said, this round is the round of the game. Are we headed to overtime, or will we be seeing Queen's Gales close it out?
So one last attempt. What can they do? Queen's Gale has aggressed on this A side so many times before, and this time might be the last. A catwalk entrance with 3, a nice hold in connector. Sprite trying to hang an opportunity. In goes a couple stars. Star is lit up. Might give it up time. Perfect specimen. Looking for it. A great suppression, though. Means that the opening is there. Sprite takes one, but Sprite loses a life. Perfect specimen takes one. Tripwires takes one before falling. Osco takes one with a pistol, and it's down to a 3v2. UH Pristine have got to get these kills off. They have to rotate quickly. 2 flanking a little bit too far away for comfort. And Queen's Gales gets the plan. This could be it, Vincent. This could be Queen's Gales coming back to snuff out that sweep. They're gonna try their
again.
best.
Are you kidding me?
It's down. It was written in the script, and UH Pristine get the kill. It's down to a 2v2. Can they get in time? A great paranoia is gonna go out. The leech is almost there, but that's a huge swap inside. It's gonna be the Raptors under the Raptors play 1v1. It's all down to this. The coin is gonna go for the defuse. Osco has to walk out. No, that's gonna be a pull off. This is a dance. This is a dance of death. The coin is gonna try and can't get it. That is gonna be Osco playing with time and playing with the win. Queen's Gales 13-11 take the series victory.
The 2v3 story ends in the loss of the final 2v3. We had 4 potential 2v3 clutches. 3 of them go through. The final round, the final opportunity is the loss. Oh my goodness, what a series we've had here. This is just the first series of the day, by the way. Just by the way, if you were curious, we have so much more Valorant to work with, but just as the final thoughts on this incredible game that we just watched, Queen's Gale with the victory, albeit a tiny little margin, no doubt. You got to give credit, though. Man, Fiery Striker and Osco really pulled up big time, where Tripwires was struggling in the first half. Along with Perfect Specimen as well, that was a difficult half number 1 for the both of them. They both stepped up big time when it came to half number 2, but both Fiery Striker and Osco continued to perform phenomenally throughout, and were the ones keeping this Queen's Gale team in that first half on ascent. They have to take away a huge amount of just positive vibes from that, because they definitely helped out their team big time.
I would not be surprised to see both of these squads heading into the playoff neck and neck. That is something that I love to see, the aggression coming out, and they have so much room for growth, right? We were talking about the small little areas that they could have had that could have been cleaned up, and those will be. There are over 7 weeks of play left, I believe. Plenty of games, plenty of matches to shore up your weaknesses, and only time will tell if we'll see them in the playoffs. Of course, as you said, Vincent, there is so much more Valorant to be played, so let's go ahead and send it over here to a break shortly as we get ready for our second matchup of the day, which will be UML Riverhawks versus West Virginia University. Me and Vincent will go ahead and take a small break. We'll be back at the third match of the day. You'll have Haza and Cairo bringing you through our next series, so please don't go anywhere.
Oh my lord.
Spike planted.
"8:14 p.m. Life could be so easy."
Isaac, what would you prefer?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NECC broadcast for Valorant. Well, after such a banging first matchup, we had to ship those two casters out, bring in some EU randos. Well, and it's me, Cairo, and Haza in for this one. How's it going?
It's good, mate. I'm happy to be back on the NECC channel. Obviously, we'll be covering the Champions Yellow matchup for you guys this evening. The UML Riverhawks versus West Virginia University. It's sure to be another promising game, and plenty to come up in this best of 3 series.
Yep, certainly, mate. I mean, it's just good to get back into some regular league broadcasting. I had plenty of kind of experience with NECC. You got a little taster, and now you get the full thing. You get the full experience. So how are you feeling for this one?
I'm looking forward to it. As I said, we've got a little sort of look into what kind of maps and stuff we're expecting. I believe it is actually the exact same 3 that we saw the previous time out. So we had Icebox, Ascent, and Bind coming up. The orders shuffled, just a little bit this time around. We will be going to Icebox as the decider, with the first 2 being Ascent and then Bind. Ascent being the pick of UL there, UMass Lowell, and West Virginia opting for Bind. So I think it's going to be an interesting one of those ones where you sort of wonder how much the veto is really going to affect the way that things work. With that first pick being Ascent, you want to try and take that map because it's one of those more open ones, one of those maps that I think a lot of teams would probably favour themselves on. So you want to try and lend to your strengths, really. If West Virginia have a good Bind in their back pocket, then that could potentially be troublesome, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we certainly will, and we'll need to see exactly who's playing on those teams on West Virginia and UML, and I'm sure we're going to get them up very shortly. Yes, here we go. Look at this. It's like the producers on his button straight away. Tonight we do have UML, Witness, Dolan, Meishu, Cutie, and Violet. I mean, Haz, what do you think of these guys?
Yeah, it's great to see what majors that they're majoring in as well. Obviously, the degrees that they've opted for. Being a university student myself, there's no history students there, which is probably fair enough because I can't say it's the most interesting degree. But enough of slacking that off. A few computer scientists among the ranks, but for the most part, looking like a pretty strong team. A mixture of sophomore, junior, and senior players. So maybe it'll be some of that senior experience that they have to call upon later, as the best of 3 could potentially go the distance.
I do not know what junior, sophomore, and senior means. Unfortunately, I would love. Do you know?
I believe that, sophomore is 2nd year, junior is 3rd year, and senior is 4th year. So I actually didn't know that sophomore was the 1st year, but there you have it. Freshman is 1st year. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. You see, this is what happens when you bring two EU or 2 UK people on the broadcast, rather. But enough from UML. Let's move on to this West Virginia roster. We can talk all night about criminal justice degrees and whatnot, but we're really here for Valorant. And well, if we look at the players that they've got in their roster, we're going to have E-Girl, Elo, Sourcetin, Agility, Sora, and Black Coffee. So a couple of freshmen in this lineup, or 3 of them even. So maybe they are going to be, they're fresh on the scene. Does that mean that they have the cutting edge of their younger years? I mean, let's not really spread it out too much. There can't be that much of a disparity between university students. But the fact of the matter is they may lack the experience as much. That's yet to be seen in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, though, is it's going to be really interesting because it's Valorant, is we can't really say, for instance, E-Girl, Elo, they're the senior, they'll be able to carry through with their experience, etc. Because realistically, Valorant's so new that we don't really have anybody that has got extended experience compared to others, especially within the kind of college comp scene, or collegiate scene, I should say. We would call it unicomp, but it really is an interesting kind of dynamic that we can't break it down from that aspect. So it'll be good to see what will happen when we go into the server.
It certainly will. And I mean, look, you can say how old any of these players are, whichever year they're in. People take different gaps and breaks. Life is a magical thing. And I think really we can't delve too deep into that. We'll have to see once we get into the server, like you said. And I think we can do exactly that right now and get a quick look at Agent Select on this first map of Ascent. So We'll be sending over to that very, very shortly. Cairo, any sort of last-minute predictions as to where you see this one going potentially, or is that jumping the gun a little bit?
Maybe jumping the gun a little bit. I love that these new kind of what's it called, overlays that we've got going on. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. But one thing I have to say, Hazza, straight away we're going to pull out this is Sova's map. He's already getting picked. These teams know exactly. Interestingly enough, though, there is a KO being brought.
Yeah, there is. KO will probably be the biggest deviation from the trend that we've seen in terms of the competitions between these two teams. Sova being a mainstay across the board, Jet as well, and Astra also finding some good usage. Interestingly enough, the defending side have decided to go for a double initiator comp and actually flex in that Sky as well. So those flashes versus the KO flashes could be an interesting point to note. KO, obviously that underhand flash, so good through the smoke, but, well, Sky has plenty to bring to the table in her own right. The sound cues that those guiding lights will give away can be instrumental in collecting further information. And, well, they'll be starting on the defending side for us this evening, West Virginia University. So maybe that information game could be good for them early on with UML Riverhawks stacking up towards tiles outside of B.
Another big thing we need to talk about has is the sustainability that the Sky will bring for these defenders, or for West Virginia, I should say, which will be great for when they can actually take those gunfights and actually pick off at their opponents, then come back and be at full health. I mean, that's not going to be the same for UML, but with that being said, we are going to get into a pistol round, and it is a stack outside of B, which is probably their weakest when you look towards actually how many players are there already. The KO knife coming through, getting that key info, but do they clear logs? No, they don't. Already getting onto switch, already the gunfights come alive. So we're getting one, Meishu's got another, and well, that's us down to a 4 versus 4. Make it 3 versus 4.
Yeah, really good damage early on. The defenders somehow managing to live out that one after all the information that was brought from the recon dart of the opposing team. Sora using that reposition there, or the rendezvous of that chamber utility really nicely. And now they've got to try and find a way back into the site. There is one player lurking towards main, and that is in the form of Witness. They get cleared out, but the tailwind is used to make a quick escape there for Agility, living up to their name in full capacity. Right now, this is the issue they've got to press. Sora will find it. Back to a 4 versus 2. Couple of players to clear out in the site. One towards the boxes, taken down. The last towards the backside. Dolan can't get it done, and that defuse will come through. First round on the board for West Virginia.
Such a hard kind of defense there of the spike, especially on a pistol round, Hazza. But the good thing is, though, is they got the spike down, they got that extra eco, and maybe even if they want to, could force into this one. Don't think it will happen, but at the same time, you never know. But I honestly think, I mean, the entry wasn't too bad, and I'd probably actually favour UML to entry on an attack, to be honest, when you look at their comp. I mean, double initiator, you would kind of say that to us. Do you think that?
Yeah, I mean, I think West Virginia are set up in a way right now where if they do want to go for a sort of dive when it does swip over onto the other half, there is always that potentiality. But right now, we've just got to contend with how they're going to do on defense. And off the back of that pistol round, we see the investment of the Marshal, as we do many times, but it's not on the duelist or on chamber even with that repositioning ability. It's on the Sky, and they've already found that first pick. 3 players on very low HP that could take a lot of damage from the shock dart, or even a spam here as the recon dart manages to collect 4 tags. Boom, you're going to really struggle in the corner there as well, and just like that, the defense is quashing these attacking players early on.
Yeah, certainly not much of an attack. Mustard here has maybe even a flawless round potentially. No, not to be, as a nice little headshot comes out from Witness. But J Chronic, oh my god, absolutely perfect on that spam. But the chip damage being done by this guy on the Marshal has a round winning, round defining almost, in the way that they were able to do that, because at the same time, I mean, they just weren't able to do much about it. But anyway, enough about that. We'll talk about the fact that we are now kind of at the rifle versus well, a kind of bonus round for these defenders. Realistically, we're expecting these attackers to take this.
Yeah, bridged weaponry for these defending players. We see Sora actually using the Shorty, is going to be holding the Headhunter for the time being, that signature ability of Chamber. Not signature, sorry, but, you know, one of his key aspects of his kit. And for the time being, though, utility-wise, Boonga will get spotted out. A shock dart to try and ease them away in their steps, but for the time being, they're just going to stay posted up. And there's a lot of good control early on for UML Riverhawks, looking for the opportunities that they can try and make the most of here. Will Sorstin spot out Witness, just about finds the head, and that Marshall makes good work once again.
Sorstin, an absolute demon on the Marshall. Can they get the upgrade though? The flash comes out, they will get it, but will they get picked up here? Hazard, the gunfight's getting ready to get taken. Meishu will win that one out, and that's absolutely perfect here. 5 players descend onto the site. I imagine they'll prompt that spike plant. Yes, they will. And now it's just a spam to see if maybe G Chronic can get one, but he won't get any. Lots of chip damage being done again here. But it's this time it's by the attackers. They're setting up for the post plant Hazard, but these defenders, they'll need to move quick.
They certainly will. Time is not on their side. Players potentially to be cleared out main. They don't know where any of these are right now. Eventually they start to get an idea. Well, those numbers drop off the board. Dolan has a swift response too of their own to level the score sheet. But Agility with that headshot puts Dolan in a really tough spot to try and defend it from the side of the green box. And just like that, West Virginia, they convert the bonus round and stretch their lead to a 3-0 scoreline. UML yet to register a point on the board, and that's going to be a real tough one to recover from, especially putting them back on the low economy once more.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. When we saw the luck coming through from the Sova, I was like, oh, potentially this could be a great pick and maybe even beat out a rotate from the defenders. But then it wasn't to be. And then the next thing you know, they were able to get the trade. Great, onto the site, set up the post plant. Perfect, even had the Killjoy utility. Got lots of chip for when the kind of retake come through. But Hazard, the retake was so perfectly orchestrated. It was like watching SEAL Team 6.
Literally, the way that they staggered it between the two positions was great, but now there'll be a different threat to contend with. Agility has to escape from that one, bails themselves out with the tailwind as 3 players emerge into their crosshairs. Now, we're going to see a little bit of that hot flash from KO, but oh, it's met with a swift response. There's another one coming out from Sorstin, and just like that, the players come flying through with a barricade of kills, and it is just as simple as that for West Virginia to find another round.
It really is, and on top of that, Hazard, I mean, rifles versus pistols, it's never going to be easy, but the fact that they only gave away one, and the one that they gave away was probably as cheap as you could get, honestly. There wasn't much of a fight in that gunfight, but my god, the 4 flurries that just came out of absolutely nowhere. I mean, honest to god, that's even let Sora upgrade onto an op, so we'll need to see how this one will go.
Yeah, and not only that, there's plenty of credits in the back pocket if they need it. Sora just trying to spot out that first engagement and pushes themselves into the astral smoke to avoid the recon dart and will likely reposition to try and find that first pick. Agility, though, has got themselves into a fight and come out on the worst hand there with only 8 HP left. It looks like this push is coming in from short. Black Coffee, the only one left really to defend it from this side of the site.
Just gunfights being taken in towards short here. No one really getting picked off as they actually start to retreat from that short position, leaving Sova to luck. Don't know if that's the best decision here, but they're trying to charge through mid, not to be advised. This is that op just waiting. Chambers Rendezvous will get broken by the grenade here from the KO, but here we go. The ultimate has been procced. A nice little shot there by the Chambers Sora, but Meishu, they'll pick up the Sova Hazard, and now they're descending onto the site, but no, it's Agility from behind to pick up the luck. Now it's into a 4 versus 3, or an impromptu 4 versus 3 if they can't get the res off.
Oh, well, they will eventually stabilise that core of the KO player, but really low HP on a couple of players here for UML Riverhawks. The Seekers come in as well. It's going to make this one really difficult, and just like that, they get dropped. Agility with a triple on the round. Another successive point on the board for West Virginia, and well, right now, Cairo, they just look absolutely unbeatable in the team fight. I was gonna say until this point in time they seemed concrete, but coming into another bye round, maybe a few questions could be raised, but nothing so far from UML. It's been so staunch. How do you try and break this down, especially with the ultimate economy starting to build as well for these players? Nearly 4 of the 5 online.
Yeah, it really is. Off that.
Teleport's ready.
being put on show here by these defenders of West Virginia. And I mean, it's not even any disrespect to UML, because UML are doing good things. I mean, the rotate out of short was a good call. They gain control of sight. They're just losing key gunfights, and I think that's the worrying part. Things like that, Sora pushing out will get a freebie and be able to TP out of there. Absolute freebie for him.
Maybe a little bit of analysis of the self to be done in the clinic. A couple of the players on UML being biology students. Boonga, one of them, finds agility. And now we're looking at a 3 versus 4. Weapon upgraded, lockdown still available. So there are avenues of opportunity here to be utilized if they potentially want to try and carve out this round. It would be a big one to pick up. Puts an end to these successive rounds that we've seen from West Virginia so far. However, there is a response in the form of the Hunter's Fury if they need it. And right now, it looks like these players have a pretty good idea of where the push is coming in from. The lockdown invested, but that response is met as we would expect. Sora finds the first one, Black Coffee with another, and well, just like that, what really is there left to say? Oh, another on the board for West Virginia. And UML not quite making anything out of that one when it looked like they had an opportunity to get back into it.
I was just so unfortunate they actually wasted the Hunter's Furies there, because it just came down to a fury of bullets from heaven. As it really is starting to get worrying now. We're 6-0 in the Ascent right now. We can't help but feel that UML really need to find something here, or it needs to be a attack timeout, because not before long this could really become a kind of scenario where it's just too far out of the reach.
Yeah, and it's sort of the cycles of the game, the way that it plays with the economy as well, as this push is just coming straight on in. There's no time to even think about it. But what can you do when you're facing up against Jay Chronic? Finds a quick double with the Odin. Black Coffee, always a reliable teammate to have in the site, finds another of their own. Doubles the advantage, back to a 4 versus 2. Not for long, but, well, is there even going to be much round left to try and play with? Sora with a tour de force gets a couple of their own, and just like that, the defenders have another round. Operator scalped from the corpse, and UML on a low buy once again, forced to reach deep into that pocket and just try and find what they can get to make this round work.
The rich get richer, Hazard. That's unfortunately the cycle of the game. And, well, the way things are going, I mean, realistically, I think the kind of narrative that UML have to approach it is they kind of got to aim for this 9-3. I mean, they could realistically get 7-5 if they start rolling things together, but the way that they're kind of on an equal right now, maybe 8-4 is the best scenario, 9-3 winnable. If it gets to 10-2, I'm scared.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've said 7-5 and 9-3. I'll meet you in the middle. 8-4 is doable. This round going to be one of the more difficult ones. There is a rifle in the mix there to see if they can get anything out of it, or a couple of Spectres, should I say. But Jay Chronic, once again, with that Odin, doing, well, managing to find one actually, but QT does have a response. Black Coffee from this position, just so clinical, a triple for them. Eventually finished up by Witness Protection through the wall, but, well, no, I call them Witness Protection. They're going to need Witness Protection after that one. Sora lowers them into an early grave to meet 8 rounds. And, well, what a sight to witness right now from West Virginia.
Yep, we really need to see UML put in the work here on this round, Hazard. We really need to see them get in, execute really well, make sure they get rid of their opponents. But the question I'm going to ask you, Hazard, some of the better rounds that we've seen is the default rounds that UML have put through, where they've taken it a bit slower and actually tried to rotate through. Do you think potentially that's maybe what's going wrong? They're just executing too much?
I think when the going gets tough, maybe it's just a little bit too hectic for them to try and contend with, and we've seen that a couple of times now in these gunfights. Like I said, West Virginia just coming out on top, having those trades there for them, as we see the one-way here. Both teams crouching around, just sneaking to try and find a glimpse and get that first blood on the board. It won't come just yet, and well, a lot of territory expended actually. Dolan wins that one out. That's a really nice flash from Sorston. They just want to keep on fighting. The confidence flowing leaps and bounds right now. However, they are at a disadvantage, Kyron. With that rotate coming through, plenty of space taken towards the other side of the map. Like you said, when they space themselves out, there's a real good opportunity here that they can try and punish the gaps that have been left open by WVA.
Yep, West Virginia just getting a little bit too aggressive here. That's probably the problem. Maybe their own ego is what's stopping them. And I don't mean that they have an ego, just, I mean, they're obviously feeling confident, feeling themselves in this matchup, and well, rightly so. Got to get onto this site, got to get in, got to execute, got to get the spike down, got to make this one work. You want to aim for this 8-4, well, here it is. This is when you've got to do it. They're already in, they've already got the switch done. There's 30 seconds left. Sora will get that first frag on the retake though, which is awful for the side of UML. The spike has been planted. The info dart to come out. The cosmic divide as well has a, which means we'll need to see exactly how this is going to work. It's just Sora continuing the rampage here. All the players, not even left CT yet, but now Black Coffee in a 1v1. Can they win it out against Witness? Sova just playing on B main, but Black Coffee knows, but will retreat on towards the spike. Is going to try and half it, but can they do it? Stars have been placed, shocked up.
I think they might just stick it.
I mean, the has thing
Oh.
is, oh!
Never mind. Never mind. I thought that they had the HP to try and make that one work. It looked like they were trying to go for an astral smoke for cover, and I thought that Witness might maybe pull the fuse on that shock dart just a little bit too soon, and they wouldn't have the utility to try and make it work in the post. But no, really, really nicely played from them, and that will be the first round on the board for UML Riverhawks. But with that being said, I would say that is quite a costly round. They'll have enough to reinvest here, but just the way that Sora was able to get those picks in the retake, and the way that the team were so grouped up together and homogenous in their efforts, waiting to have those numbers to try and contend with these fights, really shows the discipline of West Virginia and the way that they're looking to try and play this together. Even now, that push has been made through towards B main. They have the information, and there's a stack of players waiting for this Riverhawks push. The first one already getting taken out.
Yep, Agility actually down in the KO, gonna get stabilised, and well, here we go, the plant is going to be confirmed as a 5 versus 5 post plant here, Hazza, but who's gonna win this one out? Already UML have a little bit of momentum, but how good is that momentum? Well, it seems to be working pretty decent, because Black Coffee's been downed and they have been momentous in this matchup so far. A nice little trailblazer through to King Cuz quote, and they'll get them down. Agility has got 2 on the round as well. 3 versus 3 now. Make that 3 versus 2. The ops are trading off here. 2 versus 2 now. Sova and Jet versus KGA and Sova. One player has been detained, and time is slowing down, but time is getting low. More utility being used. It's just a utility game. Witness will down Agility. Will Sova get out? He's going to have to try and save the op here, and they've picked one up themselves. Oh no, they've actually dropped it, Hazza. Will they be able to pick it up again?
I think they'll be able to get that back, and yeah, like we can see there, it is in the hands of Witness, and that will then be swapped over to Meishu, who was able to get quite a few picks on that round, a couple of frags on the retake, which was really nicely played from them. The Jet player of Agility as well, putting in some good work, but it wasn't to be. UML Riverhawks, they collect another one. The confidence starting to build. When it rains, it pours, and if they're able to get these next couple rounds and really just sort of half the advantage that West Virginia have managed to create early on, they could be in really good shape to get back into this matchup. A pistol round thrown on the top could be a world of difference. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet, but promising signs of life that we're seeing from them here, and well, long may it continue if they want to prosper in this matchup. Agility getting ahead of the recon dart. I'm not too sure if Witness is really aware of it. Won't matter, they back away from it eventually. And it's just that slow setup now that we're seeing from them. They've been maybe cascading into unfavourable matchups before, but taking their time now, they look a little bit more sure with purpose in the way that they're approaching this matchup.
Maybe potentially it was just kind of first match nerves, because that's sometimes how it works. I mean, sometimes you go into your first game of the season. I mean, I know that is what it's like when we play over in some of the uni leagues over here. I've felt it. I mean, that little bit of nerves, or how am I going to play in comp? How's the team going to play? Because realistically, sometimes it can be a little bit puggy in the way that things are set up, but not in any Hazard. We'll need to see exactly how this is going to go. It's an A execute, and it's going to be 5 versus 5. Oh, sorry, 5 versus 4 as the Sova's late to rotate here. The players are already in, and look at this. The Hunter's Fury's been committed, but it's the defenders to actually come out huge there. Hazza all down to one player, and he's out.
Yeah, I mean, the defenders, they're winning these gunfights at an immeasurable rate every single time the push comes through. The timing is absolutely perfect. Sorstin with the guiding lights, most times you see them just waiting there on the edge of a smoke, using the guiding light to have that perfect pop flash just as the team comes rushing in. And UML Riverhawks, they're left to sort of find their corpses flowing down the river time and time again because West Virginia University right now, they've been walking these paths all their lives. The country roads belong to them. And we could be looking at a 9-3. It's just going to depend on what Riverhawks are able to get out of this last one. Tour de force in the hands as well of Sora, who's already taken aggressive position towards B. So now they're just funneled in towards mid. Aggression on A as well. Where'd you go? Where'd you move?
I don't know, Haz. I'm just worried about agility from the back as well. And already the bloodbath has begun for these defenders. They're tuned down, they're chomping down. But what's going to be left here? There's not going to be much to left in mid. And already, my God, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's absolutely flawless, Hazza. 10-2. Just when we thought UML might have a sign of life, it's not to be. Pistol round, absolutely huge here for the UML. West Virginia win this pistol round, they're almost guaranteed that match point.
Yeah, this is really not what you wanted to see if you are on the side of UML Riverhawks. There were opportunities for them to try and find a foothold in this game, but well, West Virginia, they have just been so good. Agility, Sora, Black Coffee. I mean, I can just list the whole lineup here because they've had great impact across the board. Agility and Sora specifically, using those abilities to bail themselves out, taking those aggressive gunfights and just reeking with confidence, basically. Sorston using their utility fantastically to try and make spaces with these flashes, and Black Coffee just all across the board. The way that they have played so far, wherever they're positioned, it is under lock and key. But it's a shift of mentality that they're going to need this time around because they'll be on the offense, just looking to try and split a B push. And that first gunfight is going to come through. My shoe on the other end. And, well, these bad signs just seem to get worse for Riverhawks.
They really do. Oh, maybe not. A nice little double kill there, but cleaned out by agility. The trades keep coming through, and it's down to 2 versus 2. Dolan on such low HP. A spam is all it needs. And there it is. Hazza all up to QT as the plant is coming down. Assassin really needs to make this one work. Really needs to make it land. Needs some cosmic divine energy here, but will they get it though? The first gunfight's been taken, dropped to 22 HP. Has 11-2.
QT there, just not winning out that key duel against the Sova. It's, you know, headshot or be headshotted in these realms. It's a very tough way of life, but that's just how it is, and that's just how the cookie crumbles. Sorstin doing some really nice work. We got to talk about that little frenzy spam. Very cheeky from them. I think if there's any weapon on the pistol round you're trying to spam a smoke with, it's going to be the frenzy, and they come up trumps on that occasion. Full set of Spectres across the board, or what it looks like at least. Sora probably going to be using that Headhunter ability to keep a little bit of extra cash perhaps, but well, right now UML Riverhawks not looking to really set much intent in this matchup because they haven't really invested into this one. The shots don't land for Meiju either. The spray nearly takes them down, but it's not to be just yet, and they keep 5 members on the board for the time being.
Well, we'll need to see if this is going to continue. It seems as if they're going to back away from A site. Is a 4 stack there, but no, they're actually returning. It's maybe a little bit of a fake here. They've still not made up their mind. The KG turret is up to the top right as soon as they enter, which will make it a little bit uncomfortable to try and clear. Dolan has been shot by the recon bolt of the Owl drone, and Sora has taken out Astra. That means there'll be no more control here for the defenders, and Agility already in on the site. The full team's in on the site. They're all in on the act, and they're all going to get a flawless round. Has a 12-2. They're on map point here for this series.
Yeah, I mean, there are aspects about that round where I could potentially see it shifting, and UML Riverhawks getting a little bit of good luck there potentially. Sora out in towards mid by themselves, 2 or 3 players aware of that position and could maybe have caught them off guard and done some good damage, but no, that didn't happen. Sora was able to win that gunfight out, and just as the minds were split from that interaction, well, the West Virginia University team just go ploughing on into the A site. They find every pick in the book, and that will bring them to match point. Convincing for them so far. Full buy coming out from Riverhawks. Well, they're going to have to. Backs up against the wall, but what can they do to maybe just save a little bit of face here and stretch the damage before we look into what is going to be a long series if they want to try and keep themselves in this one.
Nice Trailblazer there to clear out the corners. But the trade comes through. Upgrade for Sawston. And they'll get rid of the KJ turret as well. That's absolutely huge. Lamb bot triggered. But do they know exactly where the sky is? Well, Boongar will know, but not good enough to get the second. Will get good for one. Witness, he's going to be able to get an absolute freebie there. Black Coffee will get the trade, but Doolin has got one up on their opponents. That's a really costly rifle round right now. The spike being retrieved. Black Coffee going to retreat here, especially picking up that ulti point. Not too bad. 12-2 is the scoreline. He maybe want to try and finish it on this one, but right now they're putting ourselves into a good position for the next.
Yeah, Black Coffee running out towards spawn and then retracing their steps, giving away a little bit of information which will be relayed onto my shoe, I imagine. But no, actually they're just going to stay post up here. They're going to be using jump peak to try and spot out some information, and now it's just into the crossfire. What can you do? Dolan shuts them down. A little bit of a respite for the defenders. They'll get that third round on the board, but it's got to be 9 of the best. They're living on cat lives right now if they want to stay in this one, but Riverhawks, that's at least what you want to try and do there. On the round that they would be favoured to win, they pick it up, but this will be an even more difficult test. Money in the bank for West Virginia, that was only a bonus. Now 5 Vandals. We've seen how good each and every one of these players has been on it so far. The sprays, even the spray control that we've seen from Agility on a number of occasions, really, really potent. So a difficult one to break down, but just taking it one step at a time is the least that they can do right now.
Honestly, the agility is like a Russian acrobat has a way that they're able to do the things that they're doing, and well, right now they are looking towards the B site. Again, agility getting aggressive in towards market, and there was no one there to even contest the push. But at the same point, would you want to contest agility? Would you really want to take that kind of responsibility on? G Chronic's going to take out Dolan. Cutie, perfect on taking out Sawston. There goes the healing. There goes the entry. But there is the trade. 3 versus 3. It's not too bad, Hazza. And the info dart is actually coming out soon. The luck's perfect by Sora. And right now they move towards B as it's completely open. And the chamber has full control.
QT got some really nice timings there and was able to go 2 for 1, which is always what you're aiming for on the defense at the very least. Unfortunately for them, the rest of the team falls, and now we are in a 3 versus 2. The numbers sit with West Virginia. They're going to be getting that spike down. Shock Dart comes in, and oh my goodness, it is perfect. 80 damage straight to the noggin there for J Chronic. But we're going to have to see how much that will affect the flow of play now. Positions given away. Saw a wallbang through the side, but there's a player lurking towards main. Black Coffee finds that one, as they have done so many times. J Chronic stuck in the corner. The tags won't connect. There's low HP on one of these players, but it's a crossfire that you've got to try and push in through. An almost impossible task. Black Coffee takes them down. Witness is going to need that witness protection as West Virginia win that one out with a very dominant performance. 13-3.
I mean, all in all, we could try and break down that match. We could try and put on our best analytical hats that we could possibly have. But my God, the only thing that I keep coming back to is West Virginia putting on an absolute clinic there.
Yeah, there was a clinical performance, like you said. They were very focused, very driven in the way that they approached everything. The discipline as well showed a lot of maturity from their team, especially when it comes to those retake scenarios. I think you could look across the scoreboard and there have been plenty of rounds where the Riverhawks were actually able to get that spike planted. But when it came down to it, the way that the utility was used in combination together was so fantastic. The Seekers getting plenty of usage, the double initiator comp being very fruitful for that team on the West Virginia side, getting a lot of the work done on the defense, which you would argue it is more defender-sided ascent, but not by a considerable margin. And I think it's one of those ones where you've got to give yourself enough room to sort of keep yourself alive, and that's what Riverhawks really lacked there. There were sort of signs of life towards the end of the game, but it was too little too late, and ultimately that was a very dominant first map.
I think the thing is, I think the thing is though is we will take a slight 2 minute break, Hazard, so we can get our water back. But the thing I just wanted to see quickly before we go to that break is that UML just seem to find that winning formula on the attack far too late. They seem to start to put the rounds together, and before you know it, Hazard, you're on the back end. It's just so unfortunate that that's what happened. But I mean, what can you do? Sometimes that's the way it is in collegiate comp. You got to make those chances count. Unfortunately, on Ascent, that's that chance up. But now we're on to last chance for this series as we move forward onto Bind.
Yeah, and I mean, Bind as a map here, if you look at it, it's going to be the thing where West Virginia this time will be starting on the attack. So if we're talking about favourable sides, this will suit Riverhawks a little bit better. And we saw that they showed promise towards the end of that game. When you're coming off the back of a 10-2 scoreline, not winning that pistol round, you're really up against it. There's not much you can do to wiggle any room there. So this will be a fresh plateau for them to try and work from, a fresh opportunity, I suppose. I think there are probably points in that game when you're down 10-2 on the half that you say, it's that GG go next mentality. You want to try and keep yourself on a level playing field, not put yourself at a disadvantage by tilting early on. So if they can keep their heads in it, then this is certainly still winnable for them.
Certainly is still winnable, but we still have one map to go, Hazard, on Bind. We're going to get ready. We're going to go and get our waters filled up, and then we're going to get straight into that map. Don't go far. We won't be long. Literally 2 minutes, and we'll be back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to NECC Champions Yellow Bracket. I am Hazza, once again joined by Cairo. We've just seen that first map of Ascent between West Virginia and the Riverhawks. West Virginia winning that one out on the Riverhawks pick. Now we go to the territory of Bind, where they will be starting on the attack, so it's slightly less favourable, as we said. Maybe there's an opportunity for them to get back into this, but certainly with that performance being as dominant as it was, those chances are going to come few and far in between.
Yep, certainly, mate. And I mean, Hazza, this is the thing. Me and you watch plenty of Valorant. We cast over plenty of Valorant. We play plenty of Valorant, so we've seen crazy things happen. But can we see the UML Riverhawks come back into this one and steal West Virginia's pick, it's going to be a tall order after such a clinical performance on UML's pick. But the thing is, though, I mean, something that we can maybe suggest is the fact that Ascent is so kind of 50-50 when it comes to teams. You're really opening yourself up to almost getting your pick taken off you because Ascent's played so frequently. But at the same point, we'll need to see exactly how Bind plays out.
Exactly, and I mean, let's not completely write off this UML team straight away. I think it's the sort of situation where, like you said, we've seen series before where teams, you have that good mental state where you're able to sort of write it off. You decide, okay, well, this one's not really quite going our way. If we reset, we go into the next map with a fresh mentality, and we can look to try and pick this one up. And that's exactly what we're going to need to see from them, and nothing else can really help them just getting that first round on the board. I think the pistol round here could go a long way in how their mental is sort of feeling, how they're approaching the game. Obviously, it's not the be-all and end-all. The way that it works, they win the pistol round, you're probably favoured on that anti-eco. There's an opportunity for a bonus, but that's then when you get a shot back in if you're on the other side of things. So right now, they've just got to try and keep their heads in it, because as soon as you lose that focus, then you're really lacking in the opportunities that you're able to have coming into this. And well, now we're going to go into Agent Select and see if we're going to be having a little bit more of the same. And well, double initiators locked in for West Virginia, and it seems like they're going to be carrying on with a similar style of play that we saw from them before.
Yep, certainly. And Haza, it's the Rays playground, and there's 2 Raises being picked. Things you'll love to see. Agility on the movement agent. I want to see how good the blast packs are. I want to see how good they are at entry. I mean, we've seen how good they were on the Jet. Surely they're just as good on the Rays.
I mean, we will have to see. Agility, it's almost in the name. Level 232, so they've certainly spent plenty of time on this game. I'd like to see some showstoppers come out. Towards the A site, I think is always great. And now with the changes on Bind on A short, with the way that the boxes are, it's actually much, much easier to get yourself into an elevated position where you're able to use that double satchel and really get the distance that you need to make some of those crazy outplays. So that's something to keep your eye on. But for now, we're going to be going into that pistol round and seeing what these teams have in store for us. Right now, it looks like even West Virginia may be shifting their focus towards the B side of things, but well, we've seen, as always, Sora putting in these really nice lurks and just splitting the focus of a Riverhawks team, which right now need to keep their eyes on the prize.
Something I've noticed, Hazza, between these 2 teams, we've not seen a Sage yet, which is really interesting. Usually we see at least ones between 2 maps because she's such a kind of popular pick. But no, we've not seen a Sage.
Yeah, and I think, you know what, the way that Sage can appear in the meta sometimes is really interesting. She sort of shifts around, and well, this is one of those maps where you'd maybe look to pick her up. A Brimstone even would be another niche choice to bring into the comp. But no, they're sticking with the Astra, sticking with the utility that they have, and well, that utility is going to come flying in towards the site. Elbow position cleared out, but Dolan finds the first. A nice shot from the Deadeye onto Sourceton, or the Headhunter rather, and now Agility stuck in a corner on half HP. Nice advantage early on for the Riverhawks to take. With that being said, look at this lurk from Sora. Already pushed up towards spawn. Finds one, finds 2. Maishu and Cutie into an early grave. And that score leveled up.
The spike has been planted, and G Chronic was in such low HP. The KG turret is back up to help with the retake. Oh, the Sova dart is absolutely perfect for the intel here, Hazza. It's 2 versus 3. Oh, Agility! I didn't even notice we were on an attacking player.
Yeah, Agility finds a space into the lurk, but just can't make anything out of it. And actually, that round collapses. West Virginia University are felled, and UML Riverhawks get that key round on the board, finding the pistol. Yeah, there was a flank in the back lines. Boonga on low enough HP to get dropped by that first headshot. Witness flicks around and does enough damage to put them in a tough spot, and they get finished up.
Hazza, I'm not going to lie, I was almost as lost as some of those attacking players on that round. Honestly, they just peeked out and got absolutely domed, and then Sora as well. My God, what a luck. But anyway, point is, I'm going to say 1-0 to these defenders, to the UML Riverhawks. Things you do love to see. something of a comeback. The recon bolt is absolutely perfect on towards Octagon, on towards that garden position. And that's going to give so much intel. Sora again with the luck on towards A. Could be huge, but Witness is even bigger as they're going to be able to pick up one, but they're going to get traded out. That could be big. Sostin taking out Witness, maybe an upgrade in store.
Yeah, that's a good beat to make. But Dolan just finding all of these shots on the Headhunter right now, hunting those heads and finding another with the Spectre as well. Will get dropped. Well, actually, this 2 versus 2 sits quite nicely for West Virginia, managing to just take some of these weapons off the board going into the bonus, and the opportunity to snatch this one still very much a possibility. Boonga, though, coming straight in with the turret, but that just gets dropped and Sora finishes them both off. A thrifty round for West Virginia, and just like that, UL Riverhawks, they don't even get any luck on the anti-eco there, Cairo, and things already starting to fall apart.
Right, I apologise, West Virginia. Coach, some of your players lost. Right, I'll take it back. You obviously have stated that you are better than that. And my God, what a way to come back after losing a round. It's like anything you can do, we can do about 10 times better. 1-1 on this half so far. And a lovely, nice play here. It means that, well, UML Riverhawks are going to be kind of relegated now to those pistols, down to an eco. But how much can this eco do against rifles and, well, pickups from the last round?
We will have to see. Witness just trying to find an angle there. We've seen them make these pistols work before, and well, Dolan on the Headhunter has been so precise as we've seen so far. Sora going to throw 100 credits away, missing that shot, but Sorstin doing good damage towards the site. Well, both of these players on low HP. Dolan getting spotted out. The Shorty not even making it work. A triple for them, but well, plain sailing right now for these West Virginia University players. Sora finding another one as well. It's just coming apart, Cairo.
Absolutely gorgeous gunplay, Hazza. I'm absolutely loving it. Sora's actually running down with that Headhunter. Won't get the pick, but Sostin will. Plenty of bullets expended in that one, has, and I mean, I think most of them almost hut ahead. Well, I mean, Sostin, though, he was just tapping heads all through that round. 4K, I think they got in the end. And on an absolute rampage, and with that being said, the Seekers will come online. That's going to be a huge ultimate for gaining information and actually pushing sites this round.
Yeah, something I want to talk about a lot actually is the setup that we actually have here coming out from these players. And well, when Chamber first came into the game, the agent pool, if you will, I think there were maybe a few questions about where we would see them used. And well, right now, Sora using this to a really nice lurk. The Tour de Force getting some presence towards showers as well. But on the other side of the map, Witness finding the first pick of the game. Agility getting dropped early on. And well, West Virginia, they do have quite a few rifles here, but Riverhawks do slightly have the advantage in that aspect, and now they've claimed that first life in doing themselves even more favours as well.
Well, things have really slowed down as Witness is going to drop all the way out of the B site. The two players are still in hookah for defending there. Sora still continuing with this luck, continuing forward. Will miss out Meishu. We'll be able to get that pick on the luck, and actually, well, I mean, that's it. It's absolutely free. No possible trades to come out there. Trailblazer will come through to close out the site, which is absolutely gorgeous because, I mean, it makes sure that they can enter in perfectly. They do enter in. Roland doesn't even know there's one below him. We'll get one traded out because of the fact there was one below him. One player still left in towards hookah. They don't even know. The plant is going to be confirmed very shortly as G Chronic. Nice little pings on the intel dart and nice pings on the rifle. Black Coffee, though, is only good for one, and 3 players stay alive with their rifles. A nice round there to answer back from the UML Riverhawks, and maybe just maybe we have a game on our hands.
Just maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves too much yet. And I mean, well, to be fair, Riverhawks, I really like the setup there. It's another thing where I was talking in the pre-round about West Virginia and the way that they were setting up, having good presence across the map, Sora trying to make that work, but they didn't win out their gunfights. And sometimes that can really be the difference maker between absolutely stomping a team and struggling a lot. If you're defaulting all across the map, you have so much presence. The only way to capitalize off of it properly is to win those engagements, and they weren't able to on that occasion. On the other hand, a really nice stack towards Hookah from Riverhawks, and it was a lot of presence that West Virginia weren't able to contend with when they made it into the site. A lovely recon dart from Witness shut down the plant, and the round was as simple as that. This time, though, a lot bigger of a stack coming out from West Virginia, and when they are grouped up, you do sort of favour them in these team fights. A couple of ultimates invested to try and get that early presence going. Witness matches with a Hunter's Fury of their own, but the advantage currently sitting with those players. Boonga trading it out straight away with a couple of swift headshots. And now Riverhawks have a nice pincer with the spike in their control, making a triple in the 3 versus 1 now for Black Coffee to try and see things out.
Oh, do not count this player out, Hazza. Do not count them out, because they are absolutely lethal on the rifle. I was about to say, they can't seem to find the angle, though, on that specific player. Cutie, I believe it was, yep, and Witness stacked together. They know the player was in U-Haul, but do they know that they've actually left here? They don't have any information. They are going to go and try and challenge
the timing!
Yeah, they're going to be able to drop
just managed to cross that window, and now Witness could get caught out in this position. Black Coffee finds them. It's a triple. Now the 1 versus 1. Astra versus Astra drops on top of the box. Managed to get a huge headshot, and it's a quad. It's going to clutch it up for Black Coffee there. I said a quad and a clutch. It's a quadge there as they squash the opposition. Black Coffee with a huge round to bail out that West Virginia team.
My God, Hazza. I said don't count them out, and that's the reason why you don't count them out. They were absolutely amazing on that. Lethal on the rifle, well, you can see that again. Quad on the round. 3-2's the score. West Virginia proving their prowess once again, and they are going to go towards B. What again? Question mark? Well, I mean, we'll need to see how this one works out. Witness is going to try and wide swing here with all the utility facing him up. He's going to have to TP away there because he does not want to get picked out. Agility will get Dolan. And look at this, B site almost free apart from the one player in towards Hookah.
Yeah, and the way that West Virginia play this, they stack so much importance over towards that long position, especially against these lower weapons like the Judge, which is so good at close range, the shotguns. You're not going to want to try and face up against it. Black Coffee takes that duel anyway, wins it out. Fights taken towards Elbow, and, well, it's just all across the board. West Virginia, another very comfortable one. Point being is that they have a lot of flexibility in the way that they set up, right? So Sora has those calling cards to try and defend the flank, so they have presence towards A and showers. They're going to send players towards B long, so they're able to use the teleport to reposition if it's not a favourable place for them to try and take. They have control of both orbs in most scenarios. How do you shut it down? It's sort of a self-sustaining beast right now, the way that they're playing this, West Virginia.
Yeah, it really is. Well, I mean, who needs healing when you can just self-sustain through those ultimates? Already going to push up towards long once again. Oh, Dolan just missing out with that rifle. Witness is going to push out from Hookah with Cutie and pick up 1. We're going to retreat, which is something that I like. You're going to get the pick, you're going to retreat, you're going to kind of consolidate the site. Sora again on the luck. Doing that chip damage to the KJ on towards U-Haul, and already the rotate coming through. Oh no, Sora dropped to 25 HP, and again they do have no heals on that agent roster.
Yeah, and I like how Sora actually keeps that rendezvous in the back pocket to reposition if they need to. Agility going to be using the showstopper here to try and find something, but it's not good for anything. Has to back up, takes a little bit of that area damage from their own utility. Sora wins out the gunfight against the operator. That's a huge pickup on the round. Recons are going to trade tags back and forth either side of the RV, but there's got to be a lot of players to try and pick out here. Meishu finds the first one with a nice headshot and has a showstopper of their own. If they can pile this in towards the Lamp's position, they could be good for one, but no, it goes towards the pocket instead. Cutie trying to find one out. They get the first. The defuse is tapped. Now it just seems like they're having to back up further and further. West Virginia not looking as comfortable as they were before, and they get shut down. It will be another round on the board for Riverhawks. They're slowly making their way up the stream and having a little bit more success. That operator, I think, will be collected from heaven as well as the defuse is staggered just a little bit longer. But like you said, we could still have a game in our hands. As long as it maintains the status quo, both of these teams look to be in with a fight.
I realised last round I made a massive boo-boo. I said
Yeah.
there's no sustainability on the side of West Virginia. And have a look. What do we see?
It's the sky.
It's the sky. Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. Yep. That's it. Casterman doesn't even know what agents do. But with that being said, though, that was a nice retake coming through from the UL Riverhawks. The way that they were able to close out and actually try and almost make West Virginia feel claustrophobic in the gunfights that they were taking. They didn't want to swing out too wide, but maybe that comes down to West Virginia's kind of confidence and kind of... I'm trying to talk, and agility's just going mad.
Yeah, I mean, we said how the game had slowed down a bit in areas, but the pace is always set for these West Virginia players towards that B-long position. The utility always so difficult for them to try and navigate. Dolan really just struggling to make that operator work as agility is still just zooming around the map, finds a triple now on the round. Meishu and QT, the last two players towards Hookah, and could still be yet to be collected for the ace here if they're able to do it. A nice pincer in, utility available to try and slow this down in the post, but, well, what can you do? Between a rock and a hard place, and Jay Chronic is just chronically fatigued with damage onto these other players right now. The way that they're just pumping it out is unreal, and West Virginia, the beast carries on, plodding on along, and it just seems like Riverhawks, on the flip side, they're running on fumes.
Yeah, I feel as if West Virginia, I think the best way to describe this match is West Virginia just set the pace for how the round is going to go.
Yeah.
If they want the round to go slow, they'll play it really passive, they'll play it really default style, they'll use their rotates, they'll use the chamber utility to defend those rotates. It's perfect, it's lovely. And then on the other hand, if they want to execute, you better believe your bottom dollar, you best be ready for it, because they will execute so hard. I mean, you look at agility, he was just perfect on that double kill that last round. Hunter's Fury was invested from the defenders. Will get one pick, potentially an upgrade because there's no attackers to actually defend the rifle, so this could be huge.
Yeah, that is a rifle that could potentially be collected, but it doesn't look like any of these players are willing to take a gamble on it just yet. Utility expended towards A, and that's going to be the target for these players. Sora finds Dolan, and now it's just going to be the shorty of Boonga posted up towards U-Haul to try and find anything in this round, and you somewhat feel like they're going to peek out, and yep, they do. Into the crosshairs of Sora, triple for them, and now only one player left on the flank position, already given away by that little trap on the back line, and, well, it's just going to have to peel away further and further. Can they even get one witness actually able to find it? Sora with the Deadeye, it's a quad to finish things off. The advantage now doubled for West Virginia, and they are looking to be moving at an unstoppable rate. I mean, there's only so few rounds between them. 3 rounds normally wouldn't really seem like too much, but like you said, the way that they're playing it, they do set the pace on every occasion. The first gunfight that we saw in the previous round, agility just making a little bit of aggression felt towards Hookah. They're able to find that pick out regardless of what happens. They're taken out by the Hunter's Fury across the map. It wasn't even a trade coming out from a player in close proximity. The way that Riverhawks are set up, they really, really struggle. And, well, it's that aggression towards long which could be the difference maker. First pick found for Witness, able to get the second, but when you trade 2 for 2, it's not really going to be an ideal situation. HP taken onto Dolan as well. Seekers to push them even further back. And West Virginia have been just carrying on as they mean to. Hunter's Fury even invested to add insult to injury. How do you try and deal with this? 3 ultimates on the board for all 3 players that remain in this situation. And they're just carrying on with that aggression.
Yeah, really are. The swing coming through to deny the plant. Huge. They are from the KG down to a 2 versus 2. Maybe not anymore. Make it a 2 versus 1. Make it a 2 versus 0. They weren't even sweating. Has a 7-3 as the scoreline. And something else I wanted to just kind of build upon your point from last round. You're seeing 3 rounds. Well, 4 rounds this time. Isn't that big a gap? But has a what's something we know about Bind. Another CT or defender-sided map. And it's all in favour of the attackers right now. West Virginia's pick, again, it's that clinical style of attack. It's that kind of, we set the pace, we're attacking you guys, you're going to have to really defend. And, well, I'd hate to see it because UML Riverhawks aren't putting in a bad performance. They're just can't keep up with their opponents.
No, they really can't keep up with how agile they've been. And agility leading the charge on many occasions. We will find...
unfortunate there. I believe Hazard may have just dropped out. 3
And the way
versus
that they're playing this right now, they
make
have
it 3
so much
versus
control.
3.
What do?
Stolen
You try and
picks up
stack
a
towards one side of the
beautiful
wall.
couple
Maybe
of
it works.
headshots
Stolen
there on
finds a triple off the back of the headhunter there. Really nice.
They have to slow down
chain of
here for
headshots,
West
which
Virginia
makes
after
this
they
attack a little
lost
bit
those
more
players.
split. Doesn't manage to win
he
that
has
one
it.
out, and
Enemy
well,
remaining.
possession is not really in their favor right now. The spike dropped. Boonga with the turret to try and slow things down. Sora just seeing what kind of an engagement they can find here in the 2 versus 1, but that teleport will be big for them actually. Still has the flank protection, can try and get this spike down, and it's all about the post plant. There will be weapons for these players to try and pick up if they want to level things out just a little bit, but HP not really in the realm of, you know, possibility right now for at least one of these players. Sora just setting up towards showers for the time being as both of these players look to push in from short, but those footsteps will certainly give a lot away. This is a really nice off angle from Sora and they can just collect that first frag. Boonga taken down on very low HP. The paint shells come through to try and slow things down. That defuse is going to be coming into at least half, but they get off. Crucially, at that point in time, now the sound cue comes through. Sora has to swing. They have to try and shut it down, and they do exactly that. A clutch from them, 8-3, and now once again, West Virginia just seem impossible to try and
I think
stop.
there was some sort of audio
3 ultimates available
issues,
for the
and well,
defenders
with
in
that
this
being
last
said,
round.
we
The
are going to
guns
move
will
through
finally
that
come back
next
online for them
round,
as well,
8-3 as
but
the score.
just that similar situation that
Virginia
we've seen
just
so many times. West
continuing
Virginia
to
take
move
control
forward, but
towards
they wanna
Beyond.
move
There's
one
no
more. I mean, as the kind of the
back line
9-3 custom
doing exactly
potentially
enough
could
to
be
keep
coming
themselves
through.
in it, and
We'll need
well,
to see
will
if that
be
is
just
the case. But, I mean, the thing is, though, I don't think West Virginia need to worry. I mean, 9-3 cuss. Have you ever seen a team like that be affected by a cuss like
so
that?
if
We've never seen
Cairo
a
and
team
I
be
are
affected by a
talking
9-3
over
cuss,
each
have
other
we,
on the
Hazard?
broadcast, I apologise. I believe this may be an issue globally, but yet to confirm. So I will keep myself well.
Well, the way things are going, it is looking to be another execute here. A lovely cosmic divide to come through, and it's an aggressive one as well. It's from the attackers. Here we go. Ultimates invested here, especially from agility as well. A big investment here by the attackers, but it's the Boombot to actually go and get the kill on towards Dolan. The plant is almost going down, but no, they've actually dropped off because of the utility being used. We're trying to go in and trying to retake in towards you. Oh no, as the wall dropped, it's actually fell in favour of the defenders. Huge kills to come out, and it's down to a 2 versus 2. Somehow that flurry of kills has somehow managed to favour the defenders almost, but yes, here it is. It's potentially going to happen right here, right now. Agility needs to come up huge. Can they find one? Can they find the Overwatch? Well, they're going to spam away, but no. 8-4 is the final scoreline here on this half. But the thing is, though, maybe, just maybe, it looks like it could be damage already done here for West Virginia. 8-4 scoreline, obviously. And with that being said, they move forward onto the more favoured side, especially on Bind, where, I mean, you can really make things work. 4-stack on towards Edo. Interesting. Don't know if that one's to be advised. I mean, obviously there's the teleporters to help the rotate come through, but maybe, oh no, they're all stacked onto the teleporter. This could actually be a really quick rotate through and towards mid and maybe potentially get a freebie. They're all stacked there, they're all ready to go, but when will they have the information? Will it be in enough time? Boombot will be used by Meishu to get the information in towards Hookah. Well, there we go, info dart. Maybe this will tell the players exactly where to go. They will have plenty of pings to work off of that. The rotate is going to come through. They will be met by the Sova of Witness. Look at this, almost so close. Will they get it? Well, they'll get one anyway. They'll get 2 huge picks on the pistol round. But remember, Riverhawks with the pistol round last time, and look how it went. They need to make this one work. They need to get this to 8-6. Pushing through. And they're pushing through on towards the site. Witness jumps out. It's a 3k for him. Sora going to shut him down though. And it's down to a 4 versus 2. The plant won't be stopped by these 2 remaining players. The Sova and Sora. I mean, the thing is, though, if you're counting anybody to clutch up here, it has to be Sora with the headhunter. Got to swing wide, won't pick up the KG. Unfortunate. The electric arrows, the shock darts to come through. Sora will pick up the kill now. G-Chronic getting ready to swing wide. The shock dart to do chip damage, and the frenzy coming out. 5 HP, and finally will get dropped. Sora will get dropped as well. A great pistol round there. Actually punishing those aggressions almost by the defenders. Trying to catch the players on the rotate. And well, it was not to be advised after they get caught out. And now, actually, we see UML Riverhawks take the advantage.
Yeah, and, well, Cairo, I'm assuming you can hear me now and that I have returned. Well, yes, anyway. So, yeah, they managed to win out that round, so that's going to be really big. Now we see Sora, once again, on the Headhunter, and well, just look at that. Cutie dropped straight away. They pinged, so they'll have to try and fall back, but that's a really nice pick to be taking early on against this anti-eco.
Well, finally, I can hear you, Haz. I'll have to hear your dulcet tones. The spike being planted, it's now been confirmed on this anti-eco. It needs to happen, it needs to work here. Because, well, UML Riverhawks, they can't be choosers. Oh no, Haza already. The attackers, UML Riverhawks, have taken the advantage. Doolin's gone a triple kill. It's all up to the last remaining player, but G-Chronic got an upgrade. That's absolutely perfect for him. Can he make this one work? Well, it's looking likely. 2 players remain. Infodart to go out to gain some sort of advantage, but it got destroyed. But he has 1 ping. Doolin has retreated through the rendezvous. Thing is, though, Haza. It looks like it's going to have to be a retreat here by G-Chronic. Maybe he's just going to full send it because he has the buy in the next round. Not going to get anything so far. And yeah, just like that, he'll forfeit that SMG, that Spectre. And we move forward into the next round on 8-6.
Yeah, only 2 rounds away now. Riverhawks managing to find their way back into this matchup. Not deciding there to do anything with the Spectre, deciding that it would be better off if they were just able to get that full loss bonus and then bring a Phantom or a Vandal into the next round. It will be the Vandal, the weapon of choice. But most of these players, it's really felt like on the West Virginia side, and we're going to see 4 of them in this round. The attackers, through Maishu, we see the Judge there. We didn't get too much of the satchel action that we were maybe hoping for from Agility on the first half, but, well, what does Maishu have in store for us? Combined with the Judge, it could be potent, and well, what else is more potent than the Headhunter right now? It just seems like these Chamber players are finding so many headshots with that weapon, and once again, it's the opening pick for us in this duel towards A.
Oh, nice from Black Coffee. I absolutely love their gunplay, by the way. I must have to say, but right now the turret has been dropped, so the flank is viable if it does come through, but no, it won't. Mishu? Oh my god, you're an absolute rat. He's on the Judge, he's in U-Haul. Black Coffee still defending showers from that chamber. The retake is coming through and it's absolutely perfect. G-Chronic picking up the KG, the spam. How has he got away with that? Doolin has been pushing up, he will get flashed, and G-Chronic swings with it. It's all up to a Judge, but at a long distance, what can you actually do? Almost stuck in here, crammed, claustrophobic.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do, and to be completely honest, there's only one word I have to describe that: textbook. That was absolutely textbook from West Virginia in the retake there. Every single fight that they took was just completely off their own merit, I suppose. Maybe a little bit unlucky there. Black Coffee finds the headshot onto one of those players through the side of the Astral Smoke, but other than that, Riverhawks, they just get caught out in every single possible opportunity. Sorston with the heal for their teammate, the blinding light to enable G-Chronic to win that duel out as well. Masterful in the retake, and we've seen that from them so many times as the team play on them. It's just so disciplined and just well taken.
Absolutely perfect there from Witness to actually use that Hunter's Fury to get the pick. And well, look at this, Hazza. West Virginia are actually losing and hemorrhaging players at the moment. But again, it's one of those teams you can't count out their players. They can easily somehow pull things back. Shock Dart to go through will give away the position of G-Chronic. The spam to come through the smoke, but will he get dropped? He's dropped to 88 HP with a little bit of armor. Down to 56. The old drone to come through to help the retake from the CT side. Clearing all those corners, and well, look at that. That's going to be absolutely huge for information. Getting the player in towards the hard right. Sora moving through with it. Oh no, the two of Deshaun's can't get anything just yet. They're really going for this one, Hazard. They know the players are stuck out in towards Octagon. They can't get the players in towards site either. It's all up towards Sora. He'll get two, but he won't get anything more.
Yeah, Sora there with the tour de force. It shoots fast, but it doesn't shoot fast enough to take down 3 players bearing down onto your position. So they're unable to win that one out. West Virginia University forced back onto a pots and pans bye, as the attacking side of the Riverhawks from UML looking a lot stronger in this one, definitely. And nice team play from them. I mean, the owl drone from Jay Chronic managed to find so much space in towards the site, but those players in Octagon stacked up just had the numbers and the damage to try and contend with. Once again, though, it's going to be that headhunter. Do we see them find the first pick? Not this time around. Well, actually, they're even going to get picked off in that scenario. Agility has to try and fall back, stuck in the gravity well. But actually, I think it's played against them, because that vulnerability has allowed for the paint shells to claim a life back onto the other side. And well, Black Coffee, not quite finding that one through the side of the Astral Smoke. It does go back to a 4 versus 2.
I was just going to say, Hazard, that was an absolute freebie, and somehow they missed it. His upgrades available. Potentially this could be a successful buy run if they just pick up the rifles and maybe save.
Maybe. It is that 2 versus 3, though. They've got to favour themselves to try and get something done here. They can bring it back down to level pegging if Jay Chronic's able to find the player in the cubby. The flash, just timed not quite right. I mean, well, I don't think it would have made too much of a difference, but Cutie, their mind was focused solely on that U-Haul player. Gets taken down, and the scoreline now within touching distance of each other. And we saw so much dominance on the attacking side before. Similar story this time around. Riverhawks managing to chain quite a few rounds in a row. The only one that West Virginia were able to find was that clutch, being a defusal, of course, as well. So maybe this matchup not being as far apart from the two teams as we maybe expected.
Maybe maybe there is a little bit of a comeback. UML, I mean, essentially at this point they've got nothing really to lose.
There.
Oh, I say that, I mean, they've got the full series to lose, but you know what I mean, like, they're already a bit down. Why not just try and really upset the opponents? Agility doing some nice little util damage there, taking out the boom bot, and, well, there goes the owl drone. I don't think there was any recon darts to go through there. The boom bot coming through from the defenders this time, but look at this, Agility will take out Meishu, which is going to be perfect to stop this plant to go down, but maybe not. Maybe not, as the plant is going to go down in the lockdown, also going to get popped.
Oh, Black Coffee, a flurry of utility completely shuts them down and reverts us to the 4 versus 4. Sora just looking to try and get some work done towards Showers, but that star player will be felled by Witness. The Seekers and the Owl Drone flying in. There's a forest, a jungle of utility pushing these players all the way back. So much space gained by the defenders, but yet still utility to contend with on this spike if they want to try and get it defused. Cutie will rear their head, and so will Boonga towards short. The diffuser is killed now to the 1 versus 1. Jay Chronic doesn't quite spot them out on the boost, and just like that, 9-9, the Riverhawks back in control once again. I mean, had it ever really left their grasps? This side of the half, they've looked a real threat to contend with.
Potentially just an attacker-sided bind hazard. That's just something that we need to kind of suggest here and potentially pose to the viewers. I mean, 9-9 is a pretty good performance, and UML could potentially, I mean, because they've equalled what their opponents have done, potentially could have easily, like, kind of moved forward almost at this point. Move forward and kind of look to take bind. But at the end of the day, though, as I will need to see if that actually is the case. Right, lovely pings from the intel arrow coming out from the Sova. 2 shock darts to follow on towards long, but the rotate to come through. They've already wasted the utility. The rotates already came through from the defenders of West Virginia, which leaves the full A site up for grabs if they can take out Agility.
But this Owl Drone may have counted their chickens before they have hatched, because it's given away a lot of information about where this push might be coming through. And actually, we see the stack start to rotate now. They're going to be facing up against the full squad here. Agility finds the first, goes to the showstopper, can't quite get it out of the chamber. Sawston able to find one, but a spray through of players here means that it's going to be just Black Coffee left. Dolan able to find a couple there from the Showers position. And finally, in this matchup, Riverhawks managed to take the lead.
Well, as the Riverhawks take the lead here, is this West Virginia maybe faltering? Have they maybe used too much here on the kind of, I don't know how you put it, like put too much into map 1, trying to upset their opponents? Maybe they're kind of running on fumes, as you were saying at the start of this map. I mean, if there's anybody that's running on fumes right now, it definitely has to be West Virginia. But with that being said, the op on towards short. I mean, this is where we've seen Sora work their magic, but can they work it once again? Yes, they can, and will retreat. Perfect there, getting that. Oh, ultimate to come through, and won't even get
Sora!
a kill.
Sora finds another one with the operator there. Agility being in a position which is so hard to shut down with the showstopper, from being, you know, on top of the RV. There's not really any kind of way that you're able to shoot that, as you need that kind of verticality almost to shoot the showstopper rocket down onto them. But we won't stress the details too much, because right now it is a 4 versus 3. West Virginia, they've managed to find that advantage once again through Sora, and for that reason being, I think the Riverhawks have decided that it's in their best interest to try and reposition this attack. However, they'll have to be into the crosshairs of Jay Chronic, who's been fantastic so far, but well, maybe they get caught sleeping at the wheel. No, they do not. It's a quick double from them. I'm made to eat my words quickly, as those first shots don't seem to connect. The second ones should certainly do. 3 and 4, and just like that, Nolan's eaten a shock dart to the face, a ping from the owl drone, and Black Coffee has finished them off to level things up. Coming out of round 20, it's double digits for both teams.
Well, Hazza, insert the Wayne's World gift, but it says game on, because this certainly has turned into a one hell of a game here from these two teams. 10-10 the scoreline, absolutely perfect. Well, the thing is though, Hazza, is that West Virginia actually looked like themselves that round. They actually were able to win out the fights. I mean, Jay Chronic, I thought, was maybe sleeping. I saw the swing come through, he didn't react straight away, finally got the kill, fair enough to him. 10-10 the scoreline, but I think the biggest point that we have to point out here, the fact that Sora was back on the op probably is what changed that round for me. Oh no, but Agility on the op, no, that's not what it's meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, you were asking for Sora on the op, we got the opposite, and unfortunately for them, Dolan takes them down with the Tour de Force. So now, advantage once again with the UML Riverhawks, but we've seen situations like this before when it's gone the other way. What can Jay Chronic try and do with the Hunter's Fury? Doesn't look like too much. Does manage to find eventually a tag onto Boonga, but this push has already come in. Sawston in a very tough spot, has to try and make it work, but Maishu able to find a couple, but Sora's got a couple of their own with the Tour de Force. A huge clap from them. Unfortunately though, for West Virginia, this is going to be a real tough post plant to try and navigate. Dolan has the utility, is going to be on that Tour de Force of their own, the sniper rifle, to shut down this long angle. Make smoke to try and make their way in towards the site. Hunter's Fury to deny if that spike gets anywhere close to being defused. Dolan able to take that first shot. It does get baited out more. Black Coffee's got an ult of their own, actually. And it looks like they're going to try and invest it to get the spike defused. The first burst comes through, fakes away onto that reposition, but no, the Hunter's Fury does manage to take them out eventually. It will be that 11-10 scoreline, and once again, West Virginia have to try and play catch-up, and it's ults invested that they're not going to be getting back.
Well, the ults invested has that cosmic divide could be round winning, round defining, and it's almost thrown away on a feeble retake. I mean, that's a way to describe it, because that Hunter's Fury, they should have checked that was there, because, I mean, come on guys, it's one of the simple things that you need to check when you're on that retake, when you know that you have to go and tap the spike, something that every top tier player knows. You'll know that yourself, you're one of those players.
Yeah, I think to be fair, they were probably aware of it. The problem is you have to try and face up that first duel as well against the chamber there to win that fight out. And, you know, you can only afford to take one tag worth of damage from it, even if you're at full HP. So a really tough one there. And that's really nice utility used by those players to shut down Dolan. Sora gets one onto Boonga as well towards you all. And finally, things fall into place for West Virginia. Black Coffee walking out, led astray, gets taken down. Cutie. This is an engagement that they feel as if they may have to take, but no, it's the complete opposite. Both players go through the teleporter. SoundQ's maybe not given away by the Cosmic Divide, but we're seeing a reposition here from Sora, throwing their life away, an uncharacteristic for these West Virginia players, and it puts us back to a 2 versus 2. Seekers a possibility in the retake, but if they get invested and we don't see that value come through, this could be really, really costly. I think a lot is weighing on the potential of this round. Weapons and economy, so much in the terms of how these rounds are panning out. And as they're not able to really get too much distance closed, that defuse has to come through, and Witness already on a quad for the ace. The shot dart comes through, but Jay Chronic shuts them down. 11-11, and once again we are at a tie. Both of these teams at an impasse. Neither better than the other. West Virginia keeping themselves alive on what is another crucial round to be winning.
My God, what a clutch there by Jay Chronic. I thought, like, when the Seekers came out, it was perfect information for the retake. I was like, great, that's a great kind of investment at that specific point of the retake, because they thought, well, we can win this 2v2. Next thing you know, see when that ping came through, to drop, I think it was Black Coffee all the way down to 5 HP. I was absolutely perfect. Then they get taken out. 2 versus 1. That's not winnable. Next thing you know, man, what an absolute god play from Jay Chronic. Huge from the Sova. He's dropped out all the way on to get the ult orb. A little bit risky there. He wasn't even looking down C long, Hazza. But with that being said, all the players are positioned towards B here. The 2 players have dropped off to elbow, and maybe we're just going to wait for the players to come through and going to play for the retake.
And look, the impact of that round, it's forced Boonga to be on the Spectre even in this situation. Lots of presence taken by these players towards B, and it would be such a difficult retake for West Virginia to try and do if they have to. Aldrone comes through, and maybe this will call the first of the rotates to make their way over. The spike towards long, so fairly non-committal, could still go through the teleporter yet if it needed to. As we see now, that 3 versus 2 stack comes through. Recon Dart is huge for information, but it is not capitalized upon. Witness is the one who finds the frag instead. No real damage from those shock darts either. And once again, we find ourselves in that post plant. Jay Chronic, though, shutting things down. QT, the only player towards site. They're backed off so far to try and use this Sova ult. But is it going to work out in the post? What can QT do to slow down these players on 38 HP?
Oh, Jay Chronic. He's coming up huge now, Hazza. 3 players left on the outside, and well, they do have the Hunter's Fury to defend this. That's the main point, and they're waiting with the Hunter's Fury of their own. They're trading the Hunter's Fury right now. Can they get the trade? Yes, they can. No, they can't. Sorry, that was onto the KG. I thought it was the last Sova.
Oh, it's already halfway gone.
Wait, what?
And the spray comes through. It's enough to just about shut it down, but there's a second bite of the cherry, and Witness will finish it off. Manages to find it and forces it to at least an overtime. West Virginia, they've been on the back foot a few times. They're going to have to do it once again in the post plant. They're unable to win it out, and look at the money. They've got nothing to work with. Neither do really both of the sides, as we see a couple of Spectres getting bought up as well. But this one is going all the way to the wire.
Hazza, this is why I love casting you, because you're the eyes and ears. You catch things that I don't even catch when I'm in that play-by-play moment. I'm just thinking, what can they see? What can they do? It's almost like I'm a monkey see, monkey do. That's essentially what I'm like. But right now, here, 12-11, while all I can see is a map 3 on the cards, that's all I'm thinking about now. West Virginia may have already given up their opportunity to win out on Bind. Meishu's going to jump in with that judge. Black Coffee did trade it out, though, which is going to be absolutely huge. Another couple bullets to be traded here. Can Black Coffee get another trade? Yes, they can. Spike planted here, 3 versus 3, and already there is spikes all to go down. There's an ultimate to go down.
Look at the
But no,
damage.
maybe there's maybe there's overtime on the cards. Going to shut down that lockdown. Huge
Black
black coffee. It's all up to Witness here. Can they clutch up? Has it? No, they can't. I've cast a cluster. That is absolutely amazing. I don't know how West Virginia have pulled that out their back pocket, but I'm so glad they did. That was a spectacle.
Yeah, Sauce Tin and Black Coffee combining to keep their hopes alive, picking off one player at a time with the Spectre there. And then just upgrading the weapons. They flow through the ranks. There's Vandals in play. They're able to get a one-tap. Sauce Tin finds a couple of their own, and just like that, 12-12 reads the score. Rifles even across both teams. We thought that maybe this would just be simple pickings for West Virginia, being their map pick, taking that one away from Riverhawks, and in such a dominating fashion on Ascent, we now find ourselves at an overtime where Riverhawks, they've shown some promise. We know what they're capable of in trying to get back into this matchup, and now it lays at a best of two situation. They've got to make the most of this opportunity, or they could be dropping out of this series 2-0. It would be an unfortunate scoreline with how close it's come, and it looks like they're trying to get on that front foot early on with plenty of aggression towards B Long, and just like that, West Virginia shift their focus towards A.
Remember, Hazard, this was where West Virginia were most proficient on their most winningest side, I should say. Yes, that is a word. Don't check me on it. But the thing is, though, it looks like it's going to be an A execute. And finally, we see Agility enter the way that we know they can. And they're going to pick up two huge kills. But is there a flank to come through? Will the flank be successful? 3 men death squad to try and win this one out. But can they do it?
I was going to say, is there a flank on Cairo? I don't know. Can you see them at there? 3 players will be the ones to try and rectify this round for Riverhawks. They tried to bring the fight to the opposite team, and well, they're going to be doing that just elsewhere right now. Witness and Dolan combined to find one each. The score leveled off the back of those picks from Agility early on to open up the site. Surely now they know that the flank is coming through, though. Forced away by the guiding light. The flags just come all the way through from West Virginia. They find all 3 swift headshots across the board, and just like that, Riverhawks find themselves on the back foot after taking the advantage time and time again. West Virginia bite back, and they find the response in overtime.
Hazard, I'm going to say something. That West Virginia post plant, apart from the 2 players that I'm not going to say they anted, right? Because they got caught out. One tried to take a gunfight. I don't know about the second one on towards shot, but something that we need to say, that was so patient on the post plant. They didn't swing. They didn't risk anything. Yeah, there was maybe a couple of shots here and there, but all in all, West Virginia really played that post plant well. But the thing is, though, UML, now it's their turn. It's their turn to see how proficient their attacks were, because they really punished their opponents in that last half. But can they make it work now?
I mean, that's something I was going to talk about as well. The defense for West Virginia has been a troublesome topic, only managing to find 4 rounds. And well, when you get aggressive, you're basically doing the job way better. And right now, Boonga is the only player on the board for this team. 3 versus 3 situation. Sauceton with their presence still towards Octagon. So these players are in a tough spot where they're pincered in towards the site. There is a potential flank coming through in the form of that Sober player towards Hookah, as a lockdown will also make this even more difficult to try and contend with. But actually, it's just going to force these players in. Sauceton wants to try and take the fight to them and find the advantage themselves. We're looking on this potentially being the final round in the series for West Virginia to take it 2-0. And right now, it looks like they've got Riverhawks in a chokehold. Witness will try and alleviate some of that pressure, but they're the only one left on the board to try and do it. The spike is down, but so is that last player. Witness getting dropped, and just like that, West Virginia will seal the series. This map was a troublesome one, but they managed to get it over the line outside of regulation.
Yeah, it really was like country roads on Bind. Has a very bumpy, very rocky, but finally West Virginia do get to go home with that dub. 2-0, they take this series. So well played. I mean, that first map of Ascent, absolutely gorgeous Valorant. That first half of Bind, gorgeous Valorant. That second half of Bind was not so much.
Yeah, they just let their heads slip a little bit. And
Yeah.
on the flip side, I have to give a lot of commendation to that UML Riverhawks side for keeping themselves in it, keeping themselves present throughout the series. You know, when you take a loss like that on the first map, the scoreline readings, 13-3 or so between the two teams, it's really tough to try and bounce back from, especially when that's your own map pick. So keeping themselves in it, bring it all the way to overtime, just sort of somewhat blundering that match point on the lower buy, the thrifty buy managing to claw West Virginia back into it was really unfortunate. But obviously, as I said, credit where credit is due. A really stellar performance from them on that second map, and plenty to see from both of these teams throughout the rest of the tournament, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, and Hazza, I really am excited to see what these teams can do with the rest of the tournament. That's probably the biggest thing to take out of this. It's the first week, and already we're seeing banger games. Like, I mean, the one in the last series that Vincent and Orbital were casting, and then this one as well, which was, although it was a 2-0, was absolutely gorgeous at the best of times. Sorry, and another thing that I wanted to point out as well is, I mean, Hazza, you were saying that they were 1-0 down after a horrible defeat on that first map of Ascent. Bind they were 8-4 down after that first half, and it wasn't as if it was just a normal 8-4. It was an 8-4 bashing sometimes, but this time they were actually able to bounce back. We get to overtime. Unfortunate the way things work out. My heart is breaking for you, UML. I really wanted to see that last map, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, and I mean, even some of those rounds, some of the agent plays that I want to pick out on, if we've got enough time to just mention it quickly. Chamber being an agent, which is fairly fresh into the pool, but Dolan and Sora, some of those headhunter shots that they were able to pull off and really turn the tide on pivotal rounds where they didn't have the economy was crazy. So plenty more plays like that to look forward to.
Yeah, and on top of that, one more I wanted to point out: agility on the entry, absolutely gorgeous. That was that was one of the ones I wanted to point out. And then on the flip side, when we actually got to bind, I can't remember who the entry was, but the Rays accommodations to you, your entry and your blast packs were absolutely beautiful. And so, well played to you guys.
Yeah, I think it was May on the race there for the other team. Yeah, Meishu doing really good work as well. And sometimes if you have a bad map on the first map, you want to try and get your head back in that space, and they were able to do so. So commendations to both teams on what has been a fantastic series. And I believe that is where we leave you for this evening. There'll be more games after us, if I'm not mistaken. But that series does go 2-0 in the favor of West Virginia. So congratulations to them. Commiserations once again to the Riverhawks. But a show put on by both, and a fantastic evening had by both of us as well.
Yep, definitely. Are any experiences over Hazza? So with that, I bid you all good night and best of luck with your Valorant games if he's going, Terry.
And welcome back. We are here and ready to go for our third series of the day. Once again, it is me, Orbital, with Vincent alongside of me. Of course, the man with the biggest brain here in Valorant, or at least one of the very best that I know. We're going to go ahead and kick things off as well with one of the more, I want to say, interesting matchups here, because it is the reigning champion, Purdue Gold, coming out here in the Champions Division. Going to show us a little bit of what they still got in the tank, coming up against University of Ottawa Gray. This is going to be a very, very fun matchup.
Yeah, there's a couple of things to talk about. You really lined it up, though. Purdue Gold, this team won last year. Now, I will say they have added on at least one player, but the majority are returning from that winning side, which means that you got to expect they're going to be very strong, regardless of, just losing one player. That's got to be a good look. The other side, though, Ottawa Gray, oh man, they did not have the greatest of seasons. They just snuck their way in to playoffs last semester, and unfortunately were unable to move on from the quarterfinals. So they finished out 5th to 8th overall. The good news for them, though, there's a couple of new faces here. At least 2 of them are going to be in the server today. Psycho alongside Nezamart are our new faces joining in on the Ottawa side, and they joined Little Boss, Exent, and Inertia on this squad, which means that that's a pretty significant change. A couple players coming back in. Obviously, the 3 players prior also having experience together. Those can typically add up to, well, something a little bit different. So we'll be on the lookout for that, won't we, Orbital?
Oh, yeah, and that's something that you really do need to kind of carry over and start a program up, and that's something that these squads are looking to do, right? This is about repping your school, showing up here, and again, it is week 1, right? You can take a little bit of time with 2 seniors on the team as well, having kind of that teamwork leadership kind of working in their favor. That can be something that we also hope to kind of see develop over the course of time with 3 freshmen, very fresh talents, coming in here, ready to go for the team. Now, of course, on the other side, let's go ahead and take a look at the Purdue Gold lineup here from top to bottom. We do have Spaghetti, Angel, King Lion Leo, my name's Jeff, and Real Honcho. That'll be your players for the Purdue Gold side.
Yeah, and Angel, the one coming in to join the winners here at Purdue Gold. We're going to definitely be on the lookout to see what she brings to this lineup, as we had to say goodbye. I think it was to Dimp, but I'm not 100% sure. I looked at the lineup from last semester, and I think that's the player gone. Nonetheless, a winning season from last semester coming into this semester, that is a lot of pressure. So I'm hoping that this Purdue side not going to be feeling any of that tonight.
Yeah, and that is something that is going to be very, very fun. You said it right, a lot of pressure on the line to kind of show up, because for a team that has taken the championship, it's a very difficult thing, because you want to live up to the previous semester, and as well having a majority share of the same roster coming back. You want to win in significant fashion here in week number 1. You want to be able to take it home, and honestly, you want to take it, maybe 13-2, 13-3 for some of these maps. That would feel pretty good. Now, the maps that we do have, if we can swap over to the map selections here, we have a very, very nice selection. It's the standard. As you can take a look, the bans coming through here, Breeze and Icebox taken off the table right away. Next that were picked up were Split and Ascent. Following the bans were Fracture and Bind. And then finally, it will be Haven as the decider.
So I'm a big fan of seeing Split taken up here early. The reason that I'm a big fan of that is because it's such a less played map. Like, you don't see it very often, so it can be really strong if it's a home map for you. And I'm really interested to see kind of how that goes, and well, whether or not things turn out well for Ottawa in this map in particular, as it is their pick.
And University of Ottawa, that'll be very, very challenging, to say the least. Again, very large mountain to climb, and so far it seems that map picks for certain teams have not worked out well. First, in our first series, the Icebox didn't work out as well as planned, and then in just the previous series, right, that game 2 went on for much longer than expected. The first OT, I want to say, here on the main broadcast, which was very, very fun to watch, even though it was only one. But that just lends itself to kind of the craziness, right? Just because it's your map pick and your selection does not mean the other team hasn't practiced it either. You only have about 6 to 7 maps to choose from. And so because of that, everyone should honestly be around that same level, or at least have played those maps before.
Well, we're getting into it here, and what's interesting about Split, obviously, is it opens up a lot of interesting options for the agent selection. Typically, you're going to see a bit more raise here, sort of like Bind in that way. The other things to look out for, I think, are definitely Viper can be strong, Sage, of course, and everything else. I kind of think, it's whether or not you want to play this or that. The one thing that you probably won't see a lot of is a Sova. That rarely is going to be picked up here.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult, and of course, it'll be challenging throughout the entirety of it to really see what's going on. We can take a look here. Real Honcho, though, aiming for that Phoenix. That'll be really, really interesting to see if it's locked in. Not many players, I think, run it anymore, and it seems that he's okay with it. So, Real Honcho deciding that the Phoenix is the right call. And it's surprising to see it phased out, but we really haven't seen it since the standard. So many other agents feel like it completes that role just as well, if not better.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going back in time here with this comp, I think, minus the Astra on the side of Purdue Gold. That's not to say that it doesn't work. That's just saying that, well, it's a little bit old school. And that's, again, not a problem. What I do think, there's two things that maybe concern's the wrong word, but definitely interested in paying attention to. Number one, obviously that Phoenix pick for the Real Honcho. There's nothing wrong with Phoenix. I think that he fills a role very well. There's just better agents to do that with a little bit better kit. That said, nothing wrong with Phoenix in general. You need to make sure that you're utilizing that one back effectively and fragging accordingly as you would expect your duelists. The only other thing that I want to just draw the eyes that we don't have any sort of sentinel here. I mean, I guess you could argue about the Sage, but I'm talking Cypher or Killjoy, not something that you typically see neither of in a competition for Split. Normally, you're going to see one or the other guaranteed.
Yeah, one or the other, and in this case, neither. Of course, running with some of those standards. Again, the duelists are going to have a fantastic time moving forward, and always having that pocket Sage will be the chance for them. Now breaking out into the first round here, Purdue Gold will be on the defending side, and with the shots in mid, of course, the standard here, if you will, University of Ottawa Gray, setting up with the Penguin of Awe, saying, well, I totally didn't expect a mid battle to break out.
So that classic Sage wall early on. Tend to see that relatively regularly. This can be a big key on defining sort of your main look defensively, and then getting into it from there. But Inertia is looking to set up a bit of a fake here in towards mailroom by the look of it. Real Honcho could disrupt that by throwing in the curveball, but no, not going to do it just yet. King Lion Leo in position, taking shots, but missing most of them. He's able to find one. That's in Nezimard for Lil Boz. Makes the return fire. Real Honcho is rotated out, but has been found out as Inertia brings it back and finds a bit of a flank shot before he's taken out.
Very solid kills moving through so far, and that means Purdue Gold do have a little bit of a tough time here on A. It's a nice 2-1 split with a flank coming in from UOG. It's going to be a little bit difficult. That's a Sage coming in, couple shots deep down, and can't get the kill. Runs out of bullets, still alive with 9 HP, and that's going to be a win for the side of University of Ottawa Gray, coming out with a 2-on-1. Follow through with the rest, though. Honcho needs to go for it. Is going to heal up very, very slowly. Trying to go for that stick around the corner to go. Shots go out. 9 HP in a dream. Has to finish it up. Lobos. Oh, Lobos, you waited just a little bit too long. The finisher is there as Real Honcho takes a 4K using the run it back just cuz.
Okay. Not a fan of that, to be honest with you. But what a fantastic round from the Real Honcho. Not to over exaggerate, because that was absolutely brilliant work. Not only the kill through the map box, but he's able to find, the trade initially, everything was really looking good, though I would be remiss not to mention the fact that, well, this agent, it's all about having that run it back and utilizing it effectively. to waste it like that, even after such a fantastic round, is a bit of an interesting decision.
Yeah, and to be fair, that just also gives credence to the fact that Honcho was that good. That was a round 1 ulti. That means you got 6 orbs in there and felt strong enough to expend it. That'll be a little bit interesting to watch. Maybe you can zone it up again, but this time Spaghetti is able to get one. NECC is able to get the headshot back. That's a trade of 1-for-1. They still need to push for University of Ottawa. Gray are going to try and find their opportunity inside the poison, though. Angel very, very secure in that upper side of ramp. Now playing back towards mid. They're going to try and push back. The wall is up, though. Angel able to snipe out NECC with these guns galore. Angel with a 2K, looking for maybe one more, but a full push. University of Ottawa Gray going to rotate over to A for a chance at a plant.
2v3, our curse scenario from our first series, as you know. Here's Earl Honcho, though. He's not going to allow anything like that. That's the first time I've actually seen that, I forget what those are called, but that's sick. What, the mech? I'm a fan.
We're losing track of some of this stuff, and I love it. It's just like, oh, yeah, it's good, it's good.
They come out with new skins so fast in this game. I'm like, I'll play 1 week, and then I'll have cast, and I'll be like, I'm lost. I don't know where all these skins came from.
How did this happen? Where did everything come from? Oh my gosh. Oh, well, it's there. And gotta agree, though. A lot of great content coming out here in Valorant. That's what draws so many people here. And that's what draws these teams ever closer. As you can go ahead and see, a great opening by Accent. Taking out Real Honcho. Headshot. Annihilating that one. Looking for that bonus round. But, of course, Purdue Gold saying, nah, not just yet. King Lion Leo holding it down for the Pride. Out goes the boom bot. Once again, mid is a challenge, but you can see the rotate coming out here. The attackers are going to take a challenge over on B. Psycho going to go ahead and take down Angel. Wall is up to give themselves a little bit of a breathing room. Nanoswarm up top to give them a little bit of clearance as well. And that should be the plant going in. University of Ottawa Gray going ahead and getting their first plant of the game.
Nicely done. Yeah, 4v3 as well. So Purdue going to have a tough time on this retake. This is a bonus round. Let's keep that in mind. Keep our expectations tempered, but still, really strong post plant being set up. And, oh, man, Psycho was a big fan of that first shot he hit. That one even better. Traded, of course, but that's fine. Spaghetti pushing forward. No res on the cards, and, well, there's Jeff. He's involved. A double kill, and oh, suddenly things just turned around for the worst as Purdue Gold, it seemed like they had no chance, but they just made it work.
Yeah, they make it work, and that's the strength of a squad that has won a championship before, right? And that is something to be said also to the members returning, right? They have something to prove, just as everyone else. They want to say that they're still at the top of the tables. Of course, Honcho picking up 2 or a little bit more in that round. Actually, from the first round, has only picked up 2 kills total in the last 2, so maybe you get to see a bit more out of it. This is going to be the op being played. Real Honcho actually sells it out, goes for that Phantom and says, not time to go crazy just yet. University of Ottawa, having lost 3 in a row, are looking at a somewhat tough eco round unless some craziness is to occur.
Well, or play at hand, and not much more early here in this one. You can see that Sage Wall being thrown around. Don't want it committed one place or another, but ooh, nice shot. King Lion Leo making a double kill as he's doubled down. The Real Honcho is good for one as well as Jeff chimes in. Little boss doing their best work, trying to get the spam with the sheriff, but despite finding 2 frags, it's simply not enough.
Yeah, and this feels like Purdue Gold, you know, it was a little bit rough at the beginning. Only 1 or 2 members alive at points. Now keeping it clean, right? 3 ultimates now alive. The Cosmic Divide, the Resurrection, plus the Run It Back. That is essentially 2 extra lives in your back pocket, plus a whole wall to section everyone off. This should give Purdue Gold ample motivation and ample resources to take a 5-0 lead. University of Ottawa Gray with their second buy round choice. Angel, unfortunately, with that poison, I don't think bounced exactly how they were hoping it would go. However, it's enough. It is going to stall out University of Ottawa Grey. All of the utility is taken away from the attackers. And with that lockdown going down, it is going to call Angel away. Can they get away? Yes, they can. No players attained. My name Jeff takes a very nice pouch, gets a frag, and looking for one more. University of Ottawa Grey want nothing else to do with it.
Yeah, they were sort of hit with a freight train of utility, and I don't blame them for backing it up. It's difficult to engage through all of that, and especially after losing a player. I didn't want it. Ottawa doing what they can, and Real Honcho's hearing all those rotations. Curveball's good. Frag is in. Run it back, maybe. Possibility. There it goes.
Yep.
And Inertia, instead of running, trying to hide away, play it a little safe, and it works out for them. This little boss does well to find My Name Jeff, and in fact, brings Nezimart back for good measure. This is now a bit of an even scenario.
30 seconds left.
Even scenario, no ultimates, all guns hot. Angel finding out Psycho's right around in the trade of utility. All right, you throw a nanoswarm, I'll throw down the poison. Have a good day. I'll see you next time. 20 seconds left. This is going to be difficult. University of Ottawa Grey have got to make a move, and honestly, at this point, it might even be worth just waiting. They are going to get the first frag, though. Angel able to lose their own life. Psycho is going to get the plant. 7 seconds left. Real Honcho takes out Nezimart, though. Not the one that you want. The Sage is still there. Spaghetti is able to bring Jeff back. Honcho taking a 3K. Looking for the ace. Does get a little bit of a healing going on the hot hands. Up and above they go, but the raise is stopped in the showstopper. Honcho with a 4K is going to finish it off. Once again, the Phoenix rises from the ashes, and that'll be 5-0. To kick things off. Purdue Gold on a rampage to start things off, and looking oh so clean.
You know, you called him out, Orbital. You were
I
like,
did,
he's
I
only
did.
got a couple kills in a couple rounds. What's going on here? Well, I present Exhibit B. Come on now. Be reasonable. It was just 2 rounds. No, I'm just kidding. I kid. But nonetheless, fantastic work from the Real Honcho. Really pulling that one back. And though it was a team effort, that shutdown by the showstopper was nasty. Or the Jeff kind of walked into. Nonetheless, Ottawa is in a bit of a tough spot. Now, granted, they got weaponry in their hands, and they're working their way up mid.
Slow trudging, of course, once again, as they have attempted this mid scenario multiple times. Jeff gets another paint shell kill. That's 2 in 3 rounds that they've been able to locate. King Lion Leo is going to fall through as well. Jeff makes it a second, and they're going to go ahead and try for a third. Multiple attackers side. Paint shells going off, but not doing enough damage. Honcho pushing up without fear, shooting through the rocks as it's only one alive, and Accent can only get one before falling. My name Jeff takes the 3K.
My name Jeff. What a great name. By great name, I mean horrible to cast, but you know, it is what it is. And it's a good meme at the very least. Beyond that, Purdue Gold, they show no signs of stopping. I mean, this has been a brutalizing of massive proportions of the Ottawa Grey squad. Now, the good news for Ottawa Grey is that they've got 3 ultimates to work with, and granted, only sheriffs on the backside of that, but something to work with is better than nothing.
Just a little bit of something, even if it's pebbles and sand. Gotta work with what you're given here. Honcho running in, not finding anything because the entire team, yeah, he's been on fire with it. He has been quite literally on fire with it. Now sprinting in. This is a very aggressive push because, again, University of Ottawa Grey kind of sectioned off to the sewers and mid. And we know how their mid play has gone so far. It is not working. Lion Leo with a great swing around. That's going to be 2 to the dome. And Nezimart and Inertia. Accent able to take out My Name Jeff. But that's going to be Angel firing right back down. A full house of kills for the side of Purdue Gold, putting up 7 already here in the first half.
Yeah, and the beauty of what Purdue Gold are doing here is it's not like it's a one-man show. Yes, Real Honcho is definitely putting on a show, and King Lion Leo's right close by. But the support from the rest of the squad, whether that be Jeff, whether that be Angel, whether that be Spaghetti, it's been phenomenal, and they really haven't had to get involved because, well, the rest of the team is just killing them all.
Yeah. At this point, they're more fighting for KDA. They're just like, give me a kill at least one. Angel saying, well, now I'm going to fight my own way. Goes ahead and throws out the Viper's Pit right there in Garage. Of course, Hancho just saying hello with the op. Deeks out 1. University of Ottawa Gray are going to be working with a little bit of light work. Angel takes one out with the Bucky. Accent finishes it off. Nezimar takes out King Lion, and that's going to be the trades down to a 3v3. 2 on B, 1 in A, and with the rest of University of Ottawa Gray spread out between mid and A, this is looking like a doable round. University of Ottawa Gray scrambling a little bit, but they have to be ready. Spaghetti with an eyes up top. Nezimar ready for it. Great crouch and spray, allowing them to enter into A. Gonna get the plant down and force Purdue Gold into a 2v3 retake.
Well, this is our number. Let's see if Purdue Gold can call it. They have an idea that there's a player back here. That paint shell is going to create some space, but it's now just a 1v2. Jeff knows that things are a bit in trouble. Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Exit left all alone, has a showstopper to work with in both blast packs should they be necessary. I'm not quite sure what those are about, but those paint shells right next to each other. Jeff has to sort of commit to this, and there goes the showstopper. Yeah. Exit plays it beautifully, but I do have a question. Do you have any idea what those paint shells were about? Was it trying to cover the diffuse sound, maybe?
Listen, it's the old Hail Mary play where you just huck them and hope they land somewhere. I love it. It's the blind fire. I don't want to get shot in the process. It was an attempt, and we can approve of it. University of Ottawa Gray go ahead and get their first round on the board. They're still facing down a pretty hefty purchase as Purdue Gold are still able to buy out in multitudes. Angel still sitting with 5K in hand. Now they are going to come face to face. It looks like a pretty good challenge. Hancho going to walk up very aggressive with those stars. Going to grab the orb capture early. And that should be a signal. University of Ottawa Gray taking a chance. Trailblazer able to lock down 1. And they spray. Hancho is not going to fall out just yet. But down the road they go. Inertia walks right into Hancho's pocket. Gravity Well doesn't catch anyone. And Nezimar can't finish it off. Hancho gets away with daylight robbery.
I mean, more like daylight murder, because Inertia just kind of walked in. They were spraying him the whole time, and then he didn't check the angle. I can't imagine why, but it was not the right decision. And Hancho somehow continues to live, and he gets a heal as well from the Sage over there. Spaghetti keeping him healthy. And King Lion Leo with a nice follow-up frag through the edge of the wall there as the little boss falls down. Ottawa Gray really needed to string some rounds together realistically, but this is not looking perfect. Psycho, on the other hand, snaking its way out onto B. At the very least has found something. Nezimar on the other side of the map. That's where the spike is, and it is good enough to cause a rotation. So not only a pick, but a rotation, and it's going to keep at least Spaghetti out for now. So the spike should get planted momentarily.
Get that plant money. Hold on as best you can. Spaghetti with the operator is going to try and swing wide when the rest of the team is there. Wall goes up. Going to give a little bit of diversion. A nice Cosmic Divide goes up. That's going to be the showstopper being thrown. And that's the double that you like. Boom shakalaka. Triple for the Rays.
Are you kidding me? Blind shot through the wall. And still hits both players. I mean, listen, it wasn't like there was no info. I get that, but still. Manages to hit the perfect position to kill both players. I gotta keep it real. I'm sure in the Ottawa Gray camp here that there's a lot of hands being thrown in the air and desperation starting. It's 8-1, but man, it's got to feel like a long, long journey.
Yeah, and I gotta give credit, right? We're saying it's blind, but Spaghetti was in a duel with 2 people, so possibly the call out was just shoot at me, you'll get 2 kills, and that was it. Either way, it looked dang pretty. It looked great, and I love it so much. 2 points, it's good. 8-1 is the round score. Purdue Gold on course to be able to secure double digits here, as we are going to get a rush from University of Ottawa Gray again with this eco round. Pistols in his hand only. It's very, very difficult to get too much. Excellent, though, is able to take out Angel now in a close quarters combat. Spaghetti coming in with that Odin. Going to be spraying everyone down. My name's Jeff, taking an operator to Inertia's face, and now a headshot on low boss. Spaghetti racking up that KDA. Nezamart now having a little bit of trouble with only a pistol, last one alive. Angles should be held, however, everyone let their flank open, and it is going to be the fall through. Nezamart is able to take 2 down, very expensive kills before the defuse comes through. 9-1, not without paying the price. Purdue Gold, 1 step away from double digits.
You're saying paying the price, but can I get our observer to just hit tab for a moment?
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
mean, you know, there's some money over there. Is all I'm saying. You know, they might not have like a full trust fund or anything, but it's definitely pretty healthy.
It's a
on the
couple
bank
stocks,
accounts.
right? It's a couple stocks somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, like, and they're choice stocks. Like, you got like Amazon in there or whatever. So, something that costs a lot. I don't do stocks. I'm sorry. Nonetheless, Purdue are feeling fine. They've got plenty of cash to continue buying, and well, Yotto and Gray need to really try and find something to get themselves back into this game, because 9-1. Listen, you might want to argue that this is an attack or a defensive sided map. Well, and I'd agree. But it certainly does not feel like it's 9-1 anymore. Type of defensive sided map.
It really doesn't. It feels like Purdue Gold get to decide when they have the right time. However, Accent finally getting some paint shell kills of their own. Honcho, though, puts a stop to that almost automatically. Wall now goes up. Lil Boss is going to get the resurrection, but you can't resurrect when the opponent has the high ground. Honcho dekes out Accent in the cap. I believe that's all that was shown. And so it goes right back to net even. Attacker lockdown is going to be used. B is going to be the challenge with the Seekers rolling out. And it does seem like they are going to chance it. They go ahead, clear out a majority share of that swarm. And only 1 player is detained. Nezamart is going to take out Spaghetti. Follow through with a bit more as A is completely open. For V3 as Purdue Gold leave a site uncontested. University of Ottawa Gray take full advantage.
Hey, it's a great read, but, you know, we've seen this before. Not this specifically, but we've seen these retakes go wonderfully well for Purdue. Great timing by Lil Boss. Angel able to pick up 1 trade. Looking for more here with the operator is Jeff. Going to swap out to a rifle. Taking out one of those nano swarms. The swing, good for the frag. That's inertia. Down 1 more to find. Not gonna happen. It's Lil Boz who's connecting the shots. Now time ticked too far, and Psycho had the crossfire. If it weren't even for the player still on side, Angel was certainly not going to be winning that one.
It's all right, though. Again, looking at those buys, those Amazon shares are coming in clutch. Sell 1 off, pick up a major weapon. It's another Odin in hand here for Spaghetti. That's the, I believe, 3rd Odin that's been purchased so far for this player specifically. Pretty dang good right there. King Lion Leo, though, running with an SMG. Not much else in the tank. Rest of the team ready to go to back them up. University of Ottawa Gray hoping to put a 3rd on the board, negating Purdue Gold from getting double digits here in the first half. No ultimates to be available, so it's raw abilities and gunfire that'll win him the round.
Wow. Denying this double-digit round will be a difficult task, but hey, they were able to pull it before. They can do it again, but here's the real honcho. He's gonna farm on that orb maybe just a second. Except, meanwhile, trying to help out is Psycho. Finds Angel, and that's an opening pick, a rarity against Purdue Gold, especially in this game thus far. So you need to take advantage. It's a double kill. Oh my goodness. You Ottawa Gray, they're winning the gunfights, they're making the moves, and they're doing it all very nicely. 5 versus 2. All they need to do is group up, get the plant, and play it out.
Yeah. Best laid plans work, but King Lion Leo says it's not going to be that easy. You can't cross without taking a little pain. Lil Boss says, I paid that toll. No problems there. Now a swing right. That's going to be Spaghetti getting it with the Odin. Now you got to do it about 3 more times. Large wall in your way. Spike is down, and you have so many angles to clear. Spaghetti's got to swing almost a full 180. Peek on the side, and Psycho takes it home. Great headshot by the Killjoy to finish it off with a 3K. 9-3 is a scoreline. Purdue Gold 4 rounds away from winning map number 1.
Brilliant. look here for Purdue Gold, obviously, but Ottawa Gray really made a stand there in the last couple of rounds. They did a good job. They were winning gunfights. I don't know. I haven't really noticed any, I'll say, adjustments from a tactical standpoint there on the attack side. But what I would give is that Ottawa Gray are adjusting to what clearly is a very skilled Purdue Gold roster. The more time you spend playing with players at that level, the more that you can actually get out of it.
Yeah.
Placing alarm bot.
It's a tough one to take in as we do get underway. Pistols are hot. University of Ottawa Gray gonna go ahead and get zoned out automatically by a Viper wall. Taking a chance is Inertia, sends through the Trailblazer. King Lion Leo was ready for it. Headshot number one. One tucked all the way in the back corner. Nezamart kind of sitting down below. Right clicks don't land. Spaghetti takes it home. And that'll be 2 quick kills. Exen and the squad hiding in Defender's connector. That's going to be the blind. Real Honcho takes one. Lil Boss takes his life. And now they're looking for a bit more. Oh, Paint Shell came out at just the wrong time. Spaghetti takes it home. My name Jeff. Going to take the last kill. Purdue Gold sitting at 10. Just need 3 more. You can count them on a single hand. University of Ottawa Gray going to have a long trail ahead of them.
Well, double digits, I think, honestly, if I am Ottawa, I need to be thinking about map 2. I need to be figuring it out because from what I see, this is Ottawa's pick, and they're getting slapped around. So they need to rethink and refocus in towards map 2 because right now comebacks are just not looking all that likely after losing the pistol. But hey, anything's possible. We're seeing the full save in this one, so we're going to see the buy in the next. The anti-eco, though, well, a lot of these rounds have looked like they could have been anti-ecos in all honesty.
Spike planted.
It's a rough one to have to, kind of stare up a mountain of a climb. But it's about what you take round by round. Remember, this is week 1. This is a learning time for some teams. University of Ottawa Gray hoping to take some experience out of this. Purdue Gold, though, shaking off the rust, saying we want to get back to those flawless round victories. Only need 1 more kill, and they do. My name, Jeff, finishing off with a double kill. Flawless 11th round. They're looking cleaner and cleaner by the second.
That they are. I mean, I didn't think it could look better, but hey, those were against classics. This is against rifles, so let's just take a look at what we have on display at the moment. Hey, the split here, we're looking at maybe an A lean for the offense. Defensively, though, it's a pretty good setup. A couple players in middle there with the Sage ready to put up the wall, and now a secondary player here to defend A. Definitely not the worst setup.
Not the worst setup in the world, but it's definitely a difficult one to think about. Purdue Gold have been playing this so on point. No matter where the setups are, it just feels like Purdue Gold are faster on the trigger. They take 2 and are rummaging for a 3rd. They go ahead and swing, but Exen and Little Boss shut that one down fairly quickly. University of Ottawa Gray saying, hey, listen, you might have a lead, but we're not going to let you take it that easily. Now we do see a split, though. University of Ottawa Gray, 1 person in each location. Purdue Gold stacking up 3 here in mid, ready to break the wall.
I think actually this timing is good. The wall's going to break itself in just a moment, and then they're going to be able to walk in freely. There we go. Yeah, wall broken without any noise. And now they can walk up mailroom with no information gained until, of course, oh, never mind. I forgot we lost our Killjoy already, so this is fantastic. They do seem to be aware, Purdue, or rather Ottawa, that things are going on. And now 1 kill there for Little Boss and nearly a second. As that is close, but not enough. King Lion Leo, careful not to lose his life to fall damage. Just a drop down. Is left with Angel here in the 2v2. Difficulty, of course, being the HP for King Lion Leo. Needs to make sure to stay alive in order to utilize the pulls in the correct place in order to deny the defuse. Here we go. Defuse coming in shortly. And there it is. First pull works wonders. And oh no, Angel did HP as well. 20 health to the 2 of them. Ooh. And King Lion Leo dismantles Exen. That's brutal. And now is not going to matter. Inertia had help, but it's irrelevant because of the decay. Oh my goodness. Not enough health, that's for sure, but Purdue still win the round.
Yeah. That feels bad, man. That's all we can say there. University of Ottawa Gray facing down match point with 9A Shred of the bargain bin, 2 Sheriffs, a Bulldog, I believe, and 2 Spectres. You're going to give it your best shot. One last hurrah here in game 1. And like you said earlier, look forwards to game number 2. Do the best that you can. Give a good showing. It's week 1. Brush off the dust and try and play for later. You're facing up against Purdue Gold, and you already took 3 off of them. You have to take that as a win for what it is. Now we do see a chase in. This is going to be a nice little flank of 4 with the lurk of the Sage on the outside. A little bit of a run on the end, though. This is going to be a Heaven blockade and battle. Nice flash swing around the side. Great shot, Honcho, with the headshot. Almost makes it look easy. Run it back to fire away, clearing out this connector. That's going to be a 2K in the Phoenix's pocket. Now in the back, they're going to swing. My Name Jeff actually got surprised a little bit before King Lion Leo takes their own name. 4 in alive, 2 left for University of Ottawa. Make it a 2v3, 2v2. Nezamart almost makes it home, but Real Honcho takes a 3K. 1 member left alive in heaven. Can Psycho do it? All eyes are open, spraying around a lot, and that's going to be the kill. Spaghetti is taken out. That's going to be a 1v1. It's Honcho versus Psycho, and that's going to be a spray. Psycho needs to go Psycho here if they want to make it happen. Eyes are open, and it can't work. A 4K does open, and a 4K to end it. Honcho seals the deal for Purdue Gold here on Split, 13-3.
Well, he is the real Honcho. What can I say? I cannot believe the domination that we were just seeing from a couple of individuals. It'd be unfair to say it was just the real Honcho. I mean, My Name Jeff, King Lion Leo, I think both of them really had a good showing. And like I said, I don't think that it was not a team effort. It certainly was. You need your support in order to set yourself up for those types of plays, and that was absolutely happening to a great extent. Unfortunately, for U Ottawa, they just couldn't get anything started. Once they did on that last couple of rounds of the first half, they got shut down immediately coming into the second with the pistol round, and it sort of reset the momentum in a very not great way for U Ottawa. So they're going to have to refocus and go towards Ascent with a new mindset.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to wipe that away, but they have to if they want a chance at staying in this series. Of course, for those at home, we will be getting back to it shortly, so go ahead, go grab a little bit of water, go grab a snack, go grab a blanket if it's cold wherever you are, and we'll see you back in just a few short minutes for game number 2 here with the NECC Esports broadcast. And welcome back. We're here ready to go for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Again, Purdue Gold coming out showing why they are the returning champions. It's only been a few weeks since the previous season ended, and they're saying they have no thought to ever slow down this pain train for University of Ottawa Gray. A lot of rust to be shaken off, and facing off against the returning champions is definitely no easy feat.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll keep it real. It's a bad draw here, week number 1 for you if you're Ottawa Gray or a Ottawa Gray fan. But that said, you know, the good news is you're headed to a new map. The bad news is, and it's a bit of a kick in the teeth, is that it's Purdue's pick. So they thought they were going to be best at this map in particular, and Split didn't go all too great. But hey, you know, worst case scenario, it's a situation where you refocus, you think about what you missed, and you learn for next time. There's a long season awaiting. That being said, I don't want to count Ottawa out yet.
Yeah, I don't either, because there's a little bit of fun that can be had here. We see the hover of the neon. I'm not sure if we'll actually see it here, but it could be a funny one. Of course, on the flip side, we get 2 new agents here. KO and Chamber on the same squad. A lot of utility to be played with here, and that'll be really, really fun if they do decide to bring it out. Swaps up all around. Ascent is bringing out pretty much the same agents. It looks like it might be a full mirror matchup of agents.
Well, I guess it depends on if we get these lock-ins, to be fair. But yeah, if that were to be the case, certainly. And it's very interesting. We're seeing a bit of an adjustment. Sky, I think, is very powerful, but we're seeing the KO pretty regularly in that place. And there is a Chamber. I think that's a little bit less regular for this map in particular, but it is certainly strong, especially, I mean, we talk about how powerful operators are as a general rule here. Mm-hmm. Well, having an ultimate that is an operator is definitely something to add on when you're playing Ascent.
Yeah. It's high-key aggressive as well, as we get back to the fact that there's not going to be too much utility coming out in some areas. But the Jets, of course, bring in their own smoke screens. Should be very, very fun. Purdue Gold on the attack, though. We'll be ramping up the aggression first. University of Ottawa Gray will have to defend against their onslaught if they want to try and get to a game number 3. Taking a look here, though, for Purdue Gold, considering what we saw last time, I mean, do we see them just go all-out ham at the beginning, just rush, or do we see them take it in a more default kind of steady pace?
Well, I'm going to say I fully expect Purdue Gold to press their W keys without even the inclination of an S key on the keyboard until Ottawa Gray force them to respect the play on the other side. And you know, whilst that can be frustrating to play with, I totally get it. And well, that's one way to gain some respect here. The headhunted by Psycho before the real Honcho can answer back. He's looking for more, but Psycho has another frag on display, making it triple as he's on the backside. Finally dispatched by Angel. She and the KO, the only ones left alive in this push.
Yeah, and a couple shock bolts keeping them off from planting right away. Jeff and Angel will do their best to defend against this. It is 3 up in rafters, so University of Ottawa Gray not really having multiple targets to work with. Owl Drone immediately snapped away, and Angel gets some information. No one else really going to be circling around for the time being. Lots of footsteps on top. That is going to be a couple agents suppressed. Lil Boss takes 1. Blind is 2. And 3 goes the domino. My name, Jeff. My name is unfortunately dead in this current standing, as round 1 will go University of Ottawa Gray's way.
It's a good retake, solid timing, and even after getting fully suppressed, that does not bother them in the slightest. And it's all up the back of Psycho, playing that Chamber, utilizing the Headhunter to absolutely phenomenal effect in the opening round. So with that, we'll see how things continue. I don't think we're going to be seeing a force buy. I was... Okay, maybe I was wrong. Real Honcho really wants to get a Bulldog, but I think that the better demons have prevailed here for the Purdue side.
Half an inch off of a kill means King Lion Leo gets first blood. Psycho missing out on that. Real Honcho picking up a little bit of extra, sitting on 22 HP. Oh, that stung. I believe that was the Marshall that took away the far side of the HP bars. Purdue Gold, though, are going to do a hard rotate, hard pivot over to B. This is going to be Spaghetti. Winging it far, takes a couple shots, 3 shots, and you miss. Inertia takes a kill.
Very nicely done. 4v4 is the scenario that we're looking at. Inertia just trying to find some crazy spray through that nebula. Not to be, but there is low HP, and Nesimard is going to get rid of one of those. That's King Lion Leo that's no longer in the server for now.
Scanning ahead.
3 players alive here. 3 take is coming forth. Chef in a good position. He's being checked. He's right-clicking, hitting shots. Angel as well. It's finally going to be traded back, but it's Real Honcho 1v2, and we know how deadly this guy can be with just a pistol in hand. But it's the Sheriff, and headshots are good through the wall. Unfortunately, the Real Honcho, really nothing he can do about that as he gets shot through the wall.
It was a deadly round, though. 2 only left alive. You're able to take quite a few members off. And now into the bonus. University of Ottawa Gray will probably go ahead and save. Purdue Gold should be able to purchase that very, very heavily. You can see it here. Pretty much all Phantom. Spaghetti, the only one running with that Vandal. Nope, my name's Jeff. Figured they'd join the Phantom train. Or the Vandal train, I should say. That's going to be 2 Phantoms, 3 Vandals on the flip side, and Ares. Plus 2 pistols, a Bulldog, and a Shorty. A great assortment of weapons for a great assortment of players here with University of Ottawa Gray.
Well, this is a big round. Accent. Did he get a tag? No, not quite. It looked kind of like it might have been, but not quite there. 3 players committed early to this A side. And Accent might just walk into this for free. No, not quite. The Real Honcho is deadly aware of Psycho's positioning, and, well, fooled me once, shame on me. Fooled me twice, shame on you. And with that, dispatching with Psycho, maybe we'll see a little bit more here from Purdue.
It's also a star put up, and Spaghetti knows someone's around the corner, but it's a crossfire situation, and Spaghetti gets eaten out by the Shorty. 2 pumps, and you're done. Big kill coming in here to even things up 4-4. Option is done. Real Honcho going to take Lil Boss out. Accent is going to find King Lion, and this is a scramble to safety. Accent knows people are behind, gets to kill a Honcho. Might get one more. If you can find one more, that puts it into a 3v1. Accent making an amazing play here. However, Purdue Gold are going to go ahead and try and get the stick down. Spike is going to be ticking away. It's going to be Purdue Gold aiming for a 2v3.
Oh, 2. Jeff, big frags, double kill, and this is that null command coming to fruition perfectly as Purdue Gold pick up the round, and a much needed round at that.
Yes, it is. Purdue Gold going to be very, very happy about that situation. Now, with a few more weapons, Honcho and King Lion still wondering what they're going to buy. But thankfully, University of Ottawa Gray, this is going to be the expected setup. Operator in hand for Accent, who did a phenomenal job in the last round to kind of negate some of those scenarios. Now they're going to have to try a little bit harder. You want those opening frags. You want that first blood, and to run away with it. KO in hand. That's going to be a swing, and Accent, unfortunately, hits it wide.
Yeah, swing and a miss. He was hitting for the bleachers, but unfortunately, with the shot, Little Boss, on the other hand, is certainly not whiffing the shot. Purdue Gold, this is a situation, like I said, getting those opening frags was a really big, difficult thing for U Ottawa in the prior map, and now that has sort of changed as we've moved forward. Here we go, the Bladestorm up and over. Accent nearly hit that flick, but Psycho doesn't need to hit the flick, just hit the shot, and hit the shot he does. 5v3 is Purdue Gold. They might have won the last round, but they are really in trouble in this one.
Yeah, this is a difficult situation to be in. University of Ottawa Gray having a great time, but King Lion and Jeff go ahead and even things up. 2v3. It's deja vu from the round prior. However, Little Boss having a better time. My name, Jeff, is dead. Angel now caught in a very, very difficult situation. Great utility usage. Door is busted down. Now you get a swing. Great headshot from Angel. 1v2, very, very doable with 150 HP to work with, 50 armor, 100 HP. Shots are not going to be made, though, as Nezamart annihilates Angel, and that will be the round. University of Ottawa Gray sitting at a 3-1 advantage.
Yeah, and honestly, Ottawa, I gotta give them a lot of credit here. I think that they've done a really fantastic job of not being mentally taken out of this game by that performance in map number 1. They realized, hey, we lost that map. Let's just refocus. Let's move forward and try to win where we can, and win they are. I mean, they're winning 3-1, and they have been able to pull the defuse every single winning round. So Purdue Gold have been consistently able to get onto the site, but once there, they can't win.
Yeah, it's a difficult spot. It's such a painful situation to be in. Now Purdue Gold have to kind of decide how they're going to play it. They're going to chance the A site once again. I'm pretty sure they have yet to actually tangle on B since round number 1. They have hardcore stuck to this A side, and again with a little bit of a rush, it's going to be available. Long sights on Psycho. It is going to be the tour de force, and shows why it has the name. Real Honcho, though, able to pick up a Phantom and run with it. Great shot to give them a little bit of space to work with. Now they're going to sprint in once again. Plant is down. Real Honcho takes a second, possibly getting a third. Nezamart, though, finishes it off.
Hunter's Fury being taken up and denying the plant for just now. So we see it coming through. Accent getting demolished with a couple of shock darts. In fact, it's damage done to 2 players as they come through one by one. But Inertia shock darts are deadly. Angel, though, on the site. 2 frags as Jeff is able to clean up the final one. Inertia good for trades, but man, Angel really made the big play to save Purdue Gold in that one. So talking about being able to pick up those diffuses, well, the lateness of the Cosmic Divide worked out brilliantly in the favor of Purdue.
Oh, and not just that, Angel right now rocking the top of the scoreboard. We had mentioned at the beginning, filling those shoes, that difficulty, that pressure that could possibly get to you. Well, Angel's putting it to work here. 3-2, not in their favor, and yet pulling out a round. You have a chance to tie things up here and to force a change, to force a turnover in the econ situation. Psycho, backing up now, has to use one of those teleporters, whereas the attackers are going to swing a little bit wide into a side. They're not going to stop until University of Ottawa Gray completely shut this down. Exit whiffs on the Blade Storm, and that's going to be a huge opening for this squad. Purdue Gold up on the high rise, immediately going to spot out 1. They have maintained and locked down a site once again. No matter the flanks, it feels like Ottawa Gray are going to have a difficult time. 4v5. Null command is up. Do you want to use it here, though? Is it truly worth it? Psycho, willing to take that bet. Angel swings and hits. That is the Bucky roaring for a kill. Another swing wide. This is going to be a chance. Nezamart is going to take Angel. Real Honcho takes Inertia. And Jeff takes Nezamart. Chain reaction galore. Leaves only 1 alive. University of Ottawa Gray taking that chance. The swing is good. Lion Leo finishes it off for a team ace to tie things up. Purdue Gold 3-3 against University of Ottawa Gray.
Yeah, and you know, for me, there's two parts to this, right? Ottawa Gray, they really needed to find how to get into this game. They did that, and they did it well. The problem is Purdue, the reason a championship team is good at being able to adjust on the fly. That's what Purdue have been doing in the last 6 rounds, and they have now tied the game because of it. Now it's going to be on to Ottawa to define and adjust themselves and try to figure out a winning strategy for the rest of this half, because Purdue Gold has certainly figured something out, and they have picked up a couple rounds in a row. Headed back to A, because, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And take the shot.
Ooh.
That will be good. Spaghetti, good for the frag, and Real Honcho finding that fight on Lil Boss before the door can close. This is the problem, and this is why we need to see an adjustment from Ottawa.
There's got to be something that changes up right now, because Purdue Gold, they looked a little unsteady in the first rounds, but now with 3 under their belt, they are working in cohesive fashion. Real Honcho swinging hard here with a Blade Storm in hand, doesn't even need it. The bounce out from Accent and the Sova. They are sprinting towards the hills. Inertia swinging into that split. It's a difficult situation to be in, and a trap being connected or activated means they're being chased out. Purdue Gold on the cusp of another flawless round. Should be able to push for a 4-3 scoreline. Chance coming around the corner. Honcho unfortunately falls right before the round ends. Inertia gonna pad one more on the KD. Oh, a second. Hey, and Exen also take out Spaghetti. All right, so 3 kills, 2 after the round ends. That's what you get for chasing.
Yeah, but I think that's probably worth it. Look at Purdue's Gold's money. They got plenty. If they could have found both of those kills, especially the operator, then we would have been in a really tough. They would have been in a really tough spot this round. You see, there's a judge on the board, a Spectre as well. The buys, they ain't perfect. And that that trademark from the chamber really did a good job of giving them that information. It just didn't work out in their favor. Speaking of which, Accent, that shot not working out so well, but Psycho has his back, and he hits headies for days.
Just that is a headshot into immediate rotation. A beautiful use of that teleport, making sure to get out of harm's way in case a secondary rush happens behind. And this does lock down Purdue Gold. They are having a little bit of a difficult time figuring out where they want to move to. Kind of stuck here on Cat. They're taking a chance with the long-range battle. They have locked it down, so they are going to try and chance it. Still here on A. They have yet to even attempt B. I want to keep pointing that out. Purdue Gold, for the last 6 rounds,
They went B once.
Yeah. Wait, what?
They
went B once all the way at the beginning of the game. I'm saying most recently they have not, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, for recently. My apologies.
Yeah, it's been the consistent. Finally, University of Ottawa Gray say, well, now you pay for that. We know you're going A. We have it locked down, and we're on the cusp of a flawless round to tie it up 4-4. 1 member left alive. 30 seconds left to go.
Let's talk a key difference, though, and that's the opening pick. There's actually 2 key differences to talk about. Number 1, that opening pick. We saw 2 players get aggressive in order to try and hit that. But then the second part of this is Angels trying to clutch out. I'll come back to that if we get any closer. But the second thing is that they went through middle. They tried to swap it up and go through catwalk, and that did not work either. So those 2 things combined really threw Purdue off of their game. They didn't know what to do with, and, well, from there, he got punished. So definitely good adjustment on getting aggressive, finding that opening pick. That was what was working for Ottawa in the beginning, and they just went back to it, made sure that they could find success.
And with that round win, it's still tied up. Maybe we get to see Purdue Gold take a chance on B. It's still not going to happen. We still see a 4-1 push to A with the lurk in at mid. It's getting a bit outrageous. I will say there is a point where you kind of have to say, we got to try something else, right? University of Ottawa Gray still very privy to this information. Accent going ahead, aiming away at Real Honcho. Jet on jet action leaves Accent alive. The op is much stronger than the boost. That'll leave a Purdue Gold without their initial flanker or their initial initiator. And they are going to wisely back off as their lurker is all the way in top mid.
Another opening pick, another possible round. Purdue Gold are definitely not in a good spot here. And look at where they're at. They've split themselves up, a couple towards mid, now just the chamber really, and 3 players committed in towards A. The Hunter's Fury going to be committed, as well as the Cosmic Divide. So they're trying to adjust here by utilizing these ultimates to great effect. And, well, it's a good idea, especially if you add the null command into that one. Double kill for Spaghetti! Oh my goodness, what fantastic timing coming in from the lurk. And that's another wrinkle to add to the belt of Purdue Gold as they find success using all of their ultimates, sure, but they've got the site and they got it unlocked thanks to Angel.
Angel so far has been the steady player of this game. I feel she has done a wonderful job of ensuring that her team is always prepped and ready. And if they're behind, you can always count on Angel to try and make that play. Right now, 2 stuck up in top rafters. University of Ottawa Gray looking to filter out their last 2 members, try and save the weapons. Not sure they're going to enjoy that. A jump down and a couple shots do land, tagging Little Boss down into 70 HP. Shots to the wall do happen as my name, Jeff, is going to sprint away. 4 members of Purdue Gold gonna get away scot-free here on a 5-4 score line. Very, very nicely done to ensure them a decent lead. Oh, Little Boss. That's unfortunate. Little Boss getting clipped by the Eclipse of the Bomb.
Well, that is certainly not ideal. The other part of that is that, well, Ottawa Gray, they were able to find one round. They made adjustments. They made some moves. And then they didn't work the next round despite finding that opening pick because, well, honestly, Purdue put together a fantastic push in towards A using a large amount of ultimates. No longer having those ultimates, though, Purdue gonna have to figure something out as we see Psycho setting up there. Trying to create some space is the real Honcho, now with an operator in hand.
Yeah. Excellent so far has honestly given a very strong performance here with the op, shown that they're able to challenge to all points, and I think that's something to work to look forwards to in the latter parts of the season. Same as Psycho with these angles. Little Boss still challenging out. Spaghetti and King Lion Leo going to temper down that aggression though. 1v2 left. Spaghetti looking to lock things out with a 4K, I believe, is what would be necessary to win this round. Chamber on chamber versus Sova. That's going to be the call. Spike down over in a main. Not exactly what you want to have happen. This is going to be an unfortunate clear scenario that I don't think Spaghetti is going to like.
It's going to be difficult, that's for sure. Trying to play this very, very quietly. Spaghetti has an idea of where inertia is, but unfortunately doesn't swing that close angle very effectively, and it's going to find themselves on the back end of another Ottawa Gray round, 5-5. And again, Ottawa, I just love how well they've been playing, how dynamic they've been playing, and how consistent they've been able to pick up these rounds. Because if you watch the last map, it definitely did not feel like it would be a possibility.
Yeah. It was very, very tough, right? A 13-3 scoreline. It's a brutal score to have to be handed. And to kind of revamp your mental and say, well, we're going to have to change things up is very, very impressive to stand here at a 5-5 scoreline. Now, of course, we are going to get the chance. Purdue Gold looked like they were going to fade to B, but instead it's a mid-A push. A hard sprint right into mid-pizza. And that is going to be the chance. Inertia backing up with the Hunter Siri is going to shoot one. Shoot two. Good tag on the back end. Can't get the kill, though, and that means Honcho gets the flank. Angel with the sheriff's shot is going to get the head of Nezamart. And Honcho is going to spray down B for the first time, or second, if you will. They are going to take it to B, this time hoping for the plant. Psycho gets a great flank off. No one was really watching, and it affords 2 kills. Now, University of Ottawa Gray are going to watch as one member streaks across the front line. Spaghetti walks right into Xsense crosshairs.
The real Honcho are going to make sure that Little Boss is not coming back anytime soon, though I don't really know that that was a big threat. Jet left alive here defensively. It's Accent. He's hoping to find some success. Surely I'm going to be able to go for this. Yeah. Picking up the Blade Storm now, definitely. But there's going to be a lot of time spent in rotation here. That's part of the issue for Accent. Both players in the same spot. Upgrading for a rifle. Don't really need the operator in this sort of situation. Cloudburst in order to cross over. Knows at least one's on the site. Connects. That's Angel. Hero. Down and out. Now begging the question, where are they at? And wow! Right click connects beautifully for Accent. And there's plenty of time on that spike to get the defuse.
The anger of that right click, I could feel it through my monitor. Accent going ahead and throwing down the Accent to their 6th round of victory. Now it's going to be the full out purchase from Purdue Gold, which is not going to net them too much. You can see a majority of them sitting under 4K, meaning it's most likely just going to be armor and a weapon, unless they want a chance for that utility. The rest of University of Ottawa Gray feeling great about their chances. Psycho sitting with the ultimate ready. Inertia picking up that Vandal. So they're all set and ready to go. Purdue Gold looking to tie things up at the final round of the half. Unfortunately, Accent says Spaghetti, you're going gonna have to do without. Psycho does the same. Operators roaring here in the final round as University of Ottawa Gray shut down that initiative.
Yeah, both of these chambers using that tour de force initially, but Psycho, the one to win out overall. Only ultimate left on the cards right at this moment is the Cosmic Divide, and that's there for Ottawa. Things not looking strong, but we've seen a 3v5 victory before. That said, I mean, it's going to take some doing. The other thing to note is, if you look at the map, you should see that Astra is very, very aggressive, very much pushed onto the spawn of Purdue. And so, Psycho! Double kill! Give him the last one. Not even going to be allowed. It's Exit. Double kill for Exit. Triple kill for Psycho. And it is absolutely outrageous that we're seeing you, Ottawa Gray, pull off a winning half after losing map 1 so ridiculously dominantly.
Yeah. They get a 7-5, but it's still not out of the realm of possibility. We know what Purdue Gold can do. And it definitely felt they let off the reins a little bit, got a little bit sloppy there in the latter stages of that first half, and now they have to feel like they are going to win. They're going to try and turn on those jet streams, right? Try and kick it up here on the defensive side. Taking a look at what's going down, University of Ottawa Gray have a very, very nice spread. Looks like they're going to try and filter into mid and push with B. If that's a call, they might be able to route the 2 defenders of Purdue Gold on that site. The Chambers are going to meet on the long end. Shots 1-2. Spaghetti wins it out. That is the capability to have. Spaghetti actually shuts down 2. And with the spike down as well, that now forces University of Ottawa Gray into the roughest of scenarios. Around the corner they go. Real Honcho can't see the gun barrel. Is now going to spot it out. A jet forward. As Little Boss goes, all right, easier target to hit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief, but hey, you had to try something. That's this round though, that's the Headhunter working wonders. 2 pistol rounds in a row, just in general. It's just what's so impressive about that ability to have the sheriff on cooldown. $100 a bullet. 3v4. Ottawa pushing themselves in towards B. They're going to be met with the 1 player in resistance, and so I'm saying that it looks like they're rotating out. This is a bit of a double fake in all honesty, and there's not a lot of time left. Just 30 seconds on the clock. They're going to need to push in pretty darn fast here at A.
Yeah, I will always say that I dislike pushes under 30 or the rotates under 30. It's so difficult to get good positioning. It's so difficult to prep appropriately because there's too many things to factor. Playing into Purdue Gold's hands, King Lion Leo gets 1. Accent is going to fall. Now around the corner they go, and the shots are going to be clean. Spike is planted, gives a bit more time, but Jeff sells it out. That will be the round win for Purdue Gold. That's a pistol. Goes Purdue Gold's way.
Well, there we go. Ottawa took the pistol in the last half, and this time Purdue connect and overcome. Putting Psycho in his place is part of the winning strategy you would have to imagine for Purdue defensively, but obviously they aren't the ones deciding where the engagements occur or even necessarily when. So, what's the strategy for Purdue on the defense? I'd have to think that they're probably going to look to get aggressive somewhere, play for the information, and well, that's generally what you want to see anyway, and they have not disappointed quite yet. As we get into the anti-eco round here, Purdue Gold trying to equalize the score.
Yep, Real Honcho goes ahead, opens up with the Bulldog. Very, very nice shot. Follow through with another potentially, but Spaghetti says, now I want a piece of the action. Honcho is continuing on the rampage on my name, Jeff, with the Spectre. Just like that, 3 kills, make it 4 and 5. Real Honcho with the triple kill. Not the 4K that we normally see, but a flawless nonetheless. Easily tied up here in that anti-eco. Purdue Gold put it at 7-7. Now into the bonus. We'll see if they can continue and get a 3 rounds in a row.
Purdue won a couple of bonus rounds over on Split. See if they can do the same here on Ascent. Different place. very much a little more difficult, I think, also to win bonus rounds, considering the distances with which you engage here compared to the short range areas in Split. Nonetheless, 0 point over the top. Real Honcho looking for success, and well, that is a tale that is old as time, that strategy. And unfortunately, because it is so well known, it's also really well defended from you, Ottawa. Great. So Purdue Gold to try to make some moves, and they get punished for it.
They tried to go a little bit crazy. University of Ottawa Gray, though, one member on a sliver. Inertia takes out Spaghetti, looking for a 2v4. Purdue Gold hiding off in the wings, not even on site, so this should be a decent plant. University of Ottawa Gray, go ahead, get down, and Purdue Gold both entering in from the top side of defender spawn. This is going to be a bit of a challenge. Again, no real weapons in hand for Angel, so this might be a throwaway. Just look to try and get a bit of the utility off of the enemy side. This is going to be some great suppression, potentially, if it lands. No one caught in the back line. So unfortunately, this will be all-out aggression. Angles up. Psycho knocks down Jeff. One more left alive as Angel, with 80 HP and 10 armor, is going to send out the final shot. Psycho ends it with the 3K.
Yeah, like I said, all about shutting down Psycho, making it difficult for him to find that impact, and that's the sort of impact Psycho's been having. Big triple kill, making that retake more difficult, but the other side of things is, well, Purdue, they have guns in their hands now. Granted, there's one exception. That's Spaghetti, who has a Bucky, but beyond that, it's rifles across the board. And this time, things might be different, as it's being set up here for Purdue to get aggressive once more.
Yeah. If they can, they'll extend the lead to 2. 3 hostiles were suppressed, though. Honcho sitting with the suppression for another second longer, but, you know, it's a very, very low-end issue. Now taking a look, a push up in mid is going to be the call. University of Ottawa Gray playing this one fairly slow. And I like this change-up of pace. We haven't seen it too much as of late. University of Ottawa had tried a little bit different, but Psycho is going to find Real Honcho, and once again, that is a big opener. King Lion Lee, though, picking up a little bit of the slack. Little Boss is going to go down. Psycho takes King Lion. And now this is going to be the breakout fight over here on A. You can see the rotate coming out from Purdue Gold, forcing an exchange. And University of Ottawa Gray try for a little bit more. Psycho makes it a 3K, though. This Chamber player is on fire right now, opening up both sides. Purdue Gold now have to take a chance. Spaghetti, though, evening it up a little bit. 2v3. A nice rotate back. This could be the chance. That's going to be the kill. Spaghetti, 200 down the drain, 300 recovered, or a little bit more. Fantastic shot. And the rotate. This is now throwing University of Ottawa Gray for a loop.
Psycho, though. Oh, what a read. That is a fantastic read by Angel, who somehow found that was going to be coming through, and Spaghetti caught sleeping at the wheel. Couldn't quite find the flick, and Psycho, 3K last round, ace this round. He's going ham, I think is the official term.
Yeah, going very, very ham, and that's the best way to do it. University of Ottawa Gray on the cusp of moving forward into a game 3. They need 4 rounds to take it in, and if they can, that'll be very, very impressive. However, Purdue Gold, this is the time to lock it in. They do not want to be forced into a game 3. That would not look great, right, if they were to have that chance. Of course, this just could be a testament to the strengths of University of Ottawa Gray, saying, hey, look, this is how much we have improved from the previous season. And if so, that's something to really be speculated. Spaghetti, though, with this makeshift sheriff, the ability, calling it home. Phenomenal shots here. Just run this weapon all day long.
Yeah, give him a headhunter. He certainly is hunting heads with that thing. The Real Honcho, a little bit slow on that one. Couldn't quite get the crosshairs lined up before he was taken out by Little Boss. He's been having a pretty good game of his own. Let's not be dancing around the bush on that one. Another 0 point going through. I don't think that one found too much of anything, but nonetheless. Little Boss still in position, and he's called for backup. all 4 players for Ottawa Gray. They are pushing in.
Yeah, they're going to push up, and this is going to be the throw in. 30 seconds left. They're going to take that chance. Little Boss takes the first kill. King Lion Leo does fall after taking one home. Shots go out, but my name Jeff wins it with the Sheriff. Now they got to try for a little bit more. Inertia takes it in, and that should be enough. Timer ticking down on no command. University of Ottawa Gray do get the plant. Purdue Gold working with Sheriff's only. Headshots not going to land. Inertia takes quite a bit of damage. My name Jeff finishes spaghetti again. The Sheriff Master. All you need is a single ability and a little bit of cash in your pocket, and you steal a round away. Well deserved. Shake that head. You have got the thrifty win of the game.
I mean, call him the Headhunter Master. I don't know, but jeez. Talk about clutching up, and not only that, saving Purdue. Purdue very much was out of that one, but Spaghetti brought it back, triple kill. Big victory. And here we go. The buy back in off the back of it indeed is good. The worst for Ottawa as well is that they used the null command and got nada out of it. Now there's a null command available for Purdue. And well, speaking of ultimates, we got a couple pulled early. And the tour de force is a force of nature in this server. And it's Psycho who is doing all of the moving. That dispatches the Blade Storm no more. And indeed, Purdue are on the back foot once more.
It's just a chamber show now on either side. It's quite literally Spaghetti and Psycho popping off here on this map. This is getting out of control. Psycho so far has had phenomenal tour de force fights. And on the flip side, right, you're taking a look at Spaghetti, who has had phenomenal pistol rounds. These two are going at it left and right. King Lion Leo on the back end. Great shots to the back, finding that pick. In an angle, Psycho now holding off on an angle. Spaghetti now with the Vandal says I can do it too with an automatic. Psycho is going to take Spaghetti out, but not before the damage is done. 3v2 on the site with 30 seconds to play.
It's Accent and Psycho, the dynamic duo that's been available. 3 left alive here as the Cosmic Divide is pulled. All the information going through. Fragment out. Oh, King Lion Leo takes out Psycho. And King Lion Leo with the clutch up here. Triple kill. And the defuse for my name Jeff is Purdue Gold. They seem to just keep themselves alive bit by bit, despite how clean some of the rounds have been looking from University of Ottawa.
I mean, it's looked clean, but with those 2 rounds in a row, it has forced University of Ottawa Gray into that econ. This is a chance for Purdue Gray to steal a march on this front line, and you can see University of Ottawa Gray in response say, we don't want to deal with that. Nezamart landing on that Marshall might be trying to get a little bit of an advantage depending on where the Astra does want to play. It could be a big challenge. I'm trying to take a look, see where they are. It looks like into mid. A nice deep spread from Purdue Gold, though, is going to deny that opportunity. If the Marshall wants any action, we're going to have to wait and see inside of a site for it to do its work. Great shot, though. Honcho says the operator does just a bit more.
Finally, Honcho has been shut down round after round, and it's finally now, when the score has been tied, that he comes back alive from the dead. It's a nice shock dart. Going to land over in Pizza by the look of it. Doesn't do anything other than spook out any rats sitting in the corner. So, nothing doing. Now Purdue just have to wait and see. And, well, that's not the sort of swing you were looking for. There was a Nebula ready and waiting, but it just was a little bit late to the party. The real Honcho winning this one out thus far for Purdue. Psycho's Headhunter, though, might have something to say.
Yeah.
Do it.
It's worked before. Shots are available. Nice bounce on top of Raptors, though. And a nice blind to stay put. Psycho not going to have the same opportunity Spaghetti has had. And Jeff, look at the bait. I love the bait dance. Great job. Jeff playing it out so well there with the Astra on the back end. Excellent taking out Spaghetti and down into a 4v2. B side is going to be the collapse as we are going to see the Sova. Angel gets a free shot through the wall and the finisher. One down, one more to go. Shot goes wide of inertia. King Lion Leo gets the head. That puts them at 10 as Purdue Gold make short work. University of Ottawa Gray now into the bye round are going to do their best to keep it tied up.
Yeah, it's 5 rounds to 2 on the half for Purdue. They've done a good job of turning it around pretty well. And with that,
Here.
this one's pretty crucial. Ottawa Gray, well, they're out of money. You look at the cash flow, and it's pretty broken. Less than 1,000 creds available for everyone. And the real honcho has swapped it up. Been getting punished on Cat. Well, let's try pushing up mid. Dangerous, but potentially huge plays being made, especially as he pushes forward. They're going to know that this is an A hit, but how fast? Will it be in time?
Get out of my way.
Well, Aldrome giving a bit of information. Huge call to Blade Storm coming out against Spaghetti this time. Running edge through, but Low Boss gets the first frag. King Lion Leo gets a headshot on Low Boss, and that'll be the trade of 1-for-1. What more can they get? This is going to be a sprint into the site. University of Ottawa Gray doing their best to get the spike down if they can. This will cut a full minute off. It'll be down to the timers. Purdue Gold forced into an inoptimal situation. 2-2 split. Rafters play top. Into the corner they go as well. This is going to be the crossfire. Crossfire. Real honcho wants to get the snag on the side, but has to throw down a little bit of a smoke. Angling in, enters in with the shorty! Honcho takes one, rest of the team gonna try. Aladrone spots it out, and Honcho with the point blank shot takes 2. Looking for 2 more on the outside. Spike is going to be defused, but the shots go through. Spaghetti with the 2 to force King Lion Leo to finish it. Purdue Gold make quick work of this round as well. University of Ottawa Gray are gonna be looking at an 11-9 situation. 2 rounds away from losing in 0-2 fashion.
So remember when I was talking in the last map about how this team has depth, right? And there's probably a lot of people kind of laughing when I was talking about that because of how dominant the real Honcho and King Lion Leo were being. But the reality is that Angel kept them in this game early, and then Spaghetti took over and has been going toe-to-toe with the likes of Psycho, who has been going Psycho the entirety of the second half. So now the real Honcho woken up, finding shots and getting kills. Accent has ascended towards the Nether Realms as he's no longer with us, pushing forward, trying to play around the Cloudburst. Is not going to be good enough to push in from Catwalk on the attempt to help out. It's not good enough. It's King Lion Leo and Angel find the final 2 kills. Here we are at match point.
That round was just a flurry of death. I couldn't even follow what was happening. All I knew is someone was getting shot for a good 5 seconds, and then it was over. But now we get to take a look. This is the final round. University of Ottawa Gray thankfully have enough to purchase out. Only light armor on Nezimart, who thankfully should be able to stay a little bit further away from the action, using those SARs to complete operation. The chance is there. B site is going to be the workaround, or at least B lobby. They're going to flank into mid. Purdue Gold haven't sniffed this out just yet. They are going to take the angle. Honcho pushing so far. No, this is going to be the pick. Oh, you found the Sova. Inertia caught sleeping in the back. That was also your spike carrier. And just like that, Purdue Gold have the reins of this round. University of Ottawa Gray scrambling for some positioning. Nezimart is going to take Spaghetti, but it's nowhere near. They have gotten the spike back, but they're stuck in mid. Great options spread out, though. Right now, a good angle to hold each other, and they're going to flank back towards a split. Knives are out. That's 1. A nice dash backwards is going to almost get a 2, but a nice cosmic divide means that the shot can't go through. What a save coming in from University of Ottawa's Gray's Astra.
What a intelligent play coming in from the real Honcho, and trying over the top just to get the information. That's huge brain. Actually doesn't quite get to take advantage of it, but the reason that B push was so smart is because they haven't pushed B at all. in this game. There's not been a Purdue B push that's been caught out. So they take advantage of it on the last round, potentially, of the game. And now in a 4 versus 2, it's going to have to be the win. Psycho, he's got the tour de force. What a way to potentially bring them out of this. Null command is expiring. It's no longer there. Knowing the cloud burst, Psycho, he's hit! No, he's missed the shot! Oh, that's brutal! And little pause! Oh my goodness, Turns hits the kill, but he's not gonna win the round. Purdue goal in a bit of a nail biter here on Ascent, win the series 2-0.
13-9 is not a score to be laughing at. University of Ottawa Gray put up one heck of a battle. But at the end of the day, the reigning champions will continue to reign throughout week number 1 and continue their trail forward off the back of some phenomenal plays, some returning players. And Hancho, I believe, played on the roster last season. But Angel coming in with some very clutch plays. One of the members that we said we wanted to keep our eyes on here in this series, whether it was enabled by the rest of the team or not, had a phenomenal game as well.
Yeah, especially that secondary one really kept the team in it in that first half, I think, to be honest with you. But Psycho, speaking of new players, wow. What a game 1 showing, or what a match 1 showing, I guess is more accurate. The new player joining Little Boss, Accent, and Inertia, along with Nezamar, who's also new, didn't quite have that same sort of impact that Psycho did, but certainly didn't play poorly, I will say, on that secondary map. But with that being said, well, might still be just a little bit behind. So we're going to go ahead and go to a break. We have one more game coming up here on the main stream. Super excited to see it. It won't be myself alongside Orbital. I don't know who it'll be, but you got 2 fantastic casters. I can guarantee you that for sure. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome Mick, a.k.a. Dallas, good friend of mine, and we have the last match of the day here for the main stream. Who are we watching tonight here, Dallas?
Well, we're going over west, baby. I know you and I hail from the south, but we're going to go to a little bit of a different region today over towards California area. We got Sac State Gold lining up and CSUDH Cardinal Squad over there in the Champions Cyan Division. So you and I just kind of covered the Champions Yellow Division not too recently ago on that secondary stream, which still has matches going on over there, by the way, if you want to show some love out there. But as it seems right now, if you really do care about these two teams, we're going to go ahead and be lining up this get this going as well. And I mean, two absolute titans from what I'm seeing over the course of these seasons and how they at least performed in last fall.
Yeah, and I mean, if you've ever recognized how I cast and who I've casted before, CSUDH is a team that I've loved to cast for. They're so much fun. Gonbar, Shan, Bick. I may say Bick and Mick and get those a little bit confused, but don't worry, we'll get that one underway for you. One Mad Bad Dog, who was a big sub last season, who had not been there the season before, and he was awesome. He played phenomenal. I really loved casting CSUDH and watching them progress. Sac State Gold's a bit of the same thing. I don't remember too much of them, or even if they were here last season, but I absolutely love seeing new teams face off against teams that I've seen before. And like we said, today's lineup will be on Bear, One Mad Bad Dog, Bear, Red, and Shan. So I was kind of right here. I said Shan sometimes took a back seat, but he was going to end up staying on the roster. I am a little bit shocked to see Bick not be up there in the fray, so to say here, Dallas.
Well, in that case, you're not really going to have to worry about getting the two names mixed up then. So, I mean, your
There we go.
prayers seem to be answered a little bit to some
I would hate
extent.
to mix it up and just say the wrong consonants as the first letter.
I'm also
That'd be
cracked in the
terrible.
game as well. I don't think there's really too much of a difference here, and I'm sure the other guy's a looker with some hair and a voice to cast with as well. But even then, we've already covered one side of the roster. I'd like to go over to the side of Sac State, give them some props as well, because I mean, obviously, this is a lineup of two teams tonight. If it was only CSUDH, then this would be a free game for them. Is already looking Beans, Sleepy Sun, Oni, Ifergor, and Kamgi is going to be the lineup for the side of Sac State. So, I mean, looking at their lineup, they're looking like a pretty fresh squad, pretty young squad at that as well. So, I'm excited to see exactly what kind of potential they got. If they can go ahead and have themselves an explosive start to the season, especially looking at how young their roster is, I think they could have themselves a lot of potential over the course of this year.
And I think that's something to keep in mind as well. They're a fairly young roster as well. Freshmen, 2 of them on the board, only 1 sophomore, but 2 juniors, which means there's 2 to 3, 1 year of eligibility, but there's still plenty of time for them to continue to play and, of course, to continue to progress here for the Sacramento State side. So that's something to keep a mind on, as well as keeping a mind on what map we're going to be playing to today. We'll take a look at that just now. Personally, we saw what we had earlier, Dallas. We saw us pick up and play Ascent. We saw us pick up and play Icebox, and we were going to see Split, but we did not see it go through. But guess what we're seeing this time around? It's Ascent once again. That's map 1, Sac State's pick. Map 2 is going to be CSUDH picks. They're going to go to Bind, and this is one where Gonbar T absolutely loves when he plays the Cypher. So look forward to that. I guarantee it's going to come out, but the deciding map is going to be Breeze, which we just saw previously being broadcast on that B stream.
Yeah, and even then, I really haven't had too much of a chance to really touch on CSUDH or casting myself. But I mean, from what I have seen, they've definitely had themselves a pretty good run from BIME, from what I've heard at least. I mean, looking at the way they performed, I mean, themselves, it kind of almost a comfort pick in itself, because we sit there and look at Ascent for a lot of teams. They really like harboring down on that kind of map. And even then, I sit there and mention it time in, time out. A lot of people consider it to be their Mona Lisa. Their cream of the crop, their Hail Mary, their map that they can really sit there and solidify themselves, have a meta that's laid out for them, and something where they can go ahead and flex their comfort picks a little bit. So I'm excited to see what exactly kind of even matchup we could get here, whether or not we get ourselves a little bit of a mirror matchup, or whether or not we get ourselves somewhat of a twist up, some curveballs be thrown into here, and somebody to go ahead and switch things up to bring some excitement.
Hey, you've been saying curveballs a lot. Are you really wanting Phoenix that bad?
I mean, honestly, I'd be okay with it. I think, another ball that travels across the round is Kamugi and Ifergor. Everybody's teasing it out right now. I would love to see that man be brought out, but even though I understand he's not meta, but Phoenix would also be a very intriguing pick. And I think Ascent is one of those maps where he could actually be utilized fairly efficiently compared to the other maps that are within the pool. I mean, everything else being so wide open and to where you really don't get the most out if you run it back, and even then your wall doesn't really extend all that far. Ascent could definitely be one of the places where you can make the most out of it. But looking at the looks of it, nobody on the side of CSUDH really wants to go ahead and swing it on Phoenix, so that's a shame in itself. But instead, they do run the old tried and true with a little bit of variety there.
Yeah, we do not see a complete mirror match. There is no chamber nor a KO for CSUDH. Oh, sorry, there is no KO for Sac State. CSUDH have the chamber and they have the KO. It's a bit of an interesting lineup as well when you talk as a whole. There is no Killjoy for the CSUDH side, which is very interesting to see. There will be no lockdowns that will be allowed to be utilized. That's going to make their actual pivots towards the objective and their attempted entries in those ult utilization rounds a bit more difficult and a bit easier for the opposing side of Sac State. So keep that in mind going forward. Killjoy's ultimate is one to keep an eye on, but so is Tour de Force. Even up with your chamber ultimate. So is Headhunter on chamber in general. The frag potential for the side of CSUDH is extremely high. Sac State are attempting to follow suit themselves, but ultimately they're bringing out the sky for the Trailblazer in that blind that we know and love around these tight corners, especially through mid-market where it's a bit safer to utilize the Trailblazer. And we're also looking for both sides jets to pop off and tear through the competition early.
Yeah, and if we're talking about tearing through, I mean, that's really what I want to harbor down when it comes around to the CSUDH. I mean, looking at this squad, they might as well run 5 duelists from the looks of it with one controller. I mean, just might as well. I mean, the way they had themselves a lineup, they're looking extremely aggressive. They're trying to go ahead and cash in on that attacking side, which in a shame, they are going ahead and storm the defense. So we know that time in, time out, a little bit of aggression on the defending side can go a long way if you at least find that first pick, grab yourself a little bit of a pickup, and make sure to have that numbers advantage so that retake, or at least that initial grab onto a site, isn't nearly as efficient as what you see most of the time. So I'm looking forward to see what they can go and open up with. Sac State now being on the attacking side, starting out here with the spike in hand. It's going to be that KJ trying to look for that post-plant setup. I want to see what they got at hand.
This is the pistol round. So it really is a guessing game for where you're going to dedicate yourself. And the looks of things, Sac State were really wanting the A site, but with no pressure coming from the rear, they've left their Astra behind towards top mid, waiting for the competition of CSUDH to get aggressive, and they never did until just now. It's Sham looking aggressive. Gets one shot to the head of a player on Sac State, but does not finish. A Frenzy cannot get that one-tap kill that they were necessarily wanting to facilitate towards, and instead, they'll stay back. Stay safe, and Sac State are still waiting for the prime opportune moment to streak through those arches doors and make their way onto the objective. Recon bolt sent. Shan pushing through now, trying to watch for the competition. Sprays down one. Refragged back by Oni, and Beans finds one of their own.
And that's massive. You go ahead and pick off that Sky first, because the rest of the team going ahead, getting a lot of damage onto the board. You just don't get enough damage to go ahead and heal out. You have no heals at all. You have no potential there to be playing with. But even then, it may not matter all that much when you see the two closers come out. Bear and Gombre also finding their own respective kills there on the edge. You already find a clean wipe is going to look like for the side of Sac State to go ahead and find themselves falling under. But they did get that spike plant. They did get that extra 300 to be working with. But CSUDH with a very explosive opening, a very halted opening, because, I mean, even then, it all came down to the last second to go ahead and get that spike down. And seemed like a very hectic last couple seconds to at least get the round to continue.
Let's talk about how playing doors should necessarily go down. You're in a pistol rounds, right? So you're basically ego picking everything. There is no real utility to base yourself around, but it doesn't mean you should still face check every single corner you go towards. That's what we saw there on doors. We saw a Sac State player, I think it was their Killjoy at the time, it may have been Kamugi, I think it may have been Kamugi, pushing towards, sees the arm of the KO throw out their util and decides to peek and swing. And instead of finding just the KO there, guess who was also waiting with loving arms? It's Gone Bear. Stepping up with the chamber, finding the kill, and they both finish off the last two. That could have been much smoother for Sac State, and they could have held on for a bit longer, but they failed to do so, and now we're going to have to pay the price here in round two.
Yeah, and even then, you can already see they're, as you said, going to have to pay the price for that. And I think that's a big point to be made, is looking at the weaponry for the side of CSUDH, especially how they slayed themselves out in that first round. Having much bigger guns in hand is definitely going to give themselves an upper hand in this time around, and possibly a flawless from to be running with these same kind of guns in the second as well. When you see Shannon with that opener there towards the middle of the map, you go ahead, you get that presence there, you get a follow through there. Can you have your teammates there to work with you? And even then, the Stinger's putting in his work as well. It's now looking like a 5v5 is now instantaneously turned into a 5v1, all with the likes of Oni looking to clutch things out.
This is a great thing for CSUDH. Don't lose any of these forced weapons you buy in round two. Hold on to them. That's one of the big problems we saw in our last game we casted over on the B stream. A team would take the lead, but they would lose 2 rifles in an easy round, one where the opposition were forced to eco and have nothing. Great start for CSUDH. And now that they have these full weapons, them losing this next round where they don't have to force buy out and try to match the rest of the roster is going to put them in a great best foot forward, so to say. But Sac State's going to have those rifles, and they're going to start to look to hold on to it. Their Astro's going to linger behind for just a bit longer, place those nebulas, and drop that utility where necessary, and hopefully start to give their team some guidance from the back line without giving themselves up too much, because that's the worst thing you can do. Lose that Astro early and lose that spike.
Yeah, and even then, one thing to also mention is look at everybody's armor. They didn't really have to invest into that as well. They really didn't find themselves into too many angles where they had to fight these face-to-face fights. They never really lost so much health to begin with, so they're not really forced to spend that extra gram for no reason if it's not required by any means necessary. If you're even sitting at 25 by the end of a round, you don't need to spend that extra money. You know that you're probably going to be at a disadvantage here. Why invest that extra money when you can find that into your pocket to go ahead and possibly compensate for a weapon later on in the stages of the game? But as we go ahead and look at the stage of the game, we're already still in a pre-plant scenario. We're looking at Sac State trying to get themselves onto a site, and they can't really decide on it too much, but A is looking like the hit, especially when you go ahead and pick off one Mad Dog there. You know you have yourself a little bit more breathing space to go and push onto the site, and it's going to be completely free for them. CSUDH looking for a frag in the middle of the map. Meanwhile, they got to go ahead and play this retake.
Talk about having a sky sit up. We talked about it earlier for the Trailblazer being pivotal there, and it absolutely is. It buys so much time. Still trying to find that kill, and Carbon will eventually capitalize with it. Bear still up on Catwalk and looking to play from a bug, but Kimugi finds the wallbang from hell and sends Bear quickly thereafter. Now in a 4v3, Sac State have the player advantage, and they're looking to continue to hold on. Post-plant situation, 2 in hell, 1 more out for the count, but Oni finds one of their own at the same exact time. Is a loss, but yet again, keeping themselves even. Ganbear stepping down below, swings, but loses his life, and Sleepy is sleeping, no longer alive in the kill feed, finding 2.
Yeah, that's a great start for the Saxon to go ahead and get themselves into the board. And even then, it's the expected round. We wanted them to win that out. And the previous series we saw some 3-0s each time around, at least on each map. And I mean, it's kind of disappointing to say the least. To say, all right, well, when you're expected to win out that gunfight, it almost sets some kind of a precedent here to say, all right, well, if they can even win with rifles in hand, having themselves an advantage in terms of utility and firepower, how is it going to look for the rest of the match? But it's nice to see everything going right back to where it deserves to be. Everybody going ahead and winning out their respective rounds. It all comes down to how many players were still alive for Sac State. And I would say not enough, personally, if you ask me. But even then, you're not really too dinked up about it. CSUDH now getting their buys. You can even see that operator coming into fruition over there towards that B side on the main area. But you don't have too many players peeking it out. You're not looking for that blood just yet. Instead, if you're the likes of Sac State, you want to play for that mid control once again. Get as many players as you can there. Make sure the spike doesn't go ahead and get peeked out, or at least drop to go ahead and give that call for everybody else to be working with. But if we're making any shots and making any calls, Sham with the first one, looking for another, but Beans with the double to make this round look a heck of a lot better for him.
That's exactly what you want to do if you're Sac State. Remove the operator from the hands of the competition. CSUDH are only able to bleed one person with it so far. Carbon looking to, I guess, pick up the pieces and probably the operator to give themselves some space. But how do you not see that, Bear? Eye for Gore apparently is forgotten in the eyes of Bear. Misses it entirely as they sit by a pizza. And while there will be a shock dart to capitalize and clean up where necessary, it's a bit too late. Your damage has been done. And that is something that you cannot undo. A plant, a basic guarantee at this point in time. So start to initiate the plant, now set up in stone as Sac State hope for the post plant.
And even then, I feel like CSUDH, I mean, their A site isn't really looking all that comfortable right now. They find themselves a lot of loopholes here. We've seen the A site be hit every single time around once you get that mid control. So I feel like they need to go ahead and start adapting to this a little bit. Look for the control over there, but even then, they got to control the site. They got to get the plant also as well. They got to get the defuse to really carry through with. And killing Carbon right there will be a good start, but got to go ahead and make sure to follow through with that. You got to find these shots, and even then, with one Mad Dog goes ahead and loses that 50-50, it all comes down to the man, the legend, Carbon, Abel himself, looking for the kills, looking for an angle. But when you have that KJ and you have that detain come through, there's only so much you can do there. The perfect timing, just going ahead, choking you out from the game. And even then, if you went ahead and escaped that detain, you still would have blown up to that bomb in the meantime. So a great way to answer up, and Sac State to get themselves a second, but with only 2 players still remaining. So now being on a 2-win streak, things are looking a little bit better for them in economy.
Yeah, I think this is a fairly solid start for them. They've made the return, a bit of a resurgency for their roster, and they're starting to pat themselves on the back. Still with plenty of money, not something you can really say for CSUDH. And I have to agree with your comment. I don't think they're comfortable on this A site, which is strange to say because Ascent was basically their go-to pick along with Bind. I thought that Sac State picking this up would be something that I would look at and say, hey, they're stepping into CSUDH's territory, but I think I may have been misconstrued. Ascent's just everyone's map, like you mentioned the last time we casted. It's just the go-to 30% in the NECC, I think was the statistic that you brought out last time. It is a monstrous amount of playstyles, and that means every team is going to be competent on it. It's not CSUDH's maps, it's everyone's, and Sac State is putting their name on the board.
Yeah, and even then, you can already see 2 rounds on the board, looking for a third already with those first 3 kills, already making it a 2v5, and just a sweep little cleanup there for the likes of Sac State to give themselves a third. So a very, very good round for them to get themselves back on the board in a flawless fashion as well, not having to spend any money for that. So, I mean, their wallets are only going to grow off this, now being on a 3 spree, only having to buy armor. I mean, look at their wallets right now. Not a single player is sitting under 3K, so that's going to be an easy buy. Even if the rounds do switch up, that's a lot of theoreticals to be dealing with. CSUDH has to go and hunker down here and right now and do it while the game could still be within their control. I mean, that's 1 round delta is not that big a deal to really be sitting there and looking at, but I mean, we got to see a little bit more utility from the Astra, and honestly, it all comes down to 1 Mad Dog, and there you go, a couple stars placed, but none around the site. You're all relying on that KO to really go off and find the frags to just hold everything down. So Bear may as well, say only you can control planting that bomb, and you better make sure to go ahead and hold that out and make sure these players don't get around to it.
We're going to talk about Bad Dog for just a moment. Last semester, we saw Bad Dog play the map on Ascent, and instead of playing it for the Astra, which is his role and has always been, he played Omen, and we were very, very curious about why that was. And then we saw it go out, and Bad Dog carried every single play, every single round, and they won it. Not having that Omen in play and being forced to play the Astra, which I don't think is a force. You should be playing the Astra. We still harped on him for it. I don't know if Bad Dog's necessarily as comfortable as he would be. I hope he's been working in the offseason towards progressing himself with a multiple agent selection instead of just having to play the Omen 24/7. But so far in this one, he looks a little uncomfortable, and we're just not seeing the right utilization of utility to facilitate a push onto the site.
Even then, if we're talking about facilitizing yourself onto a side, we just don't see Sac State doing enough here. They've sat there, almost looked like they were going to peek out a couple times to get themselves on this A side, but as it seems right now, 1 Bad Dog able to grab that first kill, now sitting on 26 seconds onto the board. So you got to make this push. You got to make it extremely quick. And even at that, when you see the Cosmic Divide come down, it was a very, very, I'd say, questionable one out of the sides of Sac State. This doesn't open up the plan at all. You have not cut off any of the site. You have not given yourself that leeway to be dealing with. You have 10 seconds on the clock. You have 2 players remaining now. 1 Bad Dog fighting 3, looking for a 4th, but there's Bear stepping up, able to find another kill in this round, able to after follow through with that damage he dealt earlier. But with the last player standing being Bean, just kind of sitting back, you realize next thing you know, when you've sat there, done that 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strike, next thing you know, you gave CSUDH a free round, and a lot of players are still surviving in the rear end of it.
It's a good round for them as well, though. I will mention that saving that rifle isn't a huge thing for them. They have plenty of money to buy anyways, but it obviously isn't going to be, they're not going to be too hurt about that. That weapon can go to Kamugi, then you can buy again. He'll hold on to a Kamugi, be a bit worse for wear, same as Sleepy for the actual eco they've brought. There's still plenty of money in the pocket. You called it, a theoretical idea for it? We'll see SUDH turn that into a reality. And I think that's something that we're going to continuously see. I think this game's going to be very wishy-washy, back and forth, flopping all over the place. CSUDH is a roster that doesn't let too many things get down on them, and Sac State have been putting the pressure on CSUDH early, and we can see that starting to happen once again as it looks to be a B-oriented push as they push through B main.
Which this could also be stopped up once again, so long as you just have the right resources there. And you can already look towards B main. There is a lot of stars allocated right there towards that section, but there again, there's another allocation of resources, another big piece of utility already being popped. Those Seekers coming out, letting you know players are on site, but sure, you know they're on site. They're supposed to be on site. They're defenders. That's what their job is. And they're going to go ahead, hold things out, make sure you can't really cut yourself into the map. But if we're talking about cutting things down, you're cutting down the middle of the map. You're looking for those kills there. You're looking for Sleepy to find one. Instead, Shen making it out alive like a bandit there, but there comes the exchange to go ahead and shut down Gambear. But now, as you push to the middle of the map, are you going to go ahead and allocate yourself to that B? Or are you going to push all the way through spawn and get a little bit overzealous and look for A? Well, A apparently is going to be the play anymore as Bear finds that kill, makes it now a 4v3. Not too many players exactly healthy for CSUDH, but still nonetheless have themselves a hold onto the side.
This is a very bad position to push through as well. They're only allowed 2 positions, and the recon bolt for Carbon did not find the impact he wanted it to. Now forced to drop back on his side. Kamugi takes out Shan, and you'll see him take out yet another Carbon. Not long for this world, and the player man count has dropped to Sac State. They'll send the MP over the top. They'll say 1 Mad Dog is looking for everything right now as he's basically alone, waiting in his care to step up in the defensive spawn. Bear's looking to dump utility, does not seem to find any sort of suppress, and I for Gore and Oni clean up the last 2.
Well, don't let one mad dog at least watch the VOD for this round, because that man's going to be ticked afterwards if at least he looks at the just the way everybody spread out those, utility. There was just not enough there. We saw a missed recon dart. We saw a missed fragment grenade, which could have been a massive lineup, honestly. I was liking the idea there from Bear, and I can tell that he has that game sense to go ahead and say, I know where this is going to land. It's at least going to land towards that side. It's going to at least stall that plant for a little bit and get some damage onto the board to make our job easier for this retake. But just a little bit shy, and you find yourself clipping the edge of a roof right there in the corner. So a little lackluster there, but not a big deal. You go ahead and wipe things off. You're still in a one-round delta, not the biggest deficit in the century by any means, but you need to go ahead and make sure to step things up, because once again, this wishy-washy economy is not going to beg you any forgiveness over the course of this game. We're going to see Sac State looking to double down, looking to triple down on top of that. Even then, if we're talking about triple, we could see one here towards this A main, but instead, just an even exchange of 2 for 2 as things are still looking pretty rocky towards this A side. But there you go. CSUDH finally opening things up, able to go ahead and grab some frags and make themselves look like a much bigger advocate for this one.
Yeah, this round is seemingly done. There doesn't seem to be much more that we can see for Gore too, but he's trying to look to make the impact. Now going with the Trailblazer, hunting down the last player on that B side, but the flank is coming to fruition. Gore's now trapped in between a rock and another rock. It's 2 solid states. And right now, this is not an Samsung SSD solid state. This is one where you're in a very bad spot, but Gore is suppressed. Bear is very low. Gore could very well fight themselves back into it, finds themselves the kill. And there's 40 seconds. Feezy's the player. Carbon, please pull out the right weapon. And instead of Gore baiting back and going to the B objective, seemingly liking their chances to hold on to the A, the Arches play maybe exactly what they need. It's a bit easier to hold on to the post plant if you can just do it from that direction. But Carbon doing a smart job, rotating over, grabbing an actual rifle that his teammate dropped previously, and now can play for the one-on-one.
And that's one of those scenarios that everybody sits there and talks about. One of the matchups of the history when you sit there and say which initiator is better. Well, both of them give you intel to be working with. You get yourself a guiding light, and you get to go ahead and get that regen up every now and then, and you have 2 charges to work with it, and it's a flash as well. Then you got that recon dart, lingers for a little bit, lets you know what's going on, and can go ahead and tag out these players. Thing is Carbon going to go ahead and pop that out? Is they going to go ahead and at least get a read on one area? And we have not seen any influence on that just yet. You go ahead and pop it towards there, but if they're in wine, you're not going to get that read anyways. Instead, they're going to pop out. They're going to get possibly the kill, but there's I4Gore looking for the edge, and Carbon with the swing, finding that kill, and getting CSUDH another round here onto the board to tie things up.
Oh, 0.6 on the clock as well. Sac State just needed to sit still, but Carbon baits out the response and wins the fight. A pivotal successive round for them that they desperately needed, as it has been very back and forth, and they're continuing that as we come into the later stages of this first half. I want to bring out a lot for the defense, though, here for CSUDH. There is no killjoy, meaning you cannot jump all of your 2 utility to solo down that B site. And instead, what we're seeing is a chamber rotating between defensive spawn of the B site, as well as holding in towards mid to walk bottom mid and have that operator shot or headhunter shot be available. It is a interesting situation for them to do that. They have to use the Astra Nebulas to kind of assist them where necessary, but it does allow for them to avoid having the killjoy and still find success off of it. But I can't help but wonder if it's too much for one Astra to do.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Already looking at how there's a lack of influence towards A site from that Astra that we see a lot of control from. You can already see it being shut down. One Magna Dog already getting closed out for this round. Being that first blood, you lose all that control of the map. Being a little bit overzealous there towards the center. So you see the trades come through. You see each player go ahead and get one. But you see CSUDH now being down 2, also getting stunned towards that spawn. So you know one more player's there. You know the chamber's towards the back of the map. You know you get a free plant. So go ahead. Find yourself in the post plant if you're Sac State. Play it slow and steady. Or find a double kill if you're Beans for a third this round. Looking outstanding. It all comes down to Shan and whether he can go ahead and close things out. But things looking really sketchy if he does.
Oh, Shan, headhunter indeed. Doesn't even need to be the chamber to have it. That is a disgusting start, or guess I should say ending to this round, because it is basically all but done. But a great fight to try and bring themselves back to it. Kamugi is the one to find the last, and Sac State will go up 5-4 with only a couple more rounds to go in this half. The question on my mind here, Dallas, is how do you think the second half is going to go once we transition to having CSUDH in the attack?
That's where things start to get a little bit sketchy for me, quite honestly. I mean, CSUDH, they obviously don't have themselves a very proper setup for defense. I mean, they obviously don't really have too much resource allocation for it. It doesn't seem like they're extremely prepared for it. Even then, look at how they're really wishy-washy on these buys every single round in and out. Sac State has the proper Killjoy, has the proper Astra, has the allocation of resources there, and sure, you got yourself a Sky, but you got a Sky and a Sova. You have yourself a pretty darn good retake if you ask me, but even then, it all comes down to what the scoreline is when you get there, and we can see, CSUDH close this out, but you see Nick Shane's there in the middle of the map, you see it going for 1-for-1, and Shan having the Bladestorm in hand, so that could be the one big differential, at least in this round alone, to really set things straight and get yourself and your team another round onto the board.
Yeah, they have the Bladestorm, but not much HP to go with it, and I think Bear's along the same. We're out 1 HP for the duo of them. It's just not a good position to be in. The man count maybe even, but a single sneeze would take these two out of commission, but close plant situation. Retake attempting to be ensued. Shan's going to wait for his teammates to bait first and then start to transition with the Bladestorm. Conbear finds Kamugi. That sets up a lot, but Bear will die to the Nano Swarm. Conbear with a second massive big. Now he's going to clear out the player and back up. Carbon swings in with a Bulldog to the opposing side. Oni, who's trapped and all alone, now baiting both directions, but Carbon finds yet another. And despite the abysmal health situation for CSUDH, they still crawl back and find themselves a round win.
I think that was a very efficient push there for the Tour de Force to say, go ahead, pop it, buddy. Get yourself those one-shot kills. See if you can find whatever. And I think that one initial shot with the headshot through a wall, that was a free kill. That was something not really too much expected, but when you find it, it's almost like such a gamble, a risk and reward that just sits there and pays no dividends. You can sit there and say, all right, that goes ahead, evens things out for us. Sure, we had the advantage now, and two players don't have that much health, so we got to take whatever help we can get, quite honestly. And if it all comes down to luck or just game knowledge in general, whatever you want to call it, it's a kill. And it's going to give yourself something to be working with. And it's so long as you can set up for a 3v1, just rush the player on the side after you sat there and had yourself so much. And I'm not sure why KJ peaked there, honestly. Otherwise, that game could have been a lot more different. But, I mean, sure, we're on a new round now. We got to see how things really pan out so far. And even then, the Astra Stars have to come in clutch and at least hold down the side a little longer for an answer and for the rest of the team to rotate. It all comes down to whether or not you can have those two players really hold things out, because Gravity, well, maybe on that secondary star, I'm not going to really be feeling it, but it can still do something.
I'm really liking the default placement right now for Sac State. They're sending 3 up towards A main through the main arch. That's not a very substandard strategy. It's a very normalized approach. We do see a Hunter's Fury for both sides being employed, neither one coming up with anything. I think the Astra for Sac State did take a little bit of damage, but it wasn't enough to do anything. And Shan misses with the Cloud Burst. Now position given away, and the Cloud Bursts have been wasted. A bad spot to be in, but the default placement's still up for Sac State. They're going to rotate 3 back, and they'll have their player in mid regroup. And that's where Beans is going to be still watching that Cubby side, waiting for somebody on CSUDH to get aggressive.
And even then, if we're talking about aggression, I mean, we got to see that Joker quickly. I mean, we're sitting at 33 seconds on the clock now. You're not going to have a second chance for a rotation here. Whatever site you choose now, that is what you are going to stick to, because you're not going to have the time to go about and then really just linger about the map and sit there and still get us plant down. So it all comes down to whether or not we can see here on site whether KJ can step up, or Chamber Gambear there with unable to find one a second, getting the old trademark, able to rendezvous towards the back of the map, but Oni's going to go ahead and find that kill. So now sitting at a 4v3, Sac State still looking for a plan. Only 6 seconds left on the clock, but they end up finding an eye for Gore with 1. Mad Dog trading it out now, a 1v3, and Oni closes out.
Oh, man. Dallas, what an ending to that, though. The nasty shot after nasty shot, and you'll see CSUDH come out on top. A solid combo to intro themselves into it, and they'll end things off as emphatically as they started. They denied the initial push towards A, and they did not necessarily fall victim to the bait and switch that was that Cosmic Divide. It was an interesting attempt there by Sac State, but ultimately it doesn't really work out, and I'm starting to think we could see a 6-6. I'm not sure what the economy is so far right now for Sac State, but if they have enough money to buy, they also don't have any ultimates. It very well could drop to 7-5, and CSUDH will head into the opposing side. And we've already talked about what we think is going to happen for the second half. CSUDH don't necessarily have a retake objective. They do have a lot of killing potential with the KO comboed with the Chamber, as well as having that Jet. But beyond that, they don't have as much as Sac State does when it comes to entering.
Yeah, and even then, I think it comes down to whether or not we can see this round go to a 7-5 or, it's 6-6. Who's going to go ahead, and whether or not that first round differential is going to be that much more monumentous. But as things stand right now, it's still a little bit of up in the air kind of scenario, a little bit of a coin flip to know whether we're going to get there. And even then, it all starts with whether or not we see the frags come through, whether or not we see the pressure coming to A. And I think Sac State's learning from the last round, saying, look, we can't go ahead and play this a little bit too slow, but I am going to have to learn those lineups a little bit more and make sure to hit my recon darts, because even then, that's extremely detrimental detrimental to your team when you don't get that information. But it may not matter. Only with the right click, able to pick up a Phantom now, making things look a heck of a lot more doable. I would like to see that go a little longer, but even then, we're going to see the round go longer because the spike is down. Sham with one. Everybody flooding back onto site, and Sleepy Sun. Sham with the second, excuse me.
This is just damage, devastation on the side. Ganbear barely finding the head of the competition, cannot find the kill, and the player is still surviving, lying in wait, praying for any sort of assistance at this point in time, but it really is just the 2v2. No one able to help out Bear in the process. And now they're going to have to drop down to hell. He's slow to swing! He looks at his teammate and pays the price! Oni with 3 to finish things off, and Sac State find themselves a tied half 6-6.
That's a darn good lead for them to be dishing out. I mean, I even sat there. We talked about the way this half could go, and even then, it all comes up into the air whether or not you can get yourself that force and you can get yourself out of that third round and run away with it. But as everything stands right now, Sac State's got to be going ahead and playing for these retakes, or at least have themselves a pretty darn good hold with that KJ. And I feel like they definitely have the potential to run away with it. It all comes down to whether or not they can sit there, play with their utility enough, and we're not really going to see that till round 3. But as it stands right now, 6-6, you can't complain about it.
It's a solid half, and right now it really is even when you're talking about the way that they played. We mentioned it, back and forth, a very flippy, floppy kind of approach to, attacking and defending in this map, and I think that when we see this switch, there's going to be a lot more of that one, but I do think Sac State, with the ability they have to gather information and to prod out CSUDH's attack, they may be better, how do I phrase it? They may be better equipped to deal with CSUDH's attacking approach, but I think at the same time, the killing potential of CSUDH may outweigh those options. They may punish Sac State for trying to get aggressive.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you there. I feel like they could definitely go ahead and punish them for doing something like that if they get a little bit overzealous. And I mean, Sac State, we saw them get aggressive over here and there, but we saw them play a little bit more surgical than we expected to go ahead, get themselves some pick source in the middle of the map, work for the influence time in and times out. But I mean, I'm looking for the same thing this time out of CSUDH. I want to see them play a little bit more surgical, and that's going to be pretty hard to do when you see their composition. They're very, very, very aggressive. We mentioned a funnel time in and time out on that last matchup we casted, and I think that's what we're supposed to expect here looking at this. I mean, you have yourself a double initiator, the single initiator. That's the double out of Sac State, but I mean, that creates a lot of retake potential. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if I saw Sac State just completely give up a site, use that KJ to plant all those nano swarms on default, and say, let me get as much damage as possible, pop those jokers, run in on it, and who cares what happens? Y'all take less damage from it anyway, so if the trade-off comes through, we're still going to be net positive.
Talk about as well, having a Killjoy allows you to stronghold out a site, right? You can sit
Exactly.
still and put down a million things on the ground to give yourself a chance. And we absolutely just dogged on the last team we saw here, who had a Killjoy and yet still had 2 players assisting at any given moment. They just didn't trust the Killjoy util. We're seeing that here.
Yeah.
Why is A site now completely wide open? CSUDH have no congestion. They just clear out 2 fairly simplistically for them. Didn't take any damage in the process. And now they have complete and utter control. It's going to be a post-plant situation. It's only been like 30 seconds.
Yeah, and even as the push out of Garden is what it comes down to. You sit there and see every single player want to get overzealous, go ahead and be so preemptive and so dedicated to find that first frag that they end up going ahead and overexposing themselves. But there you go. Bean's playing a little bit more passive, but it's still not going to go ahead and pay its due diligence. You see him going ahead and getting closed out. One Mad Dog putting in absolute work with that 3K this time around, but Ivor trying to look for that last frag, trying to find 4 more along with the defuse, but it's just not going to come out. CSUDH finding the first round here. Good start for them, but how can they double down and how can they follow through when that third one comes out?
Well, when you're able to get that pistol round win, you start to be able to pad your pockets just a little bit further. It's that force buy, it's the commitment, and quite honestly, you don't necessarily have to commit on the attack to do so. Instead, take a step back and play it a little bit slower. But we do see CSUDH opting for it. And a lot of the times when you see Arena get brought out, which is a somewhat popular pick on the map of Ascent, they may have fallen back in recent times, but you'll see them force buy and commit to an actual rifle in round 2 if you're able to get at least 1 player with 2 to 3 kills. It is a very dangerous thing to do, which can really bite you back in the rear if you're not careful, but it's also devastating to face off against. But no one bringing the Reyna and no one bringing the hurt just yet. All SMGs and 1 Sheriff, and it's working out immensely off the get-go. Ifragor forgot to pay attention, and he'll lose his life first, while Shan and Carbon will each be able to find 1, but Shan's on the wrong side of the kill feed.
And even then, it all comes down to whether or not you can find some more of these frags. I mean, you see everybody sitting up towards that B main area, able to find the correct frags, able to find these couple shots. But Kamugi with a great little kid there towards the middle of the map. You find another Spectre to be playing with for your team, but I mean, only being one of two now. Well, you've got 3 players already rushing Beans here on site, who's right there in Boathouse. Not really able to do too much. Now to get that right click off there onto one Mad Dog, which would make things look a lot better. But still, no heals at their disposal. Not really too much resources in terms of utility to be playing with. But regardless, you still got 3 men still alive and well, looking for kills, looking for plays, and looking for a round. And that's exactly what they get to the 8-6 now.
Now it's up to Sac State. They'll have rifles to work with here, Dallas, which puts them in a much better position to be able to contend. And CSUDH did bleed a couple weapons, right? They did lose 2 SMGs in the process, which means, hey, what are we going to do? Do we force buy back out? From the looks of things, they will. Shan commits full armor, buys an SMG. Gunbearer is going to do the same thing. Right now, only having the armor may hesitate to buy that rifle as well, or should I say the SMG as well. They may just hold out with nothing but the base pistol to contend with, and hopefully it works out for them. If they're swift and very quick onto the entry of A, maybe it won't have to worry. They can quickly pick up the rifle that's over towards tree or the one that's on rafters and give themselves all a fighting chance, but you have to first get past the rifle fire that's going to come through this funnel.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm looking for. I mean, on this rifle round specifically, I want to see Sac State go ahead and hold things out. I want to see them retaliate. I want to see an absolutely explosive round out of them. Problem is, it's not over towards A, and that's where all the attacking side players are right now. They're rushing right in with these Spectres, looking for a free plant and finding a free kill out of Carbon as well. I mean, you sat there once again, see so much allocation towards B, and just not trusting that KJ that you've essentially given up an entire site once again for Sac State to just really retake for free. I know I said it earlier, they were going to excel in retake, but they got to pull the trigger. They got to go ahead and move forward as well, and we're just not seeing that out of them. But a great turret to start things out. Great pick from Oni there. Great pick from Beans, but they're one Mad Dog and Oni getting the exchange. So now 3v2, Sac State needs to make a move once again and press that forward button on that spike.
Ooh, defuse going down. Oni will go for it. Kamugi found the kill onto Carbon. No one's able to deny the defuse. And Kamugi will step up, pistol in hand, pulls out the gat, rat-a-tat-tats, bear out for the count. An easier, I guess, maybe not so easy after the round started, but an easier cleanup for Sac State in the latter half. An absolute slugfest on the objective, something that shouldn't have even been allowed for CSUDH.
Yeah.
That retake potential did come through for Sac State. I didn't like the Trailblazer early that they tried to commit onto the jet of Shan for the CSUDH as he had boosted up onto the actual gen. They just would not be able to find impact and would not concuss, but they still capitalized nonetheless. A decisive and strong start to make their return, and now they're going to put their name even further on the board, but 2 players only have sheriffs.
And here, whenever we see, I want to see this B push and how this really goes ahead and folds out, because we've sat there seeing so many resources be allocated to it, time in and time out. I want to see it put in that work. I want to see whether or not when they finally get that B hit, if we see a completely different Sac State than what we've been seeing every single time when we see CSUDH hit this A side. So whether or not they can find the frags or whether or not we just see a whole influx of a bunch of utilities being popped at the exact same time. But we're not seeing either of that. Instead, we see a rotation. We see CSUDH go ahead and say, this maybe not the best idea. Let's go ahead and slow things down, knowing that we don't really have the best weaponry. And neither does Sac State. It's a little bit of an odd round up in the air right now. So whether or not they make the move, they still need to have that middle map control. They still need to find that frag there. You can see over to the edge as well of whether or not that Asher's going to really play a big differential in that. So looking at the way this is going to pan out, it all comes down to whether Oni can really survive right here, being in a really sticky situation with only 34 health. That could be a massive differential if we don't see that Sky Hill come through to really set the thing straight.
Well, the Cloudburst will give themselves a breath of fresh air for just a moment, though. The Vice Grip about to tear back onto the throat, but doesn't seem to work out on the actual B site. Oni holds strong in market, but loses the fight after to Bear. There's still a player up, though, if you're Sac State, and they can start to pincer back into the objective, holding strong towards this bucket side for Gore.
Okay.
Loses the fight to Gonbearer, and now Beans is trapped. Nano Swarm goes off, but he still finds the head of Bear, but one Mad Dog finds the refract straight through the wall as the Recon Bolt managed to tag one. Sleepy's coming in from Catwalk, tries to take one more, shoots over at Bad Dog, but can't find the kill, but can find Gonbearer's head in the process, and a second on top. An easy round for Sac State, if you forget the other 3 that lost the fight earlier on.
Yeah. I wasn't going to really talk about that too much, but, you know, you kind of forced my hand here. I mean, honestly, it's a good way for Sac State to get themselves back into the game. I mean, actually winning this B-site hold, that's what they needed. They needed to go ahead and make sure that paid off because they've sat there and allocated so much to that site specifically that it has to pay off eventually. And there you go. It finally gets its payoff. But as things are looking so far, even then it was extremely, extremely sketchy. I mean, I want to see this guy. I want to see I4War just go ahead, throw a guiding light out into that B-main area, see if you get that flash or not. Exactly how you do with the Sova. Get that intel, and then just either shoot through the wall or back off. Instead, let your KJ take care of that. Just go ahead, be more of a supervisor, not a parent by any means, but just go ahead and be a teacher. Say, all right, I'll be here if you need something, but I'm going to help you out, see if you need it. And even if it's there, right now, you need help in the middle because one Mad Dog with that pick on the Oni is really going to open things up and create some fresh breath of life for the rest of the squad in terms of the weaponry they're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, they still had a Marshall. It didn't really make much impact for Shams. Doesn't seem to matter anyway. Sleepy with 2 wall bangs to find out Carbon and 1 Mad Dog, but it does not matter. Bear and Gonbearer are very quick to go for the refrag, trading it out and keeping CSUDH in a positive margin. 1 player advantage. Sac State left with 2. Beans coming in from defensive spawn and not looking at Shayon and pays the price. And now it's just Fagor, who apparently forgot to be on the wrong site, or the right side, I should say. He's hanging out towards A, towards the defensive spawn, working down slowly. No one's over in guard, but check your angle just in case. A very strong thing to do usually. Make sure you keep your ego checks in, I guess, check and toe. That was a big problem we saw earlier for the broadcast, is people not checking their corners, Dallas, but obviously not a problem here. But for a 1v3 and Shan being up close and personal, this could be difficult, but Shan still loses the fight even when blinded. Fagor goes for their own, still somehow alive. Who's still stuck over here on this side. Trailblazers out, sends this deep. I think it actually may have tagged as he's still standing in center of sight. Sends out yet another guiding light. It's just slow and methodical. Fagor being a bit too patient, in my opinion, to push past this point. And oh my goodness, Fagor given the break of a lifetime, but is not enough as Fair catches the rear. Fagor, who tried to run but failed to do so.
Still an extremely, extremely close race. I mean, the way things are really playing out right now, looking like a good game so far, but it all comes down to these late stages where you see the way the economy is really going towards, whether or not it's going to stay and kind of play towards the area of Sac State and really start to grow, and whether or not you can really start to invest that money into a larger picture, or whether or not we can see UDH just really invest it all, find themselves a pretty good round to double down on, and then just go ahead and have themselves a win streak at hand. So a lot of factors up in the air right now, but Sac State with 4 ults in hand, that's the one thing I can be sure of. I want to see how many of them are going to go ahead and be popped here, whether or not we're going to see some massive plays out of, whether or not we're going to see that baby cage really locked down. But I mean, right there towards A site, that's going to be a lot of these players are kind of residing around. You see that A site being kind of the point where you see that spike towards spawn, but even then, CSUDH playing it very slow and steady. They still got 1:20 on the clock, so just don't go ahead and be in a rush, Chief. Just take your time, figure out what you need to do.
His default is exactly the same one we saw Sac State bring to the table. Place 1 over towards Link, 1 top mid to be able to watch as well through the attacker spawn, and then about 2 to 3 actually going towards that A main side, maybe putting 1 towards Wine, which we see exactly happening right now as they've snucked over and put Chamber, aka Gonbear, over in that direction. Trying to give any sort of sightline, but denied now by the Nebula, cutting off the sightline quite quickly. And that's why you keep your Astra fairly close once any audio cue has been given. Give the call over or let them hear it for themselves, and they'll place it down and be able to just buy time. You talked about that so much the last time we saw this map. Buying time is pivotal, and that's what a Nebula can do so well, but they'll dive straight through. Shots missing for Kamugi, and Gonbear is the player to find the kill.
And even though you can already see the strides coming out, goodness gracious, got me there with 1, but already looking to get themselves on the site. With the spike plant now, 5 players still alive for CSUDH. They're looking really good so far. Just get a little bit overzealous. Shan can go ahead and take this trade, can take this risk, knowing there's so much backup. But even then, if you win it anyways, it's not going to matter. That's a double to close it out and a flawless for CSUDH. Now sitting at 10 and 8. This is a great setup for them. Not only do they have themselves a lot of money off of a win streak, they went flawless, not having to invest any of it right here. And even then, as Sac State sets them down a notch and goes ahead and wins out that round, they only invested 1 ultimate in that last one, and Shan didn't even need it. He said, screw it, I'm going with the Vandal. It's in hand. I mean, knives are great and all, but what's a little bit more flashy than some gunpowder going bang?
Well, I'll tell you what I really loved about that round. The commitment from CSUDH. Sac State tried to play cheeky.
Yeah.
We saw a player sitting inside of tree, hoping to play the door, hoping to buy switch and buy themselves a bit of time. Failed! Everyone missing shots. That was Sac State's round to lose, and they did just that with emphatic fashion. It was horrendous display for the front two players trying to hold on, and that's just something you cannot allow, and it's something we didn't expect from them, considering how well Sleepy has been playing. It's just not exactly the right approach, and speaking of that, Caster's curse out. Shan rushes through the Cyclone and commits with his teammate, and that's Bad Dog working very well with his squad to coordinate and facilitate a push through tree and now through to the A site.
And even then, A side is the name of the game. But even then, sometimes tail winning right into 3 players isn't going to be the name of the game. You don't want to do that too much, but there you go. It's going to seem that you fall into it every here and there. But now 3v4 for the side of Sac State being at the upper hand here. But whether or not they have more site presence, you still have yourself some retake potential. You have yourself a baby cage coming out to go ahead and shut that down. But if we're talking about shutdown, there's a Hunter's Fury putting in its work, destroying that lockdown, buying some more time, clearing out the space for the rest of the team. But can Sac State manipulate this? Can we see CSUDH really make sure to hold this down? And even then, it all comes down to who makes that first move. So there's Beans. Get your players to push up. Things are getting a little bit hectic now with that fragment grenade going ahead, doing some damage on site. You can't go ahead and start the defuse yet, but you can at least hold an angle. Pray at least something works out in your favor. But Bear with 8 health and a dream. Shit shut down. It all comes down to Carbon. There it is. CSUDH with their 11th. Looking pretty darn good. You die in that stage, but honestly, you're on a win streak, so who cares?
Look at the commitment from Bear there as well. Decides, hey, put your gun up or your funny up, row, and just goes to town. Sprays and prays, tries to go through the cloud burst to give themselves any semblance of sightlines to deny the plant. He knew this is in his mind. They're sticking this. Sac State are not fakers. Pros don't fake, and right now they're trying to be as professional as they can, and it's falling apart. More like semi-pro in the process. But it was saved by Carbon with the shock dart. Perfectly placed, landed right on top of Jin, and clears out the player on the spike, giving themselves an option, and then he just goes out for the kill anyways. He did not care about it whatsoever, but a quick rush being employed now for Sac State. They're a little upset. You can feel the anger come through. Bean swings to 2. Shan may find one more, but Fagor finds it with a Sheriff, and now it's 2 players left for CSUDH. Bad place to be in.
I mean, you already looked at the minimap at the start of the round and you're saying, oh God, there is no setup for these guys. But that's because I didn't want one. They rushed right to the spawn and said, well, why do we need utility if we're just going to go ahead and press that W key and still find a round at the rear end of that? So a great way for them to go ahead and kind of, I would say, pseudo-efficiently get themselves back into this game. It was a little bit of a weird round, but then again, at the end of the day, it works. So, I mean, it's not a bad idea. If it ends up working, I just wouldn't go ahead and put your money on it too much. So, I mean, everything looking out pretty well for them so far. Those Sac State able to get themselves another round and able to get themselves a bye with 2 of those players able to pick up weapons. So, I mean, as things really flush out here, you can see the utility once again coming down. They have rifles in hand. They're not going to pull off that weird stuff they just did in that last round. They're just going to play it slow and steady and once again stick right back to their roles. See, let's go ahead to the tried and true. It says defense on the game. Let's just play defense and let's not get a little bit too overzealous. But even then, Kamugi in the middle may go ahead and fall victim to that.
Oh, Sleepy. Watching that go all the way over from tree through Cubby and attempting to go into the site itself of mid. Not working. Failing very quickly, but it's frag after frag. Godbear may find one, but his teammate of Bear on the wrong end of Fagor's Vandal, and will find themselves back again tied with that 3-on-3. B site typically being a strong avenue of approach, but right now they're kind of stuck in a very poor spot. 1 in back of Boathouse, 1 sitting on the B site, and a flank coming through now for Market. And Oni is very sure that it's coming through, and Godbear's head lopped clean off his shoulders, and Oni's forced to make the sprint back through mid. Will rotate over towards the A site through that catwalk all the way through Cubby, and this will be an A-sided plant, and a very precarious one for CSUDH.
Am I even surprised to see that we're planning on A's again? I mean, honestly, at this stage in the game, even if they hit B, I guarantee you it's a fake. They're probably all going to run a 5 onto B and say, you know what? Nah, I'm really feeling this. Let's run through spawn and go plan A again, which I don't blame them. It's worked for them tight enough. They've already got themselves a lead off of it, so why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And even then, if anybody's broken, it's Oni's Crosshair. Already finding the kills, finding the 3rd for that round, and giving Sac State a very easy closure here to get themselves a double digits. So the game looking a little bit more even now, a little bit more doable for them, especially when they really make themselves a case in this defending side.
Yeah, I think if anything was broken, it was probably the headphones of the remaining CSUDH players. Oni just walks up, literally not a problem whatsoever, and just quickly lops the head off too and finds themselves a round win. You cannot allow that to happen if you're CSUDH, especially when that's a round that guarantees you match point. You need this first map to win.
Yeah.
Then you can almost guarantee your second map. Bind is your baby. It's your home. You need to be able to find success here and bring it into the second. You have no momentum right now. You've now been denied twice in a row. Sac State taking one of those when they even shouldn't have. A completely disgusting round win when they absolutely just rushed you down A main. And that's got to be demoralizing at the minimum for you going forward. And I think Sac State are starting to climb beyond that and work very quickly as they're getting so much information from a single piece of utility.
I'm sure you see a SUDH wants to go ahead and win out this round and then, guarantee themselves bind and go to a 2-0. But I don't know about you, man. I know it's late and all, but I wouldn't mind seeing myself some breeze. So maybe we could go ahead and get ourselves there, but it all comes down to whether or not you can see these rounds closed out. And obviously the 24 is coming out because if you go ahead and win out this, you get yourself to a match point and you find yourself in a tie game. You got to find that differential eventually and you really got to manipulate it. But it all comes down, even if it may not matter, because Oni looking for a kill, but getting shot down instead by Gunbear. A great exchange there, at least from Sleepy Sun towards that garden section. And Beans doubling down onto one mad dog. So there it is. CSUDH not having much of an approach of attack anymore, not having enough players to really attack a site. Instead, they're just going to ease themselves into one if they can really manage it.
And that's a poor position to be in. Beans finds a second. Cartman somehow survives the Sleepy Sun massacre that went through Tree and is able to actually make the great escape. You can see the Sova for the side of Sac State has transitioned to try and pivot over and give his team a bit of breathing room, I guess, towards Tree and Garden. But for the things going on, it seems to be Arches, the avenue that CSUDH are attempting to employ. Moogie still sitting in Garden, has an eye line, but Gonbear's quicker on the draw, finds it with a headhunter. Sorry, not headhunter, with a tour de force in the process. Now they know there's a player up in rafters. Gonbear cannot make the escape past double box. And Eye for Gore will find the kill. Player coming from Garden side, spraying down door. Now needs to watch his rear. He'll just get aggressive. He knows he can just play this. Has to pull out the Sheriff, can't get it done in time, and Beans completes for the 3K.
There it is, man. Rounds like that, when you go ahead and really make a differential, you find yourself some frags, and even then, CSU get a little bit overzealous towards the edge there. We saw them time in, time out, try to push in these spawns, try to go ahead and play these isolated games, make these 2v3s come to life. And, I mean, when you have a player in the middle just transferring back and forth, that's not going to be a dream that's really going to come true all that often. I mean, sure, I can understand if you're sitting in a, like a 12-2 game or something like that. You can afford a couple rounds like that to go ahead and say, you know what, let's rub some salt in the wound, but I mean, this isn't a penitentiary, man. You got to sit there. You got to go ahead and bring your ideas back down to reality and figure out what's going on in front of you. Now you're looking at a tie game. You got to go ahead and respect the roles given to you by Valorant itself. Say, look, we're on attacking. We're on defense. Nobody go ahead and step outside your boundaries. Attackers, play this together. Go ahead, have yourself a little bit of default, but don't get too overzealous when you're fighting. Just get intel, let us know how many players are which each side of the map, and then just make a decision based off of that instead of just rushing right in.
I think there's a player's comfort zone and there's your agent's comfort zone.
Step
back into the agent's comfort zone. You need to play what they're meant to do, exactly what you've been saying. But a quick rush being employed. Shan kind of missing the cloud burst that he sent, trying to do the wombo combo, failing to do it. But the turret will still be slept, and they'll allow for Shan to step up and clear. But Beans is a headshot. Hunter takes that one mad dog, and Shan will go for the refrag. Now tied 4v4. Plant will go down. This one in the center of the site. Shan's very wary of the wall bang. That's why not sitting in the corner is a smarter idea. But there goes the Trailblazer, trying to gather the information. For Gore sends out a guiding light, gets the shot onto Shan, but Bear cleans up and saves his teammate's life. Carbon on the flank takes one more. Kamuki sends him straight to the afterlife as well with a quick refrag back. You only have two players left standing if you're Sac State. Shan getting wallbanged. Almost. Oni trying to find something. Shock dart. This could be massive. It hits two. And Kamuki cleans up. Can't find the fourth. Saved by Gunbear, swinging through right and left and swinging his team to match point.
There it is, man. On such a sketchy, such a thin line to be working with right there. You're just thankful enough it didn't snap. It's stretching a little bit, almost like fishing line, but you just don't find that threshold where it finally breaks. And that's exactly what CSU is riding on right now. And that's going to get them to a map where they find themselves on a comfort pick. This wasn't their pick, but even then, everybody's eventually going to go ahead and run through the gambit that is Ascent time in and time out. So, I mean, things are looking really even here. It's what we expected at the end of the day, but what I'm at least expecting on this round alone is for Sac State to say we need to invest every single ultimate, and everybody better get their chance and not overstep their boundaries. Once again, like you said, that agent threshold to make sure they can get the opportunity to pop.
Sleepy's holding this tight corner. I love this position because he's not holding the direct peak once you step out towards that A arch. He's not directly on the right of short box. He's a little bit deeper, which also gives him a sight line over towards that tree side, hopefully watching Cubby if they step up through it. But nothing so far. A very systematic and slow approach for CSUDH. They've got, wow, Recon Bolt, and they're ready to send out their KO stun to give themselves an option. The suppress, I guess I should say. The knife in hand, but they'll send it through. Sleepy Sun knows that Shan is on the site, but the teammates behind. Wombo, combo, Carbon and Shan collect for one each.
Why would you swing out there? You had the perfect setup. You had the cloudburst in front of your face. That's giving you just as much cover as it's giving the other player, but instead you see him overextend, and honestly, CSUDH looking like they can close this out. But with the Cosmic Divide coming down, you have the Seekers in hand, you have the lockdown ready, and that's what you got for this retake, because this is all you got to keep yourself in this game.
Carbon's going to employ the Hunter's Fury, just dedicating to it underneath, going for the lockdown, and actually gets it, denying it, and frag for Gore tries to bring his team back, but there's 3 too many, and it's going to be one Mad Dog who finds the last kill. Headshots galore in that last round, and utility attempted to be utilized, but it's seemingly too little too late. Those ultimates needed to be used a lot sooner, not just in that round, but even rounds prior. You could have saved yourself so many other times, and yet you hold on to it. You can't take it to the next game, folks. You're not saving the op. Unfortunately, you couldn't even save the map. Map 2 is going to bind.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of what I'm thinking is whenever you get around to bind, when you sit there and see CSUDH's pick now and Sac State's in the court where they have to take the shot into the net, that's a much bigger set of shoes to be feeling right now when you already had that opportunity presented to you. We sat there, saw some default setups that were a little bit off-centering, and even then, once again, seeing on defense every single time. It hasn't been this lobby alone. It was in our last matchup as well. People are not trusting KJ tonight. I don't know what kind of players these guys are picking up, but why don't they trust their teammates to sit there and play off their utility? They always want to overinvest into one site, and A has been the name of the game tonight on Ascent. Time in and time out. I get the map name starts with A, but that doesn't mean that's the site you hit every single time. There's no kind of correlation there. You can still make your own decision. But if we're talking about decisions, if we're talking about the play of the game, we're talking about how these players are going to follow up. If we're going to see bind, maybe we'll see a B hit every single time. Maybe there's a pattern that we're following here. But if that's the case, Sac State's going to be ready for it on the defense because they got to step things up and they really got to get themselves to really turn things up to get themselves to a map 3.
Yeah, well, we see CSUDH take it in a close fashion. Close game, very close game.
Yeah.
They take map 1 of Ascent, and a fabulous one at that. Very frag heavy as both sides were pulling out all stops and really found every opportunity to make their names known. We shouted quite a few as they were pulling off some pretty mad clips, whether it was Mad Dog or whether it was able to see Sunny do something absolutely crazy. But ultimately, map 2, we're going to be heading on over to the map of Bind, and that's something that I've been just absolutely raving about CSUDH with. They love Bind. They love playing Shan on that raise. They love having Gone Bear over on the Cypher, and their default setup is spectacular. I've seen very few teams be able to contend with the default attacking approach that they bring to the table. However, CSUDH's defense could definitely use some work. So stay tuned for that. This has been the NECC. I'm in for news to see with Mick. Stay tuned for map 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome Mick. We'll intro the exact same way as last time, up to the start, with Mick and everything doing the little head nod that he loves to do. Mick, we're going over to map 2, the map of Bind, after the CSUDH side took the W in Ascent, but we're not just going there. We're making a couple changes. Why don't you highlight those here?
Well, a lot of roster changes. If anything, I'm going to say we're seeing 2 entirely new teams, at least for right now. But even in CSU, not making too much of an adjustment. So we're not going to bring up the roster screen once again yet. But just to read things out for y'all, CSU is going to be making an exchange. We're going to see Bear being subbed out for the likes of Red this time around. And over for the side of Sac State, we will almost be seeing a new team for this because 3 players are making a change out. We're going to see Sleepy Sun stepping out for Sammy, a Forgore stepping out for Stonewall, and Kamugi stepping out for Jason Ives. So, with a new roster, a new lineup, we're hoping to see some new comfort picks and some new adjustments to Bind, with that being our next map coming into this. And with Sac State already being down a map inside of this series, for them to really get things aligned, get themselves back together, and hopefully seeing a little bit more synergy to be ready for the likes of the aggression, knowing that CSU picked this map.
I really love the map of Bind, so let's keep in mind. Let's re-highlight what I said about CSUDH. Shan loves the Rays. We're going to see that, I guarantee it. Sova or Cypher for Gunbear. I think it would probably be the Cypher. Maybe they've made enough changes to warrant not bringing the Cypher anymore, but I just think this map is too strong with Cypher to really keep it out. But no, I think Gunbear is going to lock in the Sova because Red locks in the Killjoy. So apparently the sub player of Red's going to throw everything I mentioned previously out the window, but one Mad Dog's going to bring out that Astra, which is once again something I think is a very smart change for them. No longer having to auto-lock the Omen like we saw previously, and actually has some depth in the agent selection. For the opposing side of Sacramento State, Jason is locking in the Sova. Really the only one to do so far until Stonewall comes out with that Sky. Oni's on the Rays. I expect that to stay. Sammy on the Astra and Beans on the Chamber. The Chamber could be switched out for something, I guess, else, but I think they'll likely stick with this one. I think they've realized they need to be a bit more aggressive with CSUDH, and I think they think Chamber is the way to do it.
Yeah, and even then, my biggest concern looking at this so far is going to be CSUDH and the amount of control they're going to have on the map. They have themselves a double control setup for these guys. So, I mean, they're going to be looking at smokes. They're going to be looking at cutting off every single site. And if we see a Chamber with the Headhunter and with the Torty 4s, it's not going to have too much an impact if you really can't see who you're shooting at. So that's going to be a big, big wild card to look going into this matchup. But even then, it all comes down to whether or not we see each team stand out on their respective sides. So as everything really dwindles down to, we're going to see the side of Sac State starting on that attacking side and see if they can really start out with an explosive start. With Rays being at the head of all that and being the duelist, explosive is definitely the name of the game, but is that going to be the same play style that you fit with the rest of your squad, and can they follow through with it?
Round 1 is going to be a game of, I guess, kind of just run into a site and play it. Typically, B side is the one you go towards. You put some pressure over towards that midsection, play in from hookah, maybe have 1 or 2 players go in towards that B long side and put some pressure in from the opposing direction. But beyond that, it just isn't much to it. It's round 1. You're just going to have to deal with a little bits of utility. And thankfully for Sac State, they have they don't have a Killjoy. If you're CSUDH, they don't have to worry about that for the defensive side. But unfortunately for them, CSUDH does have that Killjoy, which means they will have a little bit of utility here in round 1, same as having an Astra they already knew they were going to have to face off against.
Yeah, and even then, it all really starts right here, whether or not you can have the start that you're looking for. And when you already see the amount of aggression coming out of CSUDH, there's the opener. Shan with the first blood of the entire map, finding that kill. Picking up an old orb is going to be Gambier as well. So a great double down for them towards that shower sector. Able to go ahead and find themselves a little bit of momentum, and even more so when you see Gambier with that second frag. So looking really good here off the get-go. You find yourself in a 5v3. Sac State looking to find themselves at least onto a site, but things looking a little bit rocky for them if they want to manage that.
Look at Gambier. He committed not just once after getting the kill, but twice. He re-peeked it again, hoping another player would be there. Took him a while, but you do actually have a player for Sac State looking in that direction, but they're not actually pushing forward just yet. They'll have some assistance. A 2-player squad with Spike looking to step in through showers, but Carbon's rotated out. Now Gambier is no longer there. Carbon tries to play the utility. The toxic screen will go down just before, but it fades just as quick as the Viper's life was unfortunately cut a little bit too close. And now Gambier holding very close, not watching the corner enough. Jason turns a bit too quickly. And now it's just 2 players left standing. Oni from the A main side steps up. Now sitting over towards Lamplight. Tries to go for the shot, but Sammy wins this one against Bad Dog. Shan now in a firefight against Oni. The Rays on Rays violence, not really favoring either side, but Shan is extremely low, and Red has to be very wary as Oni is doing the jump trick and trying to right-click their way to victory. Only 20 seconds left on the clock.
And even then, you got to get spiked down in the meantime, and even then, that's a lot to ask for that Sac State, because they have themselves not really too much to be really working with right now. One player alive, Oni going ahead, having that classic in hand, 18 health remaining. So knowing that you're up against all the likes of Red, who still has a lot of health to be dishing out, a lot of bullets still in that magazine, and a lot of kills to go ahead and be following through for this first round. So a great start for them, a great way to open things up. But I mean, looking at the way they played out so far, CSUDH, a great way to hold things down, a little late of a rotation, excuse me, but I mean, go ahead, man. But I mean, the way everything's really panning out for him, it was a little bit late of a rotate. I mean, I'll be quite honest there, but it's only round one. You have pistols in the hand. You're not really expecting an overwhelming amount of force. And even then, Sac State was very, very resentful to really get themselves onto that site. So it all comes down to whether or not they can make that change and whether they can really sit there and kind of double down and say, look, let's get a little bit more aggressive and let's follow that golden rule of any gaming when it comes around to the single elimination kind of ordeal. Check your corners and protect your borders. But first, we got to make sure to get onto the site and check those corners.
I love that. That's actually awesome. I love to see that. Typically, you also see players double swing. And we saw them have two players in showers, and they managed to take out Carbon pretty quickly. But beyond that, there wasn't anything else. They didn't double swing as effectively as they should have. And I think they're going to look to change that this time around. 3 players in showers, 2 coming from main, but Ganbear is going to shut down Jason, now making it a 1-3 split. And they're trying to rotate back that spike through the A main side. He's hesitating now as they're looking at short. There just doesn't seem to be that many options for it. Sammy with a kill, cleans up Shan, breaking things even. But they're trying to force their way into sight. Stonewall under the objective. Sammy's coming out to assist as well. Spike will go down with a player. Ganbear sitting behind back towards cover, and he's able to find one. Carbon Swift with another, refragging back. Now it's a 3v2. One mad dog finds another. The stinger stings in quick succession. And it's just up to Stonewall, who has to fight 3 and won't even have the opportunity to beat 1.
Now, with this second round coming to a conclusion, everything really panning out as we expected it to, with CSUDH winning this out, this is now where things take a big turn. We see Sac State able to have themselves a bye, and I'm kind of sick and tired of the same game that what we saw in that last map. I'm sick and tired of these teams respecting each other. I mean, what kind of environment is this? What are we playing? Let's keep in mind, this is the Valorant community, man. Where does respect ever become a factor in here? I want to see a push on the side. I want to see players be confident in their ability to frag out. I want to see them get there. I want to see that utility already being placed, and I want to see them be confident of where they're going. And I mean, as everything's looking so far, Sac State just playing things very, very slow and steady. And I mean, honestly, they just got to go ahead, hold things out, play it slow there at the start. But once they make their mind up, they need to go ahead and just play it collectively and get themselves there.
Think about how early Sac State was in that shower side and yet didn't push through. I think there's a bit more to work with, and instead of dedicating 3 this time around, they'll dedicate 1 initially, but they'll take a step back quickly. Beans not liking what he sees will try to step away from the Owl drone and actually manages to get a shot off on it, clearing it at this point in time. Not actually being spotted out, but the information is still there. Gonbear's not going to allow it for much longer. Tries to go for the sheriff shot. It connects, but Sammy's the player to find the kill. Shan's holding close, though. He doesn't have much either. A frenzy in his hand, and Sammy's not aware. He swings anyways and swings at the right timing. 2 for the man, and Sac State are at a massive man advantage.
And even then, you get the exchange, you find yourself in a really good lead here, having the rifles in hand, but the one player that survived that entire ordeal is going to be Beans, who, honestly, I'm pretty sure he wished he was the one who died in that scenario, saying, I don't really have too much to follow through with. We don't have ourselves the sky pushing up just yet. Stonewall, I'm going to need these heals ASAP, buddy, because we aren't looking too good with me just kind of pushing up a little bit too much. And even then, I need Beans to sit there and know his place, as you said, understand where an agent belongs, an agent's wall, their threshold, and how far they can get up. And this turret could definitely go ahead and put an end to the man's life if he literally trips over a shoelace to the left.
It's a bad spot to be in, but Red swings out, survives the shots from Beans, gets the kill, but Oni is quick to follow suit. Player on site, once again, it's Oni, and he will be the demon that finishes off the round onto one mad bad dog. A 2-1 start, Sac State taking the last round, I should say, in pretty good stride as they had a dominant performance through and through. Gonbear and Shan didn't want to recommit to a rifle buy in round 3 or to an SMG buy, which I think is the smart decision.
Yeah.
And it pays them not well. This is not something they necessarily wanted. So they try to play short with a sheriff in a frenzy, and they both paid the price, which just shot CSUDH in the foot.
And even then, you can already see two players of Sac State not really able to step up too much yet. And even then, it's only round 3, so there's only so many kills on the board to really be had. But honestly, I want to see them come to life. I want to see the entirety of these two teams really go ahead and start duking it out, able to go ahead and get some respected trades, or even at least somebody to go ahead and pop off. Because, I mean, that's what Raze is supposed to do. Be that flashy player. Be that flashy agent. Be at the front hand of every single combat, engage it, and get the opposing side scared. But we haven't seen an intimidation factor yet on the side of the attackers. Instead, it's purely been CSUDH taking control of the mental game, able to go ahead and slow stack down, and they really haven't made themselves too much of an effort to get onto a site. But there you go, investing a lot of utility off the get-go, not really getting onto that site just yet. Come on, buddies, that W key's on your keyboard. Let's try and press it and see what magic we can work.
He's just kind of trapped in pipe right now. Bad Dog is hoping his teammates can help him out. Thankfully, there's a lot of them there. 3 defenders on the B site, but the default push right now from Sac State is to send 3 towards B. 1 that can make the quick rotation back through Hookah, back inside of Spices of Link, and actually rotate towards the A side if necessary. Now you'll see the A site players make the trek over towards B. They've decided they want the B push, and they'll do just that. Jetpack comes out. The boost pack does not seem to work out for him, and Oni will pay the price. Bad Dog's quick to find the frag, but take it out quickly as well. And Red's going to do the same thing with Jason refragging on top of it. Neck for neck, Hunter's Fury out. Godbear finds nothing with it, but Jason finds his 3rd. Stonewall with the plant, a 3v2 in tow, and Sac State are in a very good spot to finish this one off for another round win.
You still get some info there if you follow up quick enough. You sit there and say nobody's guarding. At least now you do, because you see Carbon able to go ahead and pick off Stonewall, so that makes things look a heck of a lot more doable for CSUDH. But can they find that second kill? There it is! Jason Ive going ahead, putting the crosshair a little bit too north there for the liking. So you go ahead, you see the spike being stuck, but Sammy didn't make a response. Looking for the peak, there's one. Looking for a second Gambear. This is it, man. 47 health in a dream. If you can get dinked through that wall, even if you find nothing, it doesn't even seem to matter. The kill and the defuse comes out. CSUDH finding themselves a 3rd.
I told you Ganbear was going to be a monster on the map of Bind, and what do we see? Just 3 rounds in, or 4 rounds in, I guess I should correct myself too, and Ganbear clutches up in one of the best ways to do it, a cheeky defuse, and finishing the job right afterwards. Sac State, you're gonna hurt for the next few rounds knowing that that just occurred to you, but I tell you what's also hurting here, Dallas. The eco for CSUDH. They may have won the round, but their wallets are still in mighty discomfort as they're forced to buy a judge, and they were looking at a guardian as well. It's not as bad as Sac State's as they're at pistols, but it's still not exactly where you want to be.
Yeah, we're playing a little bit more of an RPG right now. We're going ahead, working our way up the ladder, seeing what weapons we can scrounge together from the crafting bench. But, I mean, even then, at the end of the day, it's still something to shoot somebody with. So that's all you really need in Valorant. So long as you have yourself a gun and you can work whatever you can. But, I mean, everything really making its way over to the B set. I want to see how much of this utility can really make that differential. Because with not the best guns in hand, you're still trying to find whatever you can. So, I mean, you try to look for shots, you try to shoot through the smoke, you try to work what magic you can, but there's just not enough. Sac State once again stuck in that same kind of mental well we saw earlier, going ahead getting stuck in Hookah. And as much as a lot of people sit there and enjoy to linger around Hookah, this is a collegiate game right now. You got to go ahead and get your head into the game, go ahead, push onto a site and find yourself a plant, because things are looking a little bit too slow and steady, especially for a side that's supposed to be very, very over-aggressive.
Well, they're trying to play themselves slowly. A quick rush through, and Jason Ive actually look and saw Shan, but pays the price yet. Headhunter from Beans finds 1, but he's also taken out by Bad Dog, who's also taken out again. It's frag for frag, something we saw last round as well, but Red's going to stop the bleeding back and forth and bring himself to the man count advantage. Player from back in metal, it's Gambear to find One. Stonewall wins the fight against Red. It's Red that loses this time around, and it's just Stonewall left standing in a 1v2, and Gambear from Tube finds the last. A swift entry once it was facilitated, but Dallas, like you said, for a team that was needing to be aggressive, especially with the eco and weapons they were bringing to the table, they're just too hesitant to put anything on the table and put some stress on CSUDH.
And even then, it's not just the weaponry. Regardless of what guns we see out of Sac State, they do not want to invest. I mean, quite honestly, just for a change of pace, I feel like just for experiment, just give it a good old college try. We're all college students here, right? press that X button, take out that showstopper, get that double blast pack, and see what magic you can work. See, go ahead, throw a little bit of a fastball their way, throw something they're not going to expect, and see what kind of magic you can work with it. And even if it doesn't work out, trust the rest of your teammates to follow through with it. But instead, you're walking right through, Oni not really able to go ahead and get too much to be playing with, checking every single corner precariously, which I enjoy, but in the meantime, you've already paid the price because 2 players are falling, and you don't have too much to work with now.
Yeah, well, with the Cosmic Divide, you're hoping to put something together, but you do see the paint can go through, put some pressure down, kind of forces you away, flushes you from your default position. Shan finds one. It's refragged back by Stonewall, but the bleeding has been done. Stonewall maybe finds one more, but can't find any beyond it as Bad Dog finds the last 2 and stares up at his nice little ending display there as the sky turns red. Maybe his eyes were red at that time, and too, as he was fragging his mind out in the process. A easy round, though. Clean up for CSUDH. They're up 5-1.
Yeah, and this is not looking good so far. Sac State have so many resources at their disposal. They had themselves a full buy last round, and I mean, I could understand that they want to invest the ultimates to give themselves an edge in terms of a round where they don't have the full weaponry at their disposal. But honestly, I would say at insult to injury, find yourself to use those resources in the last round and find yourself these free guns to be dealing with in this one. But even then, you already see the Torty Force come out. You don't see a Showstopper just yet, or the Seekers, or the Hunter's Fury. But the other 3 I can kind of understand so far. Showstopper, go ahead, find yourself a little bit closer to side, or if you're Sammy, find that first frag. But instead, Carbon coming out on top. CSUDH find themselves in a 5v4, starting off well once again to follow suit.
You need these ultimates, though. We talked about it so much at the end of the last game. We probably should have spoken about it a bit more. You can't just save the ultimates, right? Yeah,
Nope.
You can carry it over to the next round, but not if it's the end of a half or the end of a game. And you're going to feel like you wasted the opportunity. You can't wait for the perfect moment. You have to create it. And that's something we're seeing a huge problem with right now for Sac State, as they just haven't felt the right timing to pop these. And that's why they've been holding on to them. And the timing has been ever so strong for Ganbear. Carbon may lose the fight, and so will Shan, but Ganbear does manage to find one. And we're tied at that 3v3. Player up in heaven, trying not to lose their life. They'll place a turret instead, and Beans finds once more with a Tour de Force, taking out Bad Dog. And I think they're going to make the rotation over to the B site because they've got the time. But I think we're going to see Killjoy of CSUDH also make it there around the same moment.
30 seconds.
Yeah, a good start for the likes of all CSUDH, but an even better answer for the likes of Sac State to go ahead and get this round into their advantage. But, I mean, you got to see the Seekers come out. You know where those 2 players are. You know they're towards spawn, but, I mean, that's great. You knew they were going to rotate eventually. They're going to come onto this B site. You just want to know what angle. But you got 3 players. You can set up a post plan. You can bide yourself that time. You can get the right setups to really give yourself that real advantage, that real good crossfire to really setting up with. But we just don't see that yet. Instead, everybody's really scattered about, watching these back angles, but you hear 2 weapons firing off towards tunnel. Get the rotation there. Get your players there and see what magic you can work. And even then, you've already invested a Hunter's Fury, so you can't shut down this old lockdown. You're praying for whatever you can. You're looking for the kill, but even then, you see Stonewall trying to finesse something, but it's just not coming to life. The Showstopper wheel, though, not able to find anything. You're looking for a kill. There's one, but instead, Red coming out on top, finding the headshot, and CSUDH maybe with this timer. No, it's a little bit close. Sac State find themselves a second.
Oh, that's all because Red finds the head. He finds the headshot within the Showstopper from Oni. Doesn't find anything, but you can do it with the Sheriff. What I can't do with the big boom, I'll do with the side boom, right? Get something done. Buys you just enough time. Red did a great job of getting on to that diffuser very quickly, but not quick enough, so to say. So he still had to find the kill in the process. Let's also talk for a second about Stonewall. What are you doing? Missing all the shot opportunities as they stepped onto the site, but I can forgive that. It's okay. You step back behind cover and you reload. Why did you step back out when you were in the middle of your reload and couldn't fight back?
I'm not even asking questions. I'm just watching at this point, honestly. And even then, I mean, we're sitting at the 5-2, so I'm expecting Sac State to still step this up. Able to find a second round to the board. That's a pretty good way for them to get back into this game and be somewhat relevant because it's not too bad of a start. And even then, worst case scenario, I can see them sitting at a 9-3 at the end of this, and that could be somewhat of a mental rally in its own. But, I mean, it all comes down to whether or not they can win this and find that 3rd round, and I'm sure they're looking for it right now. The Hunter's Fury coming out, able to find one shot, and there it goes. Not a kill, but Shan able to find it for its own, and Oni able to find one. Stone and Beans also stepping up as well. So everybody doing their due diligence this time around, making sure it's a collective effort. And if we're talking about collective efforts, there's at least a bit of an assist from the back of the Ganbear. Now a 2v3, Sac State on side, getting that plant. Can they make their plant and their post plant a little bit better than what we saw last time around, even if they don't have as much health from the likes of their Sky?
We got the Vandal. And Bear also himself needs a better weapon, so to say. Oh, the elbow's been spotted. I don't think he really knows. He does. He absolutely sees it. Sprays down. Easy cleanup for one. He's just going to ignore the recon bolt for now. It seems to be in a spot that's not going to actually catch him off guard, but Stonewall's on the flank. It's now a 1v2. What started as a 3v2 has turned completely around. Guiding Light sent. Gambear needs to swing. He still finds the kill. Impacts through the tube, and he'd already gotten half of the diffuser. CSUDH not going to fall victim to the time this time around. They'll go up 6-2 against Sac State here in the first half.
Already guaranteeing themselves an even first half, and that's worst case scenario for them. I mean, the way they've gone ahead and played out this game so far, they are winning these rounds left and right, and even then, that's all behind the back of Gambear, winning every single one of these clutch scenarios. You find him himself in a 1v1 every single time, or at least a 1v2, and he makes due diligence of whatever's left to him. He sits there, gets a little bit crafty with each one of these rounds, sits there, makes whatever he can, and it's looking pretty darn good, I gotta say. But it all comes down to whether the other Sova can answer, because Jason I, the one who has been subbed into this game alone, I expected this to be somewhat of a comfort pick, saying, you know what, come on, coach, put me in. I feel a little bit better about this map, but we're just not really seeing that yet. Instead, we're seeing a heck of a lot of green with this Viper's Pit from the side of the old CSUDH, and that's going to lock down at least one avenue for the A side.
Trying to play within the Viper's Pit. It's a bit dangerous, even as a defender. Sightlines can still be difficult for you, but has not seen him out of the paint shell. Mighty effective, as Jason Ive just stands still in it, apparently, and Counbar finds one of his own. Carbon out of nowhere sprays down Sammy, straight through his own Viper's Pit, and Sac State are looking down the barrel end of a loss once again. Player through the wall spotted. It looks to be that Beans will still find the kill with a headhunter, and you're trying to have Oni watch that side as well. No one's really committing towards showers once again. You can see the Sova for CSUDH. Gunbear maybe hoping for an option to look that direction, but could be a bit too dangerous. Oni out for the count, and Gunbear will clean up for their third. This one onto Beans. 7-2 your score.
It's looking too good right now. I mean, Godmare's on fire, quite honestly, and it looks like that's a kindle that you can't really put out too easily. I mean, sure, you can go ahead and add some more firepower to it with all that raised explosive, but, I mean, you got to find some kind of counter edge here. You got to find some water to put that down, and I just don't know if I really find that counter edge in the side of Sac State so far. I mean, sure, Sammy's going ahead and fragging up. You see Oni stepping up as well as that duelist role should, but it just doesn't seem to have the amount of influence we were expecting out of it. I mean, we're not seeing the level of aggression. We're not seeing that backup for utility off the get-go. We're seeing some Astra Stars towards that, narrow B side over there, but that's all defender Astra Stars. We're not seeing the utility we need. We're not seeing the follow-up. We're not seeing the aggression. We're not seeing a team right now, and I need Sac State to really go ahead and wake up for this one.
Yeah, I mean, hit the snooze button on your own time. This is game time, and that's exactly the problem we're seeing. It's been a good 2 rounds when they won them, but everything else has kind of not been there afterwards, and now they're losing the first player again. They'll take out Oni. This is a bad spot to be in. Sac State still committing all 4 onto the B site. No default placement whatsoever. They lost the player on B, and they'll still stick to B. They do not care about your puny other objective. I know this map starts with bind, but are we taking that this seriously and going to the B site once again?
I don't know, man, honestly. I mean, I kind of called it earlier, but it's whatever at this stage. Quite honestly, regardless of what's going on, I still need to see this aggression. You said committing to B-side, but I haven't seen anybody really step foot onto it yet. And here we go. Finally, the horses are racing. Everybody's out and about, and everybody's going to get down the site, but it all comes down to whether or not you follow through with these seekers. Everything going ahead, hunting down these players in this tunnel towards this elbow. So many players are in the back of the map towards that spawner. You're going to have the lockdown, and you're going to watch that crossfire. Nobody's coming for the flank. You already had the intel, but what can you do with it? It all comes down to whether or not you go ahead and have that Cosmic Divide be popped down by CSUDH, because that's the only retaliation in hand, but Sac State already down a player. I don't know if CSUDH wants to do it, but now they may be forced when you see 2 kills come out from Sac State. Make that 3! Stonewall finding 2 and Sammy closing it out. Sac State making it a 3rd round. Best case scenario for them so far. If they get that 3rd, they set themselves up for a 9-3, but even then, that's all completely whether or not they believe in themselves. So really rely on that fact of that curse that's ever mentioned so allegedly.
That non-committal approach to the early stage of the round has bit them in the rear this entire game.
Yeah.
I had to watch myself there. It's bitten them in the rear this entire game. And finally, they capitalized off of it. Not only do they kind of slow down their approach, but when they sin, like you said, the horses were racing and they charged their way through the site, and yet they still left 2 to linger. A great job of being able to divide your team on a same objective approach to give yourself the opportunity to find more than one angle and defend it at the same time.
Anything, you already see all that damage done to one dog. I mean, at this stage, you go ahead and say, you know what, forget it. Even though it's a lot of damage done, go ahead and consider that player dead. That's literally sneezing on them. They're going to die no matter what kind of gun you hit them with. But even then, you already found yourself actually losing that for real first blood off of Gambear to Bean. So you don't have that chamber anymore. You don't have these kind of rendezvous. So go ahead and get a little bit over aggressive and go ahead and back up as instantaneously as he does. So, I mean, that still brings a little bit of a stall to the rest of the team to say, all right, we're down a teammate. What do we do here? Well, he was on A side. Why does that matter? You need to get on this one that you're at, and that's B once again. So you know that one Mad Dog is there, already dinked up. You at least got some hits on the man. You need to press this up, and you got to follow through with this Tasmanian Tiger. Push up with it. Man's got the vision, got the kill. Please get there, get that plan, and get yourself a kill on the Red because he's holding it down.
Red is still holding strong. Stonewall will push his way through to the site and's actually managed to take out Red with the guiding light to follow suit, but Shan sprays through, finds the head, and now that Hunter's Fury can send itself over towards Hookah, and it actually tags Oni in the last spread. We'll also see a Cosmic Divide go down. This is Oni's assistance, and seemingly its only assistance, as he has to wait for his teammate to make the rotation all the way back through that B-long side. And that's a sightline that's about to be made. A kill from Sammy at any moment's notice. And there it is. He takes out Shan, but Gambear found Oni in the same moment. Gambear needs to step to the objective. Hats off. And it's not enough. Sammy finds the kill. The long approach and the long rotate from the Hookah side to B-long pays dividends. Because CSUDH don't pay attention to their own rear.
I feel like this is one of those stages in the game where we sit there, see ourselves at a game that we didn't really expect too much. I expected Sac State to not really put up as many points as they have, quite honestly. And I feel like this is a time where, once again, I mentioned it earlier, try a little bit of experimentation. Get yourself aggressively onto a site. See what you can finesse. And when you see the buys, when you look at the economy from both sides, look at CSUDH. They don't really have too much to work with. You got yourself a showstopper in hand, and you got some seekers as well. I think some aggression is in order. I mean, call me crazy here, but what if we just press the W key and see if we can just go ahead and rush the site? I would like to see what that could do. And honestly, Oni with that showstopper in hand, I want to see that come out. I want to see that come into play, but you can never see everyone lingering towards the middle of the map, towards the Hookah sector. So whether or not we sit there and see the aggression we're asking for, that's going to be either where the round ends or starts at a very, very instantaneous level.
Well, you'll see Oni once again pushing towards the Hookah side, and while they will find a kill over on A, I think they're going to commit. Showstopper goes out. He can't find the shot in time, but he will finally get it. It's the turret of Red to get the kill, but shots have gone both directions. Shan with his own Showstopper takes out Jason. Stonewall wins the next fight, may get another as he removes Shan from the situation. A 1-on-3. And I think Gambear is just going to save this rifle. I don't think he's going to commit to this too much. I'm not sure exactly.
Save on the last round of the half?
Yeah, what else are you going to do here? What's he going to fight?
Honestly,
3 people?
fair, true. Why haven't I thought of that?
They've been saving their ultimates on the entire last map. You think he's not going to save a rifle on this one at halftime? Come on. I'm just calling it like I see it, man.
Oh my God. He's got to sit there and do something, though. And there it is. At least some kind of move to be made. You see the recon dart come out. You know a lot of players have done their kind of due diligence in terms of damage. But Gambear being the clutch player time in and time out, not able to close out a 1v3 kind of expectedly. So I'm not really too dinked up about that. And to say you see a 7-5 here for the lineup of this half. And a pretty darn good one for the way things have looked so far. I didn't see nearly as much smoke from CSUDH as I expected. I didn't see sites to be nearly as contested as expected. But maybe then, with CSUDH already playing so extremely aggressive on that defending side, getting those first bloods, pushing up showers, pushing up Hookah, able to go ahead and find those cheeky little angles to hold, maybe they'll bring that amount of aggression, that overwhelming force that we've been looking for on an attacking side. And as you said, time and time out, Oni, I mean, being that player, and Sham most especially with that raise, maybe we're going to see what we've been looking for. And I think the way you've been praising the man so far, at least in that Agent Select, I'm expecting some great things.
What else can we say? Like, what else is there going to do, right? We have to see Sac State step up in the second half right now, because you're talking about an attack that is very strong for CSUDH. I mentioned that their defense was a bit stronger than I mentioned their attack was a bit stronger than their defense, if I remember correctly. And I still stand by that. Their attacking game is very methodical. Their default locations are very good. And we can see that already off the start. Carbon hanging out and linked towards the A short. And Stonewall just sprints through, not paying attention whatsoever about his current placement, and pays the price. And you'll see the teleport be used. CSUDH begin to dive towards the A site and start to try to capitalize in that direction. But Beans opens a can of whoop butt into the opposing side. Not just taking one, but make it two. That's a 3K to his name. He's hunting for more. A possible ace. We haven't seen one yet today, but I'd love to see it in a round one of the second half.
And even then, you got 2 bullets left in the chamber, but instead, Jason, I'm saying no, sir. I at least want to guarantee myself the round. Let's not get overzealous here, buddy, but you still got 3 players left alive. You're looking for the kills, and there it is, Sammy moving into showers, able to go ahead and put the man drown in that water a little bit longer, buddy. So, I mean, a great start for Sac State to step up here. Able to make themselves relevant in this game. Go ahead and find themselves that first round. I'm sure they're going to follow through with the force, make it a 7-7, but, I mean, we got to see something step up. I don't know if CSUDH really steps into the game once they find those rifles in the hand and really start giving themselves that oomph they've needed earlier. But, I mean, it all kind of unfold over the course of this game, and I'm really looking forward to see whether it's going to come out. But even then, it all starts when not Sac State can actually close out this round, because we've definitely seen some crazy things tonight, and I wouldn't put it out of their league.
I think we have a possibility to see Sac State make a return and bring things close. However, you kind of expect it at this point. Sac State wins that round, then they go, hey, we've got another one, we have the SMG buy, and then it's tied. Then you start to see CSUDH start to turn ahead. Is that going to happen? I don't know. Like you said, the last round, there's a lot of theoreticals, and I don't like to stick in the realm of theory. Let's start to push ourselves towards reality, but a very quick entry in towards A short, and it's absolutely shut down. Stonewall and Sammy combined for 5, a flawless round win. It's the Buddy Ace to tie at 7-7.
Yeah, so great way to go ahead and tie things up here for Sac State to go ahead and get themselves back into this game. But even then, they got to go ahead and make sure that this utility over the course of the game can really start to have its own spotlight as well. Because in these first 2 rounds, you really don't buy that much attention to it. You sit there, play out the weapons given to you. Even then, the players are going to go ahead and throw up those counters, either knowing that you have yourself an advantage of gun power anyway. So as things really start to step up, you see a lot of rifle buys. You see Shan with that judge. This may be exactly what I'm looking for, honestly. I mean, when you have a judge in hand, you're expecting somebody to run in and get aggressive because, I mean, that's what a judge is a shotty. Let's go ahead and see how close you can get to that face before pulling that trigger.
Do you think there's a bit of hesitation right now from CSUDH after the last 2 rounds, especially after a flawless round, right? You got to start thinking twice with every movement you do. And going A short again is not necessarily the play, but Shan will dedicate, goes in with 2 boost packs. He manages to find one still. Judges down 1. Stonewall's quick to find Gonbar, though. He leaves it in, tied in a 4v4. Beans placing down a bit of util, hoping to catch any and all information possible once they step out, but it does not seem to matter. Red is taken out by Stonewall, but Stonewall's refragged back by Bad Dog. Jason sprinting towards the side, and Shan, oh my goodness, sprays down 2 very quickly, making a 3K now, and Sammy is having to make the long rotation over to the A site as he was left all alone by his lonesome on the B. I don't think this is going to happen here. Can Shan go for the 4K, though? Do you think he'll commit to it? He has a shotgun.
He's at least going to take a knock on the door. We just got to see what the response looks like. Or he's going to be open with welcome arms, or is he going to go ahead and have the door shut right into his face once again? And when you can already see the flank coming through from one Mad Dog, it's not going to be exactly what you're looking for an open welcome. So a great way for CSUDH to go ahead and win the expected. Get themselves back in this game. Say, look, we sit there, have rifles in hand. We need to have at least 3 players alive at the end of it. And I'm hoping Shan picked up another rifle before that round ended to give off to a teammate. But that's not looking like it's the case, sadly enough. So that would have been a nice little call to be making to save a little bit of economy there. But even then, at the end of the day, you already know that Sac State's going to be stacking up on rifles of their own. So as we do see nothing but phantoms across the board for them, will they be able to create a wall of phantoms, at least with that? Because we can see it in the scoreboard, but will we see it on the map to where they can really hold things out, make this game look even, and really sit there and show that they deserve to be here?
Well, I'm hoping CSUDH stop going to A. I think that's how I'm going to start this. That's going to start this handoff. They have gone to A every single time now for their attack. They have committed to it. We're seeing that once again. Shan will be the player to boost back over towards Lamplight. Already has control over it. No one inside, so he can sit there and sit pretty for as long as he feels necessary, but he can feel free to peek out at a moment's notice. Oni gets aggressive. His head is gone, but Beans is quick to refrag. Now tied to the 4v4, but the information has been gathered, and the pressure's been put on Sac State. They've rotated 3 now over towards A, and they've left 1 alone on the B site. They know who it is, but they don't know Sammy is holding out inside of Hookah, and it will be Gonbear who pays the price. Refragged back, though, and it's a 3v3.
Even then, I understand going ahead and pressing that W key, but once again, you got to check your corners if you're going to be approaching a site. We just don't see enough of that, but even then, it's not that big a deal. Still 3v3 onto the board. You find yourself a plant going ahead with that spike, and sure, it's a blind coming out as well, but you don't have the follow through yet. You don't have Stonewall pushing onto site, able to go ahead and follow through with that blind, but even then, here's a recon dart, here's Seekers. It's going to be a lot of intelligence, but we have a lot of blood to follow up with.
Man, the Seekers go out, but it doesn't do much. They're pretty quickly dealt with, but Beans gets a nice long shot to Carbon, but Red's quick to refrag. Jason I flanks from elbow, takes out Red, and Stonewall cleans off the round. Seemingly simplistic for Sac State once they pushed and transitioned to retake, and they'll do it in a very nice fashion. 2 players left standing, that's 2 rifles they can continue to hold on to.
Yeah, and even in the way everything's looking right now, Sac State able to step up here and able to get themselves once again in a tie state is pretty good, but I'm just not seeing enough dominance from either one of these teams. I mean, I am loving this lineup, and I'm loving how close it is, but I'm just not seeing each team playing to their role to such a defined factor. We saw 2 ultimates nearly be invested in that last round. I need to see some more confidence of these guys of their own gunslaying power, because right now, sure, everything across the board is looking extremely even for CSUDH. And Sac State, you have some step-ups from each one of these players, but, I mean, I need some consistency. I need some dividends being bought out. I need some players going ahead and cutting off those corners to make sure their job for the rest of the team is that much easier and looks that much lighter for them. And we got to see that differential. We got to see whether it goes ahead and steps up here, because now we are in the end stages of this game. We are nearing that double-digit round for both these squads, and even then, that's when the countdown starts, and Sac State has to step up if they really want to make sure to hit that breeze map and make themselves relevant in the series.
Relevancy is, you know, it can go both ways, and right now, for Sac State, they're a bit relevant, but on the wrong side of the kill feed. It's Carbon to come up big. Stonewall will bring themselves closer, but Shan's quick to, I guess, put an emphatic into that one. Show stops him and puts a stop to him once and for all here in this round. Trying to stay alive. Sammy's flanking all the way in from the Link side, but doesn't really have much competition just yet. It looks to be that CSUDH have made a great transition to deny sightlines from that direction. No one holding short, but a trapped player in corner. It's Carbon. Now he has to fight Gonbear. Gonbear peeks out, but Sammy's there. That's that flanking player we spoke about previously, and that's just going to be all she wrote as Sammy and Jason Ive clean up for the last 2.
Yeah, so great way for Sac State to double down. Even then, you said they were really relevant on the wrong side of the kill feed, but able to go ahead and step it up into high gear is a great way for them to make themselves look pretty good again after all. I mean, that's exactly what they need. Stepping up, holding on to these rifles, making themselves look really good, and even then at that, I mean, it may be scratchy every single time, but a round at the end of the day is a round, and they can't complain about that. But, I mean, if we're talking about things you can't complain about, you got yourself 2 ultimates for each side. CSUDH, though, oddly enough, each one of them are from more of like a retake scenario or a defense scenario. Not really too much for the scenario that they're kind of put into, which is going to be that attacking side. So I want to see how they get crafty with it. I want to see what they can do with this and whether or not they can really make these ultimates shine and really sit there and have an impact in this one, because I feel like this Tour de Force wouldn't be too much out of the element, but will it actually find the time of day to really be popped?
My question here, Dallas, is going to be, how has CSUDH let this happen, right? How have they given up so much to Sac State? And it's not just Sac State outgunning them, right? I think positioning has been fairly strong for them, and it does tend to be a bit more of a defensive map, but CSUDH's attack is faltering. They're pushing in the same exact way every single time to A. When it doesn't work out immediately, they just fall apart. It's like making paper wet. You try to write on it, and it just crumbles. There's nothing there, and that's what CSUDH's attack strategy has been.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, we sat there and said this was their kind of pride and joy. This was their map selection. So for them to not really be stepping up on the attacking side of things is a little bit surprising, to say the least. But, I mean, even then, Sac State is just having themselves a pretty good answer. Able to go ahead, play themselves extremely passively, and I think the respect for both sides of these teams is really just paying its due diligence, saying, all right, well, we're going to go ahead, space ourselves out, play things slow, and even then, sometimes you're going to find these off angles. And there it is, Sammy, finding the off angle there, looking to go ahead and find that flank and find a 3K to close that one out. 4 players still remaining in that round alone as you hit those double digits. So a really good setting for them continuing to these next couple rounds. CSUDH, though, just looking to get a spike plant this next one to go ahead and get that Viper spit off.
My biggest concern now, CSUDH are basically looking at the butt end of finding us on map 3. I know you wanted map 3, but some of us here on the East Coast, maybe not the West Coast for those in Cali, which is these teams, maybe you don't want to be up this late. And I actually kind of like being up this late, but That's usually because my sleep schedule is destroyed anyways. But I can't imagine that these players are going to have a very fun time watching this and then going to college classes tomorrow morning. Mr. I have a 9 a.m. What was your class tomorrow? 9 a.m.? Was that what it was?
Yeah, it was most definitely 9, but
yeah, enjoy that. Yeah, enjoy that one.
I'm gonna love it.
Don't skip. Don't skip, Dallas. Don't skip.
I don't.
Yeah, sure. I believe that. One player sent towards shower, one lagging behind in link, but they're still sending 3 essentially towards a short. CSUDH, please change things up.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you here. They're definitely going to change things up. They're going to go ahead and get themselves onto a site, and they don't really have the best buy this time around, so I don't blame them to play a little bit more passive this time around. It's definitely warranted here because you want to play carefully. You want to play precautiously. You want to make sure to check every single angle you can. And when you have that guiding light coming from your left, you got to spray that down. When you do, you find yourself 2 kills, Red and Shan each one, finding 1 respectively, making it a 4v3. Push into that side. There's going to be players on B. You know you have the numbers advantage. Go ahead and put that Viper spit down and guarantee this round and pick up those weapons to make sure to get that cherry on top.
Oof, they're a man up, but I mean, 2 of these players are very quick to folding. There's not much HP left, but thankfully they'll employ the lockdown. But by a little bit of time, a necessity for them. A Bad Dog gets aggressive. He'll take out Beans. 1 headshot kill. But Sammy's quick to refrag. This has been the name of the game. Sac State have done a phenomenal job of losing and then gaining. Losing and gaining. It's this back and forth action we're repeating when we saw on map 1, but ultimately, only one team can come out on top of this eco round we're seeing right now for CSUDH. May start to crumble once they have to initiate onto the side. They're looking for 1. Red swings out, takes out Sammy, and there it goes. Wow! They actually find something off the snake bite. An interesting way to play the ending, and CSUDH stop the hemorrhaging.
And even then, it's at a little bit of a deficit there, and not too much of one now. Being in a 1-round delta, not the biggest deficit that we've ever seen so far, and even then, it's kind of been a constant that we've seen over the entirety of this matchup. Even then, where we expected CSUDH to really step things up into high gear, get themselves across and really just close out this game. But I mean, everything's looking so far. Sac State looking really good right now, having 4 ultimates in hand, so things could really step up here. I want to see some ultimates, man. Can you blame a boy? I want to see some chaos, and I want to see a lot of green. I want to see a lot of guns. I want to see a lot of slow fields. I want to see that gasoline-infested waters that is that chamber shot.
Please. Give us something, please. That's all I'm
gas.
asking for, right? A little bit of gas. Something to put this one going, because right now it's just been this really long game of constants, right? We need something that spices it, because right now we're not finding it. If you guys have seen the movie Dune, or actually read the book, like somebody that actually cares about sci-fi series, unlike Dallas, who just needs pictures to make his brain go burr. Spice is important, and right now I'm begging for it, right? It's a bad time to even trades until Carbon can have something to say about it. Sammy to Shan, Gambare to Sammy, but Carbon takes out Oni. No raise now for them. There's no raise for either side. Hunter's Fury employed Jason, not really getting anything off of it. Maybe a bit of tag damage there on a Bad Dog, but Bad Dog now placing the Nebula, smoking out towards Metal. And this tube side is going to be a bit more difficult now for Sac State to push out of.
Yeah, I really like that Nova right there. Going ahead, cutting off all that vision that you know that Torty Force is going to come from that spawn. So you want to go ahead and make sure the job is a lot harder. But even then, Beans, having that in hand instead, not even going for a quick scope, just trying to go for a no scope. I get it, buddy. Faces out here signing people left and right, but this is not the time to sign up for their phase-up competition. So everything panning out for the side of CDS-UDH, able to go ahead and close things out. Carbon with that 3rd kill of the round to really get themselves ahead. And even then, for a tie game, so a lot of ults invested in that last round, but it really felt like it was all for naught. I mean, sitting there now only sitting at a tie game, Econ's kind of up in the air for both sides. Things are looking a little bit sketchy here for both of them. And even then, at a double-digit threshold for both, I mean, things are honestly a little bit blustering for both sides, to say the least. You got to sit there and figure out whether the economy is going to go for one side or the other, and even then, whether or not that's even going to make that much of an impact. So we've seen so many thrifties so far, and so many teams really pull things out that are unexpected, that honestly, Sac State have themselves somewhat of an iffy buy, hold the right angles on them, they can still come out on top with it.
I would ask a question here to you here, Dallas. With the game being tied, the iffy economy is definitely something to talk about. If you're CSUDH, you're now in 2-round wins, and you manage to keep 4 out of the 5 of your rifles in the last round, you're sitting very well. This next round should be a gimme against Sac State with really nothing to work with, and this is their tech timeout, which is why we're seeing this. They're tactical pausing right now. this should be an easy gimme, but after that, it's up in the air. We saw the same problem on map 1. The same problem where CSUDH were piling ahead, taking round after round, and then losing a couple to Sac State, and yet they still managed to come out on top. But I'm not feeling that energy from map 1. I'm not feeling that same drive from CSUDH to overtop and cripple the Sac State side. Instead, it feels like Sac State are putting the wind under their wings and has been riding this flow, and it's just recently started to be a bit uncomfortable with the high winds, and now it's starting to fall a little bit, but I still think they've got a great chance.
I'm definitely with you. I feel like they have themselves a chance as well. It all comes down to whether or not they can really capitalize on it, because that's what I feel like has been really lackluster here is we've seen so many opportunity. And then again, I'll give us the benefit of the doubt, knowing that we have that kind of silhouette vision. We had the Azure vision to know what could be set up here. But, I mean, that's kind of the talent that comes along with being a player in a league like this. You can notice those differentials as well just from the slightest bit of intelligence. If you move over to the left side of the field, you peek hookah, you see one player, you sit there and say, all right, well, that's coming from spawn. Those shots are. And I just saw some shots come from elbow as well. There's probably at least 2 people here. So if we go ahead, get 4 to stack onto the A site, rush right in, it's going to be a 4v3. It's going to allocate the resources there, get themselves a utility down, and outnumber and overwhelm the opposing side. But we just haven't seen CSUDH really being that same mindset that I feel like I've seen out of them previously. And maybe it could be with them kind of switching out a lot with the roster, and it's going to take some time for that to come to life. But I feel like a lot of teams have that adjustment to be made. And even then, it's only the first week of the season. So not too big of a deal, but you still want to find yourself that first win in a very, very dominant manner to go ahead and set an example for the rest of everyone else.
I think the example has to be set very well, too. For CSUDH, and I guess for Sac State, I guess I won't really harp on them too much. For both sides, it's really just been this back and forth game. There has been no great example, right? There has been no precedent set to say, hey, we're going to take 5 rounds in a row and absolutely slaughter you. We did see a 4-2, 2-4 that came out the last map or something like that along those lines, maybe in our first game. That's a precedent, right? That's an example of what can happen of teams saying, hey, we'll take a stride, we'll take a couple, give me a few yards, I'll take a mile. Neither of these teams are really setting that precedent. There needs to be a better example. And for right now, the A site is a horrid example for CSUDH's attack, as it's just been the same exact thing over and over again. This time around, though, I think we're seeing more towards B, which has been successful for them time in and time out.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I mean, it all comes down to the follow through because we've already sat there and mentioned, I mean, whether or not they can really step up on this. And honestly, this is the time where they can really create that dominance. When you sit there and see that Sac State doesn't have the resources in hand, they have a bunch of sheriffs and they have a single Spectre and they have a classic on top of that. And Beans doesn't have the Torty Force. He's not even close. He has 0 ult points because he just invested that in the last round, and you already choked that away from them. He barely got any kills, barely got any pitch in the fight. Barely made himself relevant in that entire matchup. So you got to be feeling good off that. Where is the ego that we see out of the Valorant community? I mean, you can see it on every single level of play. I've seen it plenty of times in the collegiate scene, in the semi-pro scene, in the professional scene. Players live for that stuff when they go ahead and sit there and say, you can't play this game. Let's do it again. Let's see if you can't play for the entire match. Better yet, 1 round. I mean, that just sounds great. I have not seen that level of capitalization. I have not seen teams manipulate each other enough right now. And honestly, we're sitting at Bind and Ascent for our 2 maps right now. These have both been out since release. I feel like there's got to be an awakening here. And maybe, as you said, it is a little bit late for some of these people on the East Coast, but that's not the scenario for these 2 squads. So yeah. I'm sure they're going to wake up eventually once gamer hour starts to hit. Maybe give them about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's it. But I mean, it's a battle of attrition right now, man. The later it gets, the more we've been playing, the harder it is for players to kind of give their all to the situation. Yeah, they live for these kind of moments. They live for these clutch situations and things of the sort. But at some point, you're kind of giving it your all and you start to kind of struggle with it, right? I mean, I was the kind of person that played every sport growing up. I may not look like it now. Man, I kind of had a bit of a problem with that. It's called Zaxby's. But I did a lot of sports growing up, and I always had a big problem of burning out when it came to the later stages of things. Asthma didn't help, but that is always a problem. It's that attrition game. You would keep subs really fresh on the field, but I would never really get subbed out. I'd be like, I'm fine. I'd play terribly in the second half. I wouldn't play at my best in the latter half of the game, probably the most important segments of the game. And right now, the longer this game goes on, a little more longer this tech pause goes on, the harder it's going to be for these players to stay warm and at the same time be able to compete at the same level they're doing. The likelihood of seeing them all compete at their best becomes harder and harder the more this game goes on. That's why BO3s and BO5s are so much fun. Maybe that's also why Oni fails to throw a paint shell very early.
Well, I mean, it got thrown, but how much of an impact did it have? Well, that one definitely had a heck of a lot more, and even then it's for the other side. So, I mean, a really good start here, a little bit of a hits there, and a couple damage to be dishing out as well. But you can already see the horses rushing in, everybody going ahead and running about. And I think with Carbon and an opener right there to grab that first kill, and Beans making an exchange as well, looking pretty good so far. But there it is. Are we seeing people wake up? We're seeing kills almost so instantaneously that my mind has been on delay all night, and it's finally having to catch up.
I don't even know what's going on right now. I'm actually struggling with this one. Turret placed on Shin. Doesn't seem to be doing too much. I think they're very aware of these last two players' positions. At the very least, they know where one is. Heaven's side. Turret not wanting to compete with it too much. And they're sending their Sova, who's literally 1 HP, to fight that turret. Just seems like too dangerous of a position, but Oni swings in towards Lamp, takes out Shan, but Carbon says, it won't matter for too much longer. And while the turret doesn't find the kill in adjacent Ive, it's the Sova doppelganger on that Sova and Sova Violence of Gonbar who does it instead.
Yeah, so, I mean, a great way for old CSUDH to capitalize on the moment given to them. I mean, we expected them to win that round. Not really the best guns in the hands of Sac State so far, but now they do have themselves a little bit more to be dishing out. They have a showstopper, so that should essentially be a free kill. That's what we see most of the time out of these players, and at least then you just got to aim relatively close to your target, and you'll find it. And I understand showstopper's been a little bit weird ever since Riot sat there and said, you know what, we hate Rays, but I feel like there's a little bit of potential there. Knowing that you can get the damage off, knowing you can make yourself a little bit of a promise to get at least something out there, it's enough to go ahead and keep you driving. But it all comes down to that boom bot, how much intel you can get off in the get-go, and you sit there and know that it got shot, so you're just saying, all right, maybe I can push back up. But even then, no, you really can't, because Shannon's now inside that hookah with a lot of backup lingering around the middle of the map as well. So whether or not we can see the lurking Viper towards that A side find a frag, we're probably not going to see it come to fruition because everybody wants to make a move onto this side on B.
You just indirectly compared a boombot to a recon bolt, right?
Basically.
Sees it get shot, you get the information there. You see it charge towards somebody. It's kind of like pinging for a recon bolt. I mean, that's information. It doesn't find anybody. No one's nearby, right? It's a lot of information there. And I think that we're seeing a lot of good uses for it. But a lockdown being employed by CSUDH, they'll use the showstopper as well. They're looking to send it. Oni does not find any impact, but Gonbar and Sean, they're all seeing red. Same as Red, who takes out Oni. CSUDH on site and in control, but they'll lose one more. Sammy on the flank, the only player that has really been devastating against CSUDH. Now he's separated from his teammates. Stonewall trying to come from the other side. Blinded, but Shan just gets a blind spray, finds impact. Sammy may take out Shan in the refrag, but one Mad Dog capitalizes, cleans up house, and we're at match point, series point for CSUDH.
We're at that stage of the game where I kind of want to shed a tear or two. I mean, looking at CSUDH, these last two rounds have been the most dominant I've seen out of them, the most quick we've seen out of them thus far. And honestly, for it to come this late stage in the night, it makes me think, should we start casting these matches at about, I don't know, 1 a.m. Eastern? Because, I mean, I know you're going to say no to that, but, I mean, I want to see these players really come to life, and we're finally seeing this. They may not have class in the morning, and they're sure as heck playing like they don't, unless, I mean, their practice session is class alone, and they're going ahead and teaching Sac State how to play some offense, and they're definitely showing that. Able to find plenty of kills off the get-go, able to go ahead and follow through with them. I want to see whether they can do that one more time, having these 3 ults in hand, and especially if they can get that plant down, because that Viper's Pit, I think that'll seal the deal and put the nail in the coffin.
What Shan was doing right there, I'm just going to point this out. Shan was calling out that there was a chamber utility placed inside of that basket. I think that's what he was going for right there. Calling out that that was an illegal placement, which is definitely possible. I don't think it was placed in that round. It may have been. I kind of folded over, but I think that's what he was trying to go for. That was one of the complaints that CSUDH was having, but round handily in CSUDH's favor. 2 players up. It is a 5v3. They're looking to make it flawless, but Oni tries to make it difficult, but fails. Carbon comes up big. Gonbar with the Hunter's Fury, and CSUDH have come alive. Once again, though, Sammy's the only player that refuses to go down for Sac State and actually finds themselves impact. Now it's CSUDH. They're going to just funnel out. And it's Gonbar baiting Shan in the process to find themselves the match point win, series point win, 2-0. Your scoreline as a whole for this best of 3 series.
A little bit late, but nevertheless, we do see CDUSH able to wake up here eventually and get themselves into this game, and in a pretty convincing manner. During those last 3 rounds, I saw a completely different squad I've seen the entirety of this time, and honestly, if we got ourselves around to a breeze, that could have scared me if we did see that, but it had to come in eventually. So a great way for CSUDH to close things out. Sac State looking pretty solid so far to compete against a team who had a lot of kind of hype up against them, I would say. I mean, I know specifically I've seen a lot of things out of them, but I mean, across the entire scene, it looks like they could have themselves a lot of competition, especially in this champions division, because we've seen a lot of close games tonight. And honestly, we haven't once again seen anybody wake up to the extent to be the absolute animal that somebody's going to have to tranquilize.
Yeah, and I think Sammy was about as close as we could get, and he was on the losing side, right? A one-man army can't necessarily facilitate an entire offense unless they're IGLing, but even then you have to have somebody behind you, and it just felt like there was a lot of weak links for both sides, which isn't necessarily where you want to be. There's got to be some adjustments that are made for both teams. There definitely could be some prettier play styles. I do think the map of Ascent was a bit better of a look for both squads. I do think this map just didn't pan out the way that we saw CSUDH end it, as they just dominated that last 3-round session, right? That was what CSUDH is usually pretty good at. They're very swift attack. They're great approach. They're very systematic defense. We didn't really see any of that, and we didn't get to see it to the very end. So maybe they are hitting gamer hours, as you called it, Dallas. Maybe that's what it's coming down to.
And honestly, once you get these later nights, I think you also sit there and get to the stage where you're saying, I'm sick of playing this game. I mean, that could also be what it comes down to, saying, look, we got to sit there, close this out. We've sat there, been fighting this out all day, and it shouldn't even be this close. I mean, honestly, one of those teams had to have that ideology saying, this should not be this close. We have given each other so much respect for the past 2 hours that why is this acceptable? We have sat there and dominated so many teams before. We have completely wiped them out. How do we sit there and remain consistent with the ideology? Well, we just got to reinforce it. We got to play into it. We got to sit there and work off it and thrive off of it on top of that. So CSUDH finally coming alive, maybe a little bit later than never. It's not that big a deal for them because even then there's going to be another week of plays and then another week and another week and another week. And as time goes along, we saw a couple subs tonight. So hopefully I'm looking to see some maturity come out of these rosters. These players really starting to come to life and these entire rosters looking a heck of a lot more synergized.
Yeah, let's talk about the fresher players that have been coming on to, right? CSUDH brought in 3 subs. Oh, sorry, was it Sac State? Sorry, Sac State brought in 3 subs. CSUDH brought in 1 sub. It's a matter of keeping players fresh, and I think that was a big thing. That huge tag pause to talk about a lot of the problems that they were seeing and some things that were going on in the background, that may have been a big enough breather for both sides to try and contend with, and it was obviously a bigger boon for CSUDH than it was for Sac State, but maybe it was irrelevant. Maybe it's just CSUDH waking up and trying to come back alive into this one. But a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomore I've been seeing on some of these rosters, not just these, but across the board here for the NECC. And when you're talking about that, not everyone joins the roster at the very beginning of the season. Sometimes they join it, in December, not at the beginning of your semester. It started into your second semester. And that's where you're going to start working with these players more. The longer the season goes on, the more practice and the more regiments that we can see. I'm excited. I'll be here basically every week here with you, Dallas, as we are duoing for this season. We're very excited to keep it going, but unfortunately tonight can't keep on going. We have to end it eventually. CSUDH taking it all in a 2-0 victory over the Sac State side. This has been the NECC. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Dallas. Stay tuned tomorrow for more NECC action.